Good afternoon and welcome to day 3 here at the Fair.com British Championships. We're here in the very hot Coventry, the Hilton Doubletree Hotel, where we're going to be bringing you the final stages of the open events, the amateur event and the ladies event. So it's going to be a very busy day of top quality pool action. Delighted to be joined again by our resident expert Mark Pickworth. Mark, before we talk about today, let's just reflect back on the pool that we've seen for the first 2 days in the professional event, and the professionals just showed why they are the best in the business.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we definitely saw, it's been probably one of the best competitions we've had for quite a while, especially with the buzz about the arena. I think Coventry always seems to bring the best out of players, etc. Seems to be a really good venue where, I don't know, just has that different sort of atmosphere compared to some of the other venues. No offence to them, but it really does bring the best out of them. And then we obviously get the local guys that come down here. And there's some really good pool players. You know, we've got the Connor Tracy's, the Christy Coldfields, and look at John McAllister, the local boy, even the Mark Whites, and they all come and support each other, and that's really good to see as well.
Yeah, and that local boy who took home that impressive trophy last night, John McAllister, a word about him and his performance throughout the 2 days.
Yeah, well, he started off very slowly yesterday and just gradually accelerated to a very high level, and deservedly to pick up that trophy. And I think you could just see there was a little bit of emotion inside John. Obviously, we saw some towards the end, just got some nerves about him, and you just see how much that meant to him. He's not picked up a trophy since the Worlds in 2020. It's been a long time coming.
Yeah, he's certainly got the monkey off his back now, and maybe that could open the floodgates for some more silverware for the rest of the season.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's going to be challenging the likes of Clint Ianson, Liam Dunster and Mark Farnsworth, and he could be all of a sudden be one of the most consistent performers on the IPA, and who knows, he could go on to live another 2, 3, maybe more trophies in these coming tour events.
And just a word about his opponent last night, Mark Boyle. We saw him on the stream probably play one of the most impressive matches in maybe in IPA history against Robert Stephen, who didn't put his first ball till the 8th frame. I mean, that is a phenomenal start in itself, but you know, he can be rightly proud of his performance and his run to the final.
Yeah, Mark, Mr. Magic, absolutely. Everybody loves him to death, they really do. And I mean, that performance against Robert Stephen is one to probably we're going to remember for the rest of this year, because that was one of the nearest things we're going to see to a masterclass display.
Well, that was yesterday. Now on to today, and we're going to be watching the last 64 match in the Open. So the Open event features all the amateurs, all the professionals. It is a bloodbath out there.
It certainly is, and there's some of the professionals that have left the tournament already. We've just mentioned Robert Stephen, he's left the tournament. Clint Ianson, he hasn't won a match this weekend. You remember, he's already picked up 2 trophies this season. It's very hard out there. There's a lot of amateurs that are doing some damage, and don't be surprised if we see an amateur on this table later on this afternoon.
Yeah, another player that's got to beat Gav Robinson, who we saw beat Mark Farnsworth on this table yesterday. He's gone, so there's casualties everywhere you look, and that will happen throughout the day, no doubt.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's probably 1 or 2 that's just happening now. I know there's some people that was like 1 or 2 frames away from being knocked out, so we're going to need to keep a very close eye on them ones.
So the plan of attack today is we're going to see a couple of matches from the Open event. Then we're going to have the men's amateur final, which should be a cracker. Ian Whitehorn against Matt Steeper. That should be a cracker. I know I've seen a bit of Matt Steeper playing this weekend. He has been on fire. Yeah,
Matt Steeper, he beat Adam Griffiths. Remember Adam Griffiths, he's been to a final already in the Isle of Man. He got to the semi-finals at the last event. So Adam Griffiths were an easy one to bow over, and Matt Steeper, he's been playing some great stuff. I think he's been knocked out in the Open, so now that's all he's got to concentrate on. Ian Whitehorn, another quality perform player, and it's going to be some final, and there's going to be a new winner's name on the amateur trophy.
And Ian White was 6-2 down in the semi-final and won 7-6 against Lee Anderson, who's just told me that story. So we're going to see the men's amateur final then, probably a quarter-final game from the Open, then the ladies' final, and we've talked previously about the strength and depth of the ladies' game. So whoever's in the final, that's going to be another great match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the ladies' game, just talk about that now. I mean, that started at 11:30. I think the next 3 games, the quarter-finals, they're just starting in now. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup. I mean, Harriet Haynes, she's already won 2 titles this year. She's safely in the quarterfinals. I think she's just been shouted out now to go on, and that's going to be an interesting to see how that comes out as well.
Yeah. So following the ladies' final, then if all goes to plan, it'll be one of the semi-finals and then the final of the Open to close the show. So it's going to be a very, very busy day. So the match that's just coming up now, Andy Crosdale against Gareth Hibbert. Tell us about these 2 players and what we can expect.
Well, these 2 players, they must have played each other since probably the age of 4 years old, maybe. They've played each other thousands of times. They're very local to each other. They know each other's games inside out. They're very similar, very attacking, very fast, fluent players. This is going to be an exciting one.
Well, it is. I know you're going to be busy today, Matt, because you're going to be in the commentary box for this one. So we'll hand over to you very shortly. But I think that's enough from us now. The referee, Darren Maidman, he's ready to get the action underway. So it's over to Mark in a minute in the commentary box.
Well, good afternoon. I've safely made it into the commentary box, and welcome here to the Coventry Hilton Hotel, and we're going to be bringing you action. And this first matchup, this is going to be very fast and fluent one, definitely. Andy Crosdale, he is ultra attacking, along with Gareth Hibbert. We all know about Gareth. Cannot wait for this one. So Andy Crosdale, he's won the lag. He's going to be breaking off. He's got a good cue ball there, controlled that very well. But that's not the start he wanted. It's a dry break. And he's now let Gareth Hibbert in straight away. I've got to say, these reds don't look too bad. I mean, there is you could go for either colour set, but surely it's got to be these reds. The only red that's probably going to cause him any problem is that one on that top cushion. Not the one he's going for now, the one left of that one. But it shouldn't be any problem, especially with that one over the left centre. Really, you'll probably see Gareth, he won't waste too much time dispatching these. This is the key shot possibly. That needs to travel a little bit more. And now he might have a little bit of work to do, a little bit of different work. Now he's back in position. He's got a choice of 3 reds now. I'm expecting him to leave the one over the right centre till last. he can safely get onto that black ball again. He'd like that just to have travelled another 2, maybe 4 inches. Clock's ticking down. Just dropping it in, pinch the bag as well. Hold the cue ball, lovely. But he's missed that one. The first frame nerves maybe. Andy Crosdale, he's back in this frame. Now he's straight around, just looking at that yellow that's tight on that cushion below that red. I think you've got to say these yellows, well, they're for the taking. I think it definitely passes that red. Well, comes off that red and goes into the middle pocket. No need of canning into it. This is a more and more natural now. Yeah, keeps looking at it. Just cannot see that one not dropping. Taking the more difficult of the 2 pots on the yellows, but cleanly into the corner. Still got to be careful when he takes that one in the middle, because he needs to make sure he's got another pot. I mean, there's no reason why that one in the right centre could be his last ball now. He's just dropping these yellows in nicely now. And that one into the right centre. He's going to be his last ball. How about that for position? He's absolutely perfect. There you see it, Andy Crosdale 1-0 ahead. Gareth Hibbert had the chance to take the opening frame but didn't take it, and Andy deserves his lead. Well, we'll talk about some results, just why referee Darren Maidment, he's just setting up the balls, so safely into the last 32. Liam Dunster, Jordan Parkinson, David Adenall, Dan Davey, Danny Frayne, Gary Southern. These players are all playing each other, by the way. Lee Anderson, he's just sat behind Andy Crosdale there. He's in there, he's waiting for the winner of this match, actually. So that's going to be another interesting matchup, and they all know a lot about each other. And Craig Marsh against Curtis Lee, battle of the Welsh players. Well, and Gareth is this is going from bad to worse. He's now in off. And in these race to sevens, you really do need to get a very good start, and this is definitely not the start that Gareth Hibbert wanted, the Godfather. So Andy, he's going for these yellows. You can't really see too much problems here with these yellows. All these yellows now in the top half of the table. They're there for the taking. Looks like he's nicely on this one into the left centre. This is his most awkward ball he had. He's missed it in a far jaw. I've got to say it's a little bit careless. Played it at quite a bit of pace, really. It's quite surprising. So key shot now for Gareth. Try and get back in this match. Get the red into the left corner. And he needs to cannon the red outlets next to it. He's done that. He's done it perfectly. Is he on a red ball? He is. He's in the one in the bottom corner. I think the red that he's just cannoned out, I think it just passes that yellow into the top right. So another great opportunity here for Gareth Hibbert. Surely he's not going to be scuppering this one. If he's going to take the one on the baulk line, there's a bit of hampered queuing. I mean, Gareth is such a great potter. He'll just believe in his ability, whether he's potting the this one with a bit of hampered queuing. He might probably leave himself a tricky pot next. On and off the top cushion. There's a cue ball, just needs that, it looks okay. Great camera angle there, just showing that. He's perfectly on this last red. As I said, these two, they make very short work of clearances. It's going to be very, very difficult for the camera person to keep up with this game. But there we see it, one frame each. Andy Crowsdale lives in Preston. He's one of our new professionals this year. He's been professionals years ago on the 3PO. So he's a very experienced performer, just as Gareth is the godfather. 2021 Champions Cup winner. He got to the final of the Champions Cup this year as well. Mr. Consistent, he really is. So, Crowe, Andy Crowsdale, didn't get too much power in his previous break. So is he going to get a little bit more power on this one? Controlled the white really well last time. Oh, that white was very close from going in the top left-hand corner. You'll be pleased to see that still on the table. And he's potted a ball. Just as we've just seen Andy Crowsdale's break there, I've been joined in the commentary box by the chairman, who's also doing a couple of extra jobs today. Kevin, welcome to the commentary box. I'm glad you found it this afternoon, and it's great to have you there.
Well, thanks a lot, Mark, for that great introduction. And yeah, I hope everyone's keeping nice and cool out of the crazy weather that we're having. I know the arena is absolutely spot on. The air conditioning is doing exactly what it's meant to be doing. But certainly a lot of heat building up as we get to the latter stages of this open event. Keep you updated of all the key scores as they come through, and we've seen one or two shocks, but Liam Dunster seems to be back on track. 7-1 against Michael Tomlinson. He takes his place in the last 32. He'll be playing Jordan Parkinson, who had an impressive 7-4 victory against Robert Stephen, who we saw yesterday. So could be an interesting matchup on one of the outer tables.
Yeah, and I mentioned about David Adenor and Dan Davey. They're safely through into that last 32, and they will be coming up next here on this TV table straight after this match. And I'm not expecting this match to be lasting very long, to be honest. So that could be in the next 30, 40, 50 minutes. So it's going to be another great match, and it's a bit of our commentary team match that's on next with David Adenor. He's been my sidekick yesterday. Dan Davey, he always does a few stints and that, so we're going to be losing one of them.
Well, we've had to patch them up together so that we can free one up to come and do a bit of work.
Yeah, exactly.
Just a bit of an error there from Andy. Just caught that near jaw. Just not enough for the yellow to go in. It's a good chance for the Godfather.
Yeah, and early on in this match, there's definitely been errors from both players. It's quite even, to be honest. It is now looking like Gareth Hibbert, he's going to be taking the lead, and all three of these frames could be on either side. It could be 3-0 to Gareth, 3-0 to Andy Croasdale quite easily. There's been great chances for both of them.
Yeah, and I guess this is a bit of a funny game for these players. They've known each other for many, many years, and they both know what each other can do. And it always just adds a little bit extra pressure.
Yeah, and I was looking at the winner of this match plays Lee Anderson, I think it is, in the last 32. And again, that's a player that these two have known for years as well.
Yep. Former pro Lee Anderson on the comeback trail. Had a good run in the amateur event. Yesterday, this morning, just lost 7-6 with 6-2 up. But he's still in good spirits, knows he's playing well.
Yeah, that's Lee Anderson there, just behind Andy Croasdale.
Keeping an eye on his next opponent.
Yeah. I don't think he'll mind who he plays. I think he knows both of their games inside out, just like these two do as well. So yeah, I don't think he'll be bothered. He'll just be pleased to be in the next round, and he'll be looking forward to his next match. Oh, Gareth Hibbert, him to break next. We saw him break already, wetting off. So we'll be wanting to improve on that. And that's probably one of Gareth's weaknesses. He's got a great break, but he does sometimes lose the white ball, and at crucial times.
Wow. Well, I don't think we can apportion any blame to that one. That was just the pool gods just saying no.
No, he didn't lose that white there. I mean, he drew that white ball so cleanly back to the middle of the cushion, and that is really, really bad luck. It's a lovely little shot into the centre pocket there from Andy Croasdale. And he's playing with a lot of authority, and you've got to say, these reds, they shouldn't take too much clearing up.
Not for a man of Andy's speed. He's one of the quickest players on tour.
Yeah, between him and Tom Barley, there's not a lot between them.
He's a bit under on that one though. He's a good foot shot on that positional shot, so he's going to have to change his plan. Going to have to screw this one back a couple of feet. He's played that pretty well. I think he can just dribble this one into the centre pocket and just hold that white ball. Maybe it's just a little bit thinner than what it seems. Can he hold it? Chose to play into the yellow, and well, he's got a shot, but he's going to have a tricky last red, probably into the top right hand pocket or bottom right as well, looking on the overhead. Not too bad in the end.
Yeah, and I think that was a nice little flick. It left him a lovely angle just to make sure he was straight on his last red. So yeah, I mean, he has missed one of these already. He hasn't missed that one. That is in the heart of the pocket. And he's perfectly on the black now to level this match up. And these players are not giving each other an inch. A few errors between them, but it's been quite a good standard so far. I mean, this is one of them games and all of a sudden it just can be a perfect standard once they've got the mistakes out of the system.
And they're looking very focused there. He's not played since Friday. He got beaten the pro event on Friday and didn't have a match yesterday, so he's had a bit of a wait. Won his first match this morning, and now here he is on the main arena table. Just an update on John McAllister, who won the professional event last night. Hope you saw that. What a performance to beat Mark Boyle. He is currently 5-0 up in his last 64 match, so he looks to be continuing on where he left on from last night.
Yeah, and he had a tough opening match in the 128. He played Cole Bedford, and he just got through 7 frames to 5. But that was a tricky tie for him, but came through it very nicely. And just as we're saying that, wow, what a break there from Andy Crowsdale. 3 reds off the break.
Yeah, but I think he was probably going to take yellows.
It's normally the case, though, isn't it? When you do pot a lot of the one colour set, you're normally finding yourself having to go for the other one. I mean, he'd love to take reds because it's a bit less work. But as you said, Kevin, I think surely he's got to take yellows.
He's gone for the difficult red. Big shot.
I mean, it's the red that he's closest to now. I'm just thinking, what is he going to do with that? Is he going to try and drop it into the right centre? I mean, this is not an easy clearance now. You find it a bit surprising that he's gone for reds there?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I thought yellows offered I know there's the yellow on the left-hand cushion, but I just thought it offered an easier route. But, you know, we all see it differently, don't we? And, you know, the ball's near the cushion. You know, these guys are not scared of those shots, and that's why I thought yellows probably offered the best opportunity.
Yeah, and we're probably just going to see Gareth Hibbett whip these up in 1 or 2 minutes. I don't think he'll waste any time here. And as you said, that one on that cushion, Gareth will not be scared of that.
The other thing for Gareth now is that red that Andy missed has just made it a little bit awkward to get onto that yellow, but you know, nothing that is going to fill him with much trepidation.
Just looking at that one above the yellow, at the top, or above the red, it's below the baulk line. That one that is possibly on now into the centre pocket. That's got to be the ball, possibly that he'll get onto the one down the cushion.
Yeah, he's probably on it perfectly now, but he wants to get rid of the other yellow that's nearest the white first.
Well, if he does want to get rid of that one, he's going to have to play that with a bit of pace on and off the top cushion, and then you could be jeopardising the position he's got now. Far jaw. Yeah, I thought that was far jaw as soon as he hit that. I think he's okay. could have gone wrong. He's still going to have a tricky clearance here.
He's going to have to pull out a fantastic positional shot now. Up to the top end of the table, little tracer right hand side. Doesn't want too much. I think he just had a bit too much on that one. He's got one into the middle, but wow, this is thin.
This will be one of the best shots you'll see as a clip back. This is far from easy. This is what, 1 out of 10. Looks easy on that camera angle there, but I can assure you it isn't. And that's what can happen. He's also hit the far jaw. And Gareth is getting a very unsuspected, like, second chance here in this frame.
Yeah, both players showing glimpses of great form, but just struggling to string it all together at the moment. He needs that white to hurry up. Wow.
I'm surprised he's played that. I thought he might have just played the gap, because he didn't really have to move the cue ball that much. Now he's got a very difficult shot. He got a good white.
An edge. He's left him an edge. What a crazy frame this is.
Yeah, not only left Andy an edge, he's put his yellow safe, so he's put no pressure on this pot at all.
White's coming down the table perfectly. Easy black into the middle, and a frame that could have been won by either player on 2 or 3 different occasions goes to Crowe, and he edges ahead 3 frames to 2. But what a scrappy frame there from both players.
Yeah, it is a scrappy frame. So some more latest scores then. So Mark Boyle, he's 6-1 ahead against Jonathan Price. Darren Begley, the victor of Clint Jansen, he's 3-2 up against David Casey. Tom Barley, we were just talking about how fast he's playing, he's 5-3 down against Martin Jones. Wayne Fryer, the winner of the last amateur competition, he's playing professional Luke Vokes, he's 4-2 behind. John McAllister is 1 frame away, like we've already mentioned. Jake Dillon Newlove, who had a great win against Rob Donkin early this morning. He's continuing with some good form. He's 5-1 up. He's looking like he's going to be in the last 32. Ross Fernie, we're always talking about Ross Fernie. 2-0 up against Harry Compton. There's going to be lots and lots of pull. Gareth Hibbett has just gone in off for the 3rd time in a row, but the black's dropped in this time, so he's been saved. And he's got a little bit of a smile.
So just picking up on the chat, if you want to ask us any questions or anything you want to know about the event, IPA, any upcoming events, or let us know where you're watching from. You're sat out in the scorching temperatures. Nicola Young, she's watching from the Isle of Man. We'll see you soon, Nicola. And the Isle of Man's greatest export, David Adenall, he'll be coming up on the stream next. And if anyone been watching this weekend and thinking, oh, I fancy playing some of these big top players, and you can enter our next event. It'll be in Gosforth in early September, first weekend in September, I think. So all the details can be found on the website. But yeah, we had an incredible entry to this event. Nearly 200 amateurs started off yesterday. No, not yesterday. Friday morning. And
we're down to the final two, and we'll be seeing those in a couple of games' time. Matt Steeper and Ian Whitehorn. If you've missed any of the action of the first 2 days, you'll be able to see it all on our YouTube channel, along with many other videos in the archives.
Wow, and we're just seeing another miss there from Gareth. A bit of, wow, uncharacteristic miss that was.
It's not like in that pocket. That's two in that pocket. He's missed in 2 frames.
He keeps canning into balls that keep coming out okay. He's really riding his luck here. I mean, these 3 yellows, they don't look very nice. Do any of them, I mean, yes, 1, 2 yellows going to the right centre, but he's got to get on them. So this is a key shot.
Yeah, a little touch of right hand side. The white ball down that left hand side of the table. Played that pretty well. Not perfect.
I'm just wondering if the top, obviously the top one of the 3 yellows there, one on the far right, so that definitely goes into the top right, so maybe he's got an option of that. Has he got an option of that now? Oh, that looks tight. I'm not sure if he's on it. I think he is. Another nice little kiss there for Andy Crosdale. Bit of the rub of the green. Unless both these yellows go, they do. That's made it a hell of a lot easier. And now a simple finish to open up a 2-frame lead.
Yeah, struck that penultimate yellow very sweetly indeed. Sets it up perfectly for the easy black. And as you say, Mark, 4-2 to Crowe. The man with the worst nickname in professional pool. It took about 3 seconds to come up with that one. We've been campaigning for something better since, but we can't get him to change it. We need a petition. We need something. We need to get to number 10, and we need to get that changed.
You talk about nicknames, there's probably no one's better nickname than the Godfather. I think it absolutely suits Gareth a bit right down to the nail, doesn't it? It really does.
Yep, in fact, I know him as the Godfather before I know him as Gareth, but it's just stuck.
Perfectly. Story was, they used to call him God. So, but of course, he's got a little bit older now, so that's why they call him the Godfather.
There's the white. Well, it was tracking in the direction of the corner pocket, but stayed on terra firma. And well, it's a good split. You can go for either colour here. I think red's tiny favourite, but you know, it's an option for yellows as well. You can probably play the plant there. You saw what he was lining up. Put the yellow into the left centre. I'd like to get straight in behind that yellow. It's just. It's gone up to the top end of the table. You could play the plant there a bit later on. Play the yellow into the cushion to hit the red and the yellow that close together at the same time. Make the plant, push the red away, and just leave his last yellow into the same pocket. That's what he'll be thinking.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's made his mind up very quickly in this frame, and now he's got a nice angle to drift over there. This is one of them shots you don't want to get too much into it.
He just wants to be somewhere near that red that is just above the left centre, just in that little gap between those two reds.
I mean, looking at that, does that pot anyway from that angle? The one in the bottom left-hand corner? I'm not sure. Probably not.
Has he got a double?
I think that's all he's got on. He has got a double. I think he didn't have all the pocket as the double. He just tried to pinch it off the near knuckle, but I think the shot where it went wrong was that one that he took in the middle. He just didn't leave the right angle on it. And Gareth, he's back to the table again. This is a chance he has to take. Not an easy one, but he has to take it. He can't afford to be giving Andy Crosdale any more chances. Never seen him take so long over a shot, Gareth, but he's normally made his mind up. Seems to be a bit indecisive at the moment.
I think it may not be his first shot, but he may be tempted to play a safety shot rather than go for the finish. Obviously the red that's just nearest the yellow in the bottom corner is his problem ball. There's nothing obvious to move it.
Played that very well. Nice little controlled cannon. Developed the red, kept his options open. He's now got a choice of reds. But he's still going to have that problem into the bottom left-hand corner. It's just how he manufactures an angle to get that red out. It's drifting down table. So is this now his opportunity? It looks like he's a little bit straight on this. Not sure how much angle he can force out of this pocket. It's probably not the best angle to come at it either.
I think there's a safety shot coming. I really can't see him pushing
Covering
the
the
boat
pocket.
out.
Covering the pocket. He is covering the pocket. That's a good shot. I mean, he didn't have any other option. Not sure what Andy can do here. Is he going to try and play a double kiss? Trying to just keep that red tied up. Bad little shot. But he's second favourite now for this frame. I think what Gareth doesn't want to be doing, you don't want to be leaving him a shot at the top end of the table. I don't think he's got any choice. So he has left him that yellow at the top end of the table.
And he'll have his creative hat on. He's going to be thinking, what can he conjure up? Can he smash this in with loads of side and just
he didn't have
container?
He didn't have the angle. He's kept the pressure on Gareth here and he's trying to develop his yellow a little bit better. I mean, Gareth's still in control. One poor safety from Gareth and then all of a sudden Rory could have a shot at getting into that bottom left-hand corner. I don't think he'd be too bothered about that not dropping.
Well, you say that, Mark. Can he clip this one into the middle pocket, send the white up and down, and play the plant, the skill shot? It looks a lovely natural angle to me. Here it comes. Is he going to knock it in? Oh, that is so unlucky.
I mean, can he get this skill shot? I mean, they're so close together. Is it one that you top through and it pushes the yellow in afterwards? Oh, he's played it perfectly. What a shot that is.
A lot of power on that shot. And he's played that really well. And this black. No mistake. What a steal there from Andy Crosdale. He saw the shot, executed it, and he was so unlucky to not pull that off, but then played a fantastic combination shot.
Yeah, I think just thinking back to that pot that he had into that left centre, he's actually pinched some of the pocket to pot it near knuckle, so he could actually get an angle to come that down. There's Craig Marsh there, waving at us there. Or waving at you at home, should I say. So, I think he's safely in the last 32, is he?
Certainly is. Welcome return to form there from Craig.
He's won a few matches this weekend.
Yep. The arena's still very busy. Lots of matches going on. Better break this time from Gareth. Just tried to knock the black in, but everything as it should be. It's a great split. And I think reds will be his preferred colour here.
Yeah, I suppose the red in the top half of the table, I think it passes into the top right hand corner. But this has been no doubt probably the best break of the game so far. And he's made his mind up, and he's going to make very light work of these. Well, he'll be kicking himself. That last frame got away from him. If anything, he's just given himself a little bit of a talking to in his corner, and he's got to get his shooting boots on, otherwise he'll find himself out of this match.
Yeah, it was actually quite a careless leave from Gareth to leave Andy that shot. You know, he should have been mindful that you know, he was going to have to be creative. He was going to have to play some sort of skill shot, and he absolutely left him the perfect angle to play it. So it was just definitely a lapse in concentration. And this is going to test him. He's not got all of the bag here, I don't think. And there we go. He's clipped the yellow, missed the pocket, and this match is beginning to drift away from the Godfather. He is not at the races.
Yeah, we've not seen the best of Gareth a bit at all. Andy, another great long pot there. Well, yeah, how much of the previous frame, how important is that to the outcome of this match?
It's interesting because when Gareth was on the stream yesterday against Mark Boyle, he missed a similar shot in a similar way. He had just half a pocket, 3/4 distance, and he glanced one of Mark Boyle's balls that was, you know, in the way, and missed the pot. So it's a couple of times he's done that. Just not quite on his game this weekend to the usual standards that we expect from him, but he is only human.
Yeah, we all have bad days, bad weekends, and that's what we're seeing at the moment. Let's not take anything away from Andy Crowsdale. He's played some pretty good stuff on here. 6-2, one frame away from a place in the last 32 where he'll be playing Lee Anderson. That'll be another great match.
So it's a bit quiet on the chat today, folks. Are we all sunbathing? But yeah, let us know what you think. Any questions, you know, fire them away. We'll answer anything that we possibly can. Let us know where you're watching from as well. Always intrigued to see where people are tuning in from, watching the IPA. So we've been asked about any thoughts on an IPA Masters at our events. I presume that means over 50s. And unfortunately, no plans. We just physically haven't got the capacity to do anything else at the tours. They are just too busy. You know, nearly 300 players here this weekend. So, yeah, it's not something that's probably likely to happen. But on the plus side, we are doing an IPA Masters that is open to anyone. That is being held in December at McGoldrick's Pool and Snooker Bar, one of the best clubs in the UK, won several awards recently. And yeah, we're going to be delighted to be going up there to Paul and Natasha's club in Glasgow in December. So if you want to take part in that, entry is very simple. You just go to the shop on the IPA website, pay your entry fee, and you're in. And it doesn't really get much simpler than that, Mark.
No, it doesn't, and let me tell you, there has been lots of entries already for that event. Everybody is excited to be joining that one, and I suspect, just by the way it started off, that we're probably going to have to shut that entry very early on, because it is getting fuller and fuller every day, and it's definitely not one to be missed out on. I mean, if you think we've had 200 amateurs at this event, then we're only going to have about 70 amateur places in the Masters events, possibly 70 or 80. And that really tells you a story. There's not going to be many places available.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just quick shout to Andy Appleton, who asked the question about the IPA Masters. Andy doing a great job at his club over at the White Rose. Busiest clubs around. Known Andy a lot of years. Fantastic player in his day, Andy Appleton. Great player to watch. So again, just to whoa, what's he done with the white ball? Is it going to get a nudge from any ball? Is that yellow going to kick it in? Wow, he's got the pace of the table.
And maybe we're just seeing a little bit of frustration now from Gareth. He's just getting down. He's just not queuing as through as he wanted to. And this is not great times for Gareth a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, I won't say the word fault, but it's definitely an issue for him. You know, in the breaking, we've seen it, you know, in several tournaments where, you know, that white ball is tracking back to either of those corner bags on a regular basis.
Yeah, and I think with the break that he shows, that you've got to be queuing very straight to play that shot. You really do. Oh, and that's a foul. Darren Maidment, he believes he's hit the cushion first and then the object ball.
They're just going to try and check that one.
It's very, very tight, that was. It's a tricky one to tell, but Darren, he was right behind the shot.
Just to, whilst we've just got a break in the action, just to go through the planned schedule for today. This is our last 64 match. Then coming up next, we've got David Adenall and Dan Davey. That's a last 32 matchup. And then after that, we're going to be showing the amateur final between Ian Whitehorn and Matt Steeper. And I'm really looking forward to that match. I think both players are in some fantastic form.
Yeah, they are, and that'll be a very interesting one. It really will. And going to be a new name on an amateur trophy. That's always encouraging.
Yeah.
There's no one running away with the amateur rankings at the moment, so they keep sharing it out between them.
Well, it's impossible. I mean, there's so many very, very, very good players in the amateur ranks. So after the amateur final, the plan is to show a quarter final of the Open. Then we're going to have the ladies final, and then, all being well, one of the semi-finals, and then the final to wrap up a fantastic 3 days here in Coventry. But as you know, live sport never goes to plan. So, but that's the plan at the moment.
So Darren's looked back, has seen both players, and he's happy with the decision he's made, and he has given the foul shot. And now we can continue with the play.
Yeah, I mean,
he was right behind the shot.
He did the right thing by the players to check, just to be 100%. The technology's there, so, you know, why not use it? But yeah, he made the right call at the start, and the technology proved him to be correct.
Just a quick one on the ladies then. So we've got 2 ladies that's already into the semi-finals. Ashley Bird, she beat Tilly Edwards 6 frames to 5. That match went on at 11:30. I mean, Ashley Bird, she's no stranger to get into a final of a ladies event, so don't be surprised if she's in the ladies final later on. Amy Beauchamp against Danielle Randall, and Danielle Randall, she got to the previous final last time in Bradford. She's 3-2 up against Amy Beauchamp. She's a quality player. Then we've got Harriet Haynes. She's safely through, and she's had a 6-1 win over Yvonne Ewing. And in the final, quarter-final, Kelly Egan is playing Deb Birchall, and Kelly is 3-1 ahead there, 3 frames away from being in the semi-final. So still loads of action going off.
Yeah, just getting back to the chat. We've got somebody watching from Japan, Nagoya in Japan. That's pretty impressive. The Orkneys. And of course Joe Herring, he's in South Wales, working away. Let's give a thought to those who are having to work today.
I mean, let's just get back to this match, Kevin. I mean, this is looking like a possibility now of going to 6-4. I mean, that mistake from Andy Crosdale with that foul shot in the top right-hand corner that he played. All of a sudden, we're seeing Gareth Hibbert picking up the pace, and he's putting balls for fun now. 6-4, we've got a match on.
Yeah, this black, just to make it official, 6-4. And all of a sudden, Gareth Hibbert's found his potting pants.
He looks a bit more relaxed now in his seat. I mean, that's Andy Crosdale there, but just that quick glimpse we had of Gareth Hibbert there, and he looks a bit more relaxed. But I don't think Andy will be too worried just yet. And it's going to be Andy to break next.
Yeah, he's guaranteed at least 2 more breaks. But as we know, this game it does some strange things.
Yeah, Andy Crosdale is 1 frame away from getting into the next round. Corey Reese, he's also 1 frame away. Ross Fernie, 1 frame away from getting into the next round. Lots of games going off. Andy Crosdale's broke off, but look at this. The pool gods have gone. It's dry. And look at the way this table has opened out. This could be 6-5 in no time. And it will be Gareth to break next. I mean, he is a little bit of a loose break, Gareth, so we've not seen the best of him breaking off. Clock ticking down again. I mean, if that red, I think the red that you just pointed out there next to that yellow, does it pass into that top left-hand corner that we're looking at the screen now? Maybe it does. If it does, this is a simple finish. He's had to travel a bit more. Perfect. Now, maybe that red only just passes into the bottom right-hand corner. Yeah, and that is his only option, I think. This is a key shot then. Needs to be absolutely perfect on this. Drifting it down. Seems to have played that perfect. He's absolutely nailed the position there. And he's left this a very simple now. So he's a bit careful trying to get on the black. Looks like he's got a good angle there. Just needs to draw this back. Just above the middle pocket. How about this? A little bit more. Well, he's okay. He's going within 1.
He was absolutely perfect. No mistake. That black is gobbled up by that middle pocket. And it is truly game on.
It's amazing, these black ball rules, how these matches can turn around. I mean, he was 6-2 behind. He's now 6-5, and I mean, we'd all written Gareth Hibbert off. We'd put Andy pretty much in the next round against Lee Anderson. But all of a sudden, Andy's Crowdale, his back's going to be against the wall here. It's going to be Gareth Hibbert to break next. One thing Gareth has got to do, he's got to get his break working.
Just a reminder, next match coming up, Isle of Man's finest, David Adenall against Double D, Dan Davey. Last 32 match in the Fair.com British Open. Will it be after this frame? Oh, where's the white going? Where is the white going? Gareth Hibbert, what has happened to your break? Again, that was pretty unlucky.
I mean, where were the balls when the ball's travelling off the top cushion and going through the middle of the table into the bottom corner?
So this is the chance Andy Crowsdale has wanted. He's just going to develop that red, and now the frame is at his mercy. Frame and match. Just got to hold himself together, and he's going to be in the next round. And another big name is going to bite the dust.
You've got to say, this has been a great opening match. What was looking like it was going to be quite one-sided, and we haven't seen the best of Gareth Hibbert. It's all of a sudden made it into quite an exciting one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's ebbed and flowed. But is Andy Crowsdale going to be putting the last rights on this match?
He was a little bit short of pace there on that previous shot, but he's played this one to perfection.
He's absolutely nailed that one.
So these final two balls, simple red into the centre, followed by hopefully a simple black into the bottom right corner, and he's wasted no time in taking these out. This black then to safely get into the next round, and there you see it. Well played to Andy Crowsdale. He's into the next round. He looks like he's going to be playing Lee Anderson next, and didn't see the best there from Gareth Hibbert, but he'll be not too happy with his performance there today. But I'm sure we're going to see him back at the next tour, and no doubt we'll see him back here performing to a very good level next time. But as it is, Andy Crowsdale safely into the next round, 7 frames to 5. And that's been a pretty good year. I mean, when we do hear from Andy, he's going to be talking to Kevin in the studio. I'm sure he'll be saying he'll be happy to get over the line there. Makes a very good friend in Gareth Hibbert, and hopefully that interview should be coming up very soon. We're just seeing our referee Darren Maidment getting the table ready. Remember, next up is David Adenall against Dan Davey. That's going to be another great classic match, and that is one match I'm looking forward to. But before that, let's hand over now to Kevin Barton, who's talking to our winner, Andy Crowsdale.
Thanks, Mark. I'm here with Andy Crowy. We'll talk about the nickname later. I think that we saw just about everything from you in that match. Some absolute brilliance, and then some maybe a few careless ones, but just pleased to get over the line, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of what you get from me at the moment, to be fair. Some good, some bad. Yeah, the good, the bad, and the ugly are probably the best way to put it. But I mean, Gareth gave me a good few chances, to be fair. But then I was 6-2 up. I didn't really do a lot wrong. I'm thinking all of a sudden it's 6-5, and I'm thinking we're going 6-all, and I dry break, and I get beat 7-6. So anyway, I got over the line. So yeah, I'm really pleased with that result.
So yeah, I mean 6-5. Obviously, Gareth, class player. I mean, he was struggling a little bit. You know, he did miss one or two, but you know, he still got to get him. At the end of the day, he took some really nice finishes out there in times.
Yeah. Like I say, it's just the consistency is my problem. I've got really is he's putting it all together and keeping it at that sort of level, if you will. But when I do play well, I can still play.
Oh, we all know that. We all know that, Andy. That's, at 6-5 and Gareth to break, like you say, he's looking like 6-all, but he did struggle on his break a bit.
He did, yeah.
And obviously, he was unlucky as well, and the way the white went down the table in the bottom corner. And you know, you just got to hold yourself together, haven't you, and finish the job off.
Of course, yeah. Like I say, he went in off, I think, in the same bag, I think, maybe 3 times. And then, like you said, at the end, he was really unlucky, to be fair. The whites come round and just nothing you can do about that. But yeah, like I say, kept it together and took him quite nicely, to be fair, in the end.
Yeah. So you feel you've had a couple of matches today. Obviously, you've not played since Friday, so you've had a bit of a gap.
Yeah.
How has that been? How did you find it this morning?
Yeah, well, obviously, I've not played since Friday, which I got beat on Friday, to be fair, off Curtis Lee, who played really well against me. But yeah, it's kind of, you've just got to kind of take one match at a time, and I mean, it was 3-0 down in my first match. Managed to sort of come back and get the result in the end. But yeah, like I say, it's just one match at a time, innit, and just keep going.
So do you think you can play yourself into form?
Yeah.
Do you think that, are you one of these players, a couple of matches, I'm thinking of people like Simon Ward who don't practice a lot, and they come to tournaments,
Yeah.
And the first couple of rounds are their practice, and you've got all the experience in the world, haven't you?
Yeah, well, hopefully I can kick on from that result. Certainly beating somebody like Gareth, is undoubtedly going to give you a bit of confidence in it. So yeah, hopefully I can kick on. I think I've got another tough match next. Well, there is no easy matches, to be fair, is there? Let's have it right. I mean, I've got Lee Anderson next. It's another tough game. So, but yeah.
So we must have put all the Preston and
yeah,
Lancashire mob in the same part of the draw.
I think we were all in the same. Yeah, we were. Yeah.
You must have had lots of games with Gareth in the past, obviously being from the same area, and Lee, I guess.
Funny enough, Gareth, no, I haven't actually. I possibly think that might have been either the first or the second time I played him. Lee, I've played a few times. But yeah, Gareth, no, quite surprisingly.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I've not been getting to any finals here. He gets the lots, doesn't he?
Well, I guess sort of times of careers as well. You were really active on the circuit maybe sort of 10 years ago-ish.
Well, I don't. When I was active on the circuit, I don't think Gareth was even playing pool.
No.
Was he? Gareth was probably playing snooker, I think, at the time. So yeah, that's how
careers have sort of missed a bit.
Of course, yeah, definitely.
Well, it's a win. You're in the next round.
Yeah.
Who knows what can happen? Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks very much, Kev. Cheers.
And get a new nickname.
You're just jealous.
Thanks a lot, Andy.
Cool.
And good luck in the next round. And Mark's going to seamlessly come into the studio area. A win's a win at the end of the day.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he'll be pleased to get over the line there. He had a bit of a fright there towards the end, made it into a very exciting match. Gareth Hibbert, we've not seen the best of him, and no doubt, he'll come back bigger and stronger for the next event. And but good luck to Andy in the next round. He seems very in good spirits here, and he'll be happy. He won't be too happy with his performance, but you can only grow from that, can't you?
Yeah, he's realistic. He knows that he's going to, have a bit of rubbish in with the brilliance, and I guess it's just the timing of when the poor stuff comes into it, and he can still win matches. We all know how good he is. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, he's a great potter and very great to watch. Easy on the eye, isn't he? And he can only get better from that. And who knows? We could be seeing Andy in the latter stages later on.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see. Definitely. Well, coming up next, it's our commentators. No wonder we're having to do some overtime. We've got Dave Addinall, the Isleman's finest, their only professional player, against Double D, Dan Davey. What can we expect in this one, do you think, Mark?
Well, Dan Davey, I've always been very impressed with him. What we need to watch is his break. I mean, yesterday's break didn't work so well against Alex O'Donoghue, on Friday. But if he can get his break working today, he can go deep in this tournament. And he's no stranger to get into semi-finals, etc. David Addinall, we know what he's capable of doing. He's a brilliant player, more of an up-and-coming player. But Dan Davey, definitely favourite on pen and paper. So David Addinall's going to have a very tough match here.
Well, you've set it up perfectly again, Mark, and I guess you're in the commentary box again because all our commentators are playing. So we'll get the action underway. Our referee, Ben Taylor Fuentes, getting the players to lag off, and over to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Kevin.
Can we set that top table, please? Can we set that top table?
Well, I've ran all the way through from the studio here to the commentary box, and we're back again. I mean, I did say that first match it wasn't going to take too long, and it didn't. And I don't expect this one's going to take too long either. In a race to 7, it's pretty lethal out there. And I'm back in the commentary box with my sidekick today, Kevin Barton. We seem to be putting in a bit of overtime. I hope somebody's going to be paying these bills, Kevin.
Well, let's hope so. There's a big claim going in this weekend. But yeah, I was interested to say that you said that you ran from the commentary box.
Been limping all weekend.
I've seen your knee. I know you're not running anywhere.
I'm not.
And Dan Davies not going anywhere in this frame either. After again, pretty unlucky being kicked in off. But what a great opening opportunity for the Manxman.
Yeah, it is. I mean, as I did mention there in the studio about Dan Davies' break. If he does get that working, it's such a great weapon to have. But these reds, these don't look like they're too difficult. They've all got pockets. He's taking his extension first, which is probably the right thing to do, just trying to decide what his route is. I mean, this is definitely the right shot. Take his more difficult red out of the equation straight away. Well, he's more like developing it, and I like that shot. Seems to be thinking very cleverly early on. Always a good sign. And now these should be dot to dot.
Slightly out of position on this one. Probably have to take the white up and down. No, just taking his medicine.
Yeah, he's just keeping it simple, trying to keep it as simple as much. Sorry about the disturbance there. That's our tournament director coming in and directing what we're doing next. So.
I'm glad Rod knows what's going on.
Yeah, she does. They're doing a great job out there all weekend. Works tireless. She really does. Doing too many hours, if you ask me. We all seem to be, Kevin, don't we?
Yeah, that loose positional shot from David Addinall. Thought it was going to cause him a bit of trouble, but he's recovered the situation there. That was a lot better shot than it looked.
He's cued that like a dream, but as you said, that one lacks positional shot, and he's been chasing this clearance. So it's not been an orthodox clearance. Is that red going to drop? No. It's not going to drop. I don't think the pockets are that big. And that was a great chance there from David Addinall, and
bit of early nerves, I think, there.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is the first frame, so can't be too critical. I mean, this is the first time David's been on this TV table this weekend as well. But he's no stranger to being on this.
No prizes for guessing what's coming up next.
I wouldn't be surprised if he went for it, though. I mean, if them yellows do pop, there's no reason why he wouldn't go for them. And there you see it. They do pop. He's not going to give in David any chances. I mean, especially with that red over the pocket, that might have just changed his mind of going all out attack for these. Seems to be playing with some authority.
Yeah, I spoke to him briefly earlier after he won in the last round. He said something's clicked. I said, I think that's your knees.
Yeah, we didn't see a great performance from him against Alex O'Donoghue on this table on Friday. But that's firmly out of your mind now. We're into Sunday. It's a different day. And he'll be pleased to get another opportunity in this first frame. It's so important to start early on, especially in these race to 7s. They're quite brutal. Well, yeah, Dan Davies seems to be striking the ball pretty well. He hasn't got the best of angle here, though. Might have to leave himself a longish yellow. I'm not sure what angle he's got on this one. Oh, he's called it through his extension. Just going to take a bit more time over this. Just needs to draw this back on and off the cushion and just make sure he leaves himself a nice straight pot. He's coming off 2 cushions. Just so he could get even closer to it. What a shot that was.
He struck that absolutely beautifully. He's really firing these balls into the pocket, playing with so much confidence.
Yeah, he's sending a message out to David Adenall, and we've definitely seen some early frame nerves from David there. And well, David had first chance there, but Dan Davey sending out the message. That's exactly what you need to do. He's 1-0 ahead. Very calm in his seat there, Dan Davey. Won't be too happy with his break off going off, but it was a bit unlucky.
Yeah, and David didn't capitalise. And how crucial will that be in these very short races to 7? Turning points, they can happen in any frame. Was that the turning point of the match that we've just seen? Time will tell.
Very controlled break there, but no ball. And it's an open table. And looking first glance at them, the red seems to be the favourites, but both got difficulties.
Yes, there is almost a case for yellows. Because that yellow on the top left-hand quadrant does go into that right corner, I think. So, yeah, I mean, reds are probably his favourite, but, you know.
Yeah, the only problem is that red in the bottom half of the table, well, the only red in the bottom half of the table, that's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, he can attack it from this red into the centre pocket, but he's not guaranteed to leave himself on anything, because there's like a wall of yellows.
Yeah, that might be the reason why he's turned that option down, but that isn't great, kissing that red, and he's making this a little bit harder than it was before.
I mean, the red at the bottom end of the table, I think, does go in the left centre. So if he can leave his penultimate ball so that he can get on it into that pocket, he wouldn't have to move it.
No, because he's not that red safe, he's had to try and get it out.
Fizzing that white with around the table with side.
I've said this about Dan Davey, he's very attacking. He's not scared of going for any finishes here. But I think him going for this finish, he's going to be leaving himself, he's going to probably need a little bit of luck as well. Does that come out okay? Seems to have. But that left centre where he said that yellow, that is below, sorry, that red that's below that yellow, that doesn't go in that left centre currently. But he has got a red there that he can remove that yellow if he wanted to.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to take the one that's nearest the top left corner pocket next. Try and leave himself a nice angle on the one into the centre to take it off the yellow, possibly. I think he'd have liked just a little bit more on that one.
Yeah, I mean, if he needs to play the big pocket now, but he has to get the cannon. That yellow is just pointing at there. That he's going to be cannoning into that with the white ball. If you can get a nice cannon, or I don't think he can get a cannon on that yellow actually. And well, he's still got a pot on, I think, but it's not easy. And there's no guarantees of getting position after this pot. Definitely relying on a little bit of good fortune now. He's played that well though. That's a very well controlled cannon.
Yeah, you could see he was lining that up to hit that yellow half ball, played it perfectly. And he can just dribble this one into the left centre to leave the easy black. And a fast start from Double D. As he moves into a 2-0 lead, his opponent taps the table, acknowledging a nice finish.
Yeah, it was a nice finish. A reverse clearance as well. David Adnell been sat in his seat for a while now. Had to watch Dan Davey take that chance he got off him in the first frame. Then he's just cleared up off his break. And he's going to be sat in his chair a little bit longer because Dan Davey to be breaking next. Another chance to see Dan Davies break. I do think it's a pretty good break that he's got. Always goes head on ball. You never see him take the cut break on. He just sticks with one break only. And this break does really suit his style of play.
Wow. We had the perfect angle there. Great work by our cameraman to see the white tracking back towards that pocket and then just getting dumped in by one of the object balls.
Yeah, it had no chance of survival when it went near that top pocket. There was balls flying at it. But now David Adnell, this is another opportunity for him. You've got to feel he has to take this chance.
Yeah, probably just going to plant the red onto the yellow, pot the yellow, and then promptly go for reds. First part done.
He played a nice little clever shot there, developed all the reds, and he didn't use his extension. So he did rush himself into that shot towards the end there. I felt like he didn't have to. But now, surely he is going to be taking his third frame.
Yeah, I think the order that he takes these in is absolutely critical because whilst they do look very easy, if he doesn't take them in the right order, he could get himself into a little bit of trouble here.
Well, he's only going to have an option of one pot here. Someone into that top left-hand corner on your screen now.
Yep, so it does boil down to this positional shot. You can see what he's lining up. The bottom of those reds into the left centre.
It's a little bit short of angle. Should be okay. Is that one of them that he can screw on and off the cushion, or can he get through to this one? Looks tight from our camera angle. He could get
Where's
through.
the black
to
going?
And that is a disaster. Can he get on this black? He's only got one pocket for it to go. Can he dislodge it out?
Yeah, he's undercut it.
He's just not got into that at all. I mean, he had the perfect draw back there. And what can he do with this black now? You feel another opportunity is going to get away from David here, unless he can produce some magic.
He's going to be very, very frustrated at that. And it all boiled down to that shot that we said that was the key positional shot. He just didn't have the right angle. It forced him to take another option. And it put the black in a pretty awkward position. And it all unravelled a little bit.
Yeah, it did. And I think that last shot just showed his frustration. And Dan Davey, can't see any problems here because both of them yellows, they look like they pass into the top right hand corner. If not, one of them definitely does. Again, striking the ball with such authority. And look at the way he's drawn that back into perfect position.
That was as sweet a shot as you can hit. Absolutely timed that to perfection. What has happened there? What has happened there?
Well, I'm in shock. Is he? I think he's just took his foot off the gas, maybe, and just thought, "Oh, this is easy now. I'm striking the ball too well." And David Adenall is got back to the table when we all expected he was going to be 3-0 down. It's now 2-1. Wow. Extraordinary what things can happen in this game. And Dan Davey would be very disappointed there. And that momentum that he's just got from them last 2 frames is just been knocked back.
That is going to take the wind out of his sails. That can only be concentration, because the shot before was, you just can't play the shot any better. And then just to miss that easy pot, it can only be down to concentration. Someone's put a big IPA sticker in the middle of the table. We'll have to get the table mechanics to get that removed.
Didn't see that earlier when we set up. Amazing work. David Adenall, has he got an extra spring in his step now? He has off his break.
Yeah, great break, great control. Take your pick. Take your pick out of them.
Yeah, I mean, there is like a lot of balls that's clustered together, but they've all got pockets, so there's opportunities.
Yeah, I think Reds are the ones here.
Yeah, the only things with the Reds is that he's got the opening pot. It's one that he's got to make sure he gets a good control of, or he'll be canning into balls. So, he's played it well. I didn't realise he can get through to that one in the corner. And now these have just opened up, just with one shot. The only thing we can see him going wrong here is him not leaving himself the correct angle to drift up table.
That's pretty good. He can pot this one into the centre. Maybe screw the white back up for the one on the top rail.
Yeah, we've already seen him under-hit one of these similar kinds of shots. Well, he's not under-hitting this one.
Doesn't want to be straight. But, I think he's okay. Nice bit of angle. He's just using that balk line as a guide. He just wants to be just past that line.
Wobbled in.
He didn't get past the line. Hit it a little bit thick. And now he's got to judge this cannon. Otherwise, it could be another missed opportunity.
Well, he continues keeping cannon into balls, but he's not bothered. Just keep potting them. And they're straight black now to level this matchup. And he looks a different player now.
Yeah, he's certainly getting warmed up himself now. And that 2-0 lead that Dan Davey had that was looking like 3-0. It's been wiped out, and we're back where we started, all equal. And I think the early nerves now have gone from David Adenall. And now we've got a real match on our hands now.
Yeah, we certainly have. This is a very similar start to our previous match between Andy Crowsdown and Gareth Hibbert. And all 4 of the opening frames, they could have gone to one side quite easily, and we've just seen exactly that in this match. So, never a chance to look at the Dan Davey break. Got kicked in off last time, but when you travel that close to the corner pocket, that's what can happen. So, let's have a look at Dan Davey. He'll want to get back to winning frames as soon as possible. There's no better opportunity than to do it off your own break. Right, and he's going to have a chance to possibly do that. These yellows don't look bad.
think those yellows look very, very appetising indeed. In fact, I'd goes to say, Mark, I'd fancy you to get these, even with your bad knee.
I'm not sure about me getting them because I even picked up a cue this weekend. Well, I did. I picked it up from out of the house to bring it with me, but what a waste of time that was. Yeah, these yellows, they are there for the taking, and this match is heating up. And now David Adino, he's got a spring in his step. Can Dan Davey reply with a great finish here? I mean, it should be quite easy from here. Surely it can't go wrong.
Changed his mind on the shot there.
Yeah, I think he was going to all of a sudden screw it on and off the cushion. The next minute, he's top through on and off the top cushion. So, yeah, change that halfway through. Sometimes not a great thing to do, is it?
Where's this white going? It's going to be no man's land if it keeps running.
He's going to be overreaching here. He's not the tallest of chaps.
No, he's only 5 foot nothing. He's Ardan.
Oh,
he's just about okay.
So very athletic here, Ardan is. And he's perfect now. Just needs to make sure he leaves himself that gap. Going on and off the cushion. And now this simple black to regain the lead, 3-2. And that's exactly what you needed to do. Wow, that white was travelling a little bit closer than he thought. And just kept running.
Why did he not just stun that in?
Yeah, he normally does. He don't roll anything through. He punches everything in. Well, Dan Davey is back in the lead. David Adino, he's going to want to reply with a. I mean, we saw him break off lovely last time. Is that going to continue?
Yeah, 3-2 to the man from Reading, cafe owner. Very, very nice place. I think cafe's a bit of an unfair word. It's more of a bistro type place. Yeah, get some great reports. Again, being nominated for some awards, so it's a fantastic achievement for Dan and his team. He's up against David Animal, who's just got a new job in the bank. Solid break, no danger. Ball potted, so what can he make of these? I think Reds look to be the favourite here.
Yeah, there is issues on both colour sets. I mean, the obvious issues are ones on that left-hand cushion.
Yeah, I'm thinking that this red that's near what would be a black spot on the snooker table, he could pop that into the right corner. Not off this shot, but get position on it, pot it into the right corner, and then just try and disturb that red and yellow.
Well, he's gone exactly all against what you've just said there, Kevin. I mean, that was, well, a bit of a crazy shot, really. Yeah. See, he was moving balls and he didn't know where they was going to.
This is not easy.
He's not wasting any time. Seems to be on a mission. So, I mean, I think he must have set out his stall thinking that red, once I clear this middle area, then it will double quite easily. So there's no wrong in playing a double. It's just player's preference. And I think he's going to back himself to get that double as his last ball, possibly. Not sure he's going to have any other option now. I think that red on the baulk line just passed into the top left-hand corner. That's why he's left himself a deeper angle on this one to drop down for it. Yeah, he's down very quickly. Wasting no time. Needs that to bounce.
Nice angle.
I don't think he's going to go into it. I think he should just play the double.
Yeah, I think you're right. But he's got such a nice angle. It's going to be hard to resist having a go.
That's coming into ball, so I wouldn't be surprised He did try and play the gap. I'm not sure about that selection now.
I think he just quit a little bit on that shot. I don't think he got through that at all.
Well, he's straight down again. I think we're going to see a bit of a leg and lamb. He's tried the reverse double.
There's balls flying around the table everywhere, but nothing's hit the pocket.
Yeah, he's got a bit of insurance there with that red just covering that yellow, but I'm expecting the worst now. And
Yeah.
Dan Davey could be opening up a 2-frame lead once again. But I know Dan, he likes to try and take these finishes out, even though there is a bit of difficulty. I mean, yeah, there is an easy safety shot, but does he want to give Davey an opportunity to go up there? Because it is close to that pocket. I mean, he has got a shot now to try and make something happen in that top left-hand corner.
Yeah, we'll see. See how aggressive he wants to be. He's got easy snooker options. He can just stun the one that's bit next to the black, just to leave an easy snooker, which he has done.
Yeah, and the way that he's played that yellow, he'd be pleased to have seemed to have blocked off a bit of that angle from just a one cushion escape. Or has he got one cushion escape on the side? He has.
He might be looking to go 2 cushions.
Yeah, it is. He didn't have
Behind
the one
it.
cushion.
It just slid a little bit off the first cushion.
A nice little pot there from Dan, and now we are probably seeing him. He's going to reopen this 2-frame lead. Now 2 simple balls remaining. Seems to have taken his time a little bit on this finish. Obviously, I mean, this is getting to a really crucial stage of this match. Just taking a bit more time. No wrong in that. So this black to the centre pocket. 4-2 lead. There you see it. It's down. And it's going to be Dan Davey to break next as well. Could he open up a 3-frame lead? These race of 7s are quite brutal. You have to take pretty much every chance.
Yeah, and just at the moment, a few too many errors from David Addinall. You can't make those errors against quality players. You will just get punished. And that 4-2 scoreline, if he'd have taken his chances, could have been the other way around. He'd have been feeling a lot better about things. 4-2 it is.
Yeah, so we have got the last 32. That's underway now. Liam Dunster, our number 1 plays 3-0 against Jordan Parkinson. Gary Southern against Danny Frame, 2 amateur players there, 2-1 currently. Andy Crosdale, we've seen earlier on, he's beaten Lee Anderson 1-0. Curtis Lee against Craig Marsh to battle the Welsh boys. Curtis is 3-1 ahead. There is other games underway as well, but they're very early stages.
Good break from Dan, but it's dry.
Mark Farnsworth, number 2 seed. He's 4-2 up against a new professional, Charlie Begley. That's an interesting matchup there. So you can just see him on the table directly opposite this table now. That's where Mark Farnsworth and Charlie Begley's playing. Charlie Begley's currently at the table there. So maybe he's going to be reducing that to 4-3 now. Craig Brown, you remember, World Championship semi-finalist. He's 5-4 ahead against John Herridge in the last 64. Ryan Clark, he's struggling along. He's 3-2 down against John Joe Sharkey.
He's just nudged that black. Has he nudged it closer to the cushion? Is it still potable? It's right on that knuckle.
Ladies semi-final lineup is nearly complete. There is one semi-final in action already. Amy Beauchamp, she did beat Danielle Randall in the N6 frames to 4. She's now playing Ashley Bird in the first semi-final. That's currently 1-0 to Ashley Bird. Harriet Haynes still waiting for her opponent, and it's Kelly Egan 5, Deb Birchall 5. They're into decider to find out who plays Harriet Haynes. I'll keep you up to date with that one. That is some exciting stuff there in the ladies' event. And whoever gets through on either of them semi-finals, it's going to be a terrific final.
Oh, what a shot, David Addinall.
He just pots that black nonchalantly, really does. He's got to feel a little bit better now. And Dan Davey can't get too far away from him. And making a bit of a match-up here. Well, we're going to see this go into a best of 3, is it? Sorry. Yeah, is it? Yeah, sorry, best of 5. Best of 5. I'm getting all confused now. Because I keep mentioning all the frames that are going off. Getting excited and seeing the score lines.
Yeah, there's an old saying, Mark, don't do maths while commentating.
Oh, well, thanks for telling me that after I've been doing it all already. I love advice after I've chucked myself under the bus myself and that.
So, but first of all, David Addinall, he needs to keep this momentum going. White safe, is there getting a ball in? He's his turn to be dry.
Yeah, that's not the first time for David. It really isn't. And just stopped him from getting a little bit of momentum. And Dan Davies back at the table. It's not an easy table. I mean, the obvious shot is to play the plant first, but is that going to benefit him? Probably not. This needs to come out for him. Can he get enough angle to clear the pocket? He can. So, the yellows. They're not nice.
I think that's okay though, Mark. I think that yellow that's sort of clustered around those, surrounded by those 3 reds, does that go in off the red into the centre?
Yeah, but can he hit enough of the yellow? I suppose he can. Yeah, that's what he's lining up now, possibly. And he has got a ball in the bottom half of the table to make sure he gets in prime position. So, yeah, it's probably going to be a good chance now. He's on his hardest yellow, or the most difficult yellow he needs to take out early rather than later. Just a tricky little one, just to make sure he does just drop this in, but he needs to draw it back a little bit, and he's played that well. Very well. Very good cueing. It's going to be his last ball, and he's going to be hoping he's going to have a shot at the black. There's no reason why he shouldn't after he takes the difficult yellow out last. So important that he leaves his cue ball in the right position. He's on and off the cushion, played it very sort of positively. I like to see that.
Yeah, looks pretty perfect.
Doesn't have to do a lot now, does he? Just make short of this yellow. And he has done. He's got a pretty simple cut back into the top left-hand corner to open up the 2-frame lead again. And he seems to be well in control of this match at the moment. And there you see it, 5-3. 2 frames away from getting into the next round. David Adenall, that dry break. Dan Davies seems to be punishing David Adenall's dry breaks.
And the winner of this match will potentially have a date in the last 16 with the world champ, Liam Dunster, who is currently 4-0 ahead and cruising against Jordan Parkinson.
You can see Liam Dunster on that camera shot that does show the arena. He's on table 13, it's a bit on the top right of your screen when we do go back to that angle. Right on the far wall, you just see him queuing up his cue now. He's at the table, so he's probably looking like going 5-0 ahead.
Yeah, just a few other latest scores. Charlie Begley's pulled it back. He's just trails Mark Farnsworth by the odd frame, 4-3.
Very good player Charlie Begley is, and I wouldn't be surprised if he pushes Mark Farnsworth right to the end in that match. He seems to be hitting a little bit of form.
And Craig Marsh, who was trailing 3-1 against Curtis Lee, they're now even at 3-0. And Andy Crosdale, who we saw in the match earlier, he's taken an early 2-0 lead against Lee Anderson. But there's a lot of matches still going on the outer tables. A lot of very close matches.
Remember, we've got the amateur final coming up after this match between Matt Steeper and who else is it?
Ian Whitehall.
I've just lost names then. Ian Whitehall. I had it in my head and then didn't remember it when I wanted to come and say it. So yeah, that's going to be a classic. That ladies quarter final, still 5-5. There must be a little tippy-tappy game going off there, a bit of safety. That semi-finals now 1 frame each between Ashley and Amy. I like the Sundays, Kevin. There's so much going off, and we have to keep flicking from competition to competition, but it's so good to keep everybody up to date with what's going off. It's exciting. It's like a finals day Sunday.
Yeah, there certainly is a hive of activity in the arena. Lots of matches going on. Been a really fantastic atmosphere at the venue this week. I think the players have thoroughly enjoyed it, and we have seen some absolutely cracking pool.
Oh, he's cued that well.
Needs to slow down.
Oh,
Just okay.
I mean, can he hold this for the black? I'm expecting he should be okay. He might be a little bit out of a bit more of a tougher black than he wanted, but
I think he can just drop this in.
He's overcut it
Wow,
though.
I didn't expect that. He played that with check side, and that's interesting because I would have played that with left hand side, so that I could have hit the object ball a little bit fatter, just to control the speed of the white ball. So that's interesting to see.
I think all players have all got their own shots, haven't they? And it's very hard to. I mean, you're probably on a 50-50 there of which player would have played which shot. Oh, he's got to forget about that one now, because David Adenau's back at the table. Yeah.
I think as well, the position of the red, he might be forced to go for these.
Oh, well, we're going to see him just tuck it up, but you've got to say it'll be an easy escape if he does. He's got to make his mind up, because I've heard that beep and that clock is ticking down. Oh, he's changed his mind.
He's missed the pot. Oh, it's gone in.
He's played that well, though, really. Yes, he was a bit close to comfort from that ball dropping, but the cannon he made there to leave himself perfectly for this one in the centre. Still got a tricky yellow. I mean, the one that's in the bottom half of the table, the one at the lower end, that does have a pocket. It's not the obvious pocket that you'd like to take it into. Can he get on into it soon?
So again, there's usually one key positional shot, and this is it. He needs to make sure he leaves the right angle on the yellow that is, well, above the black as we look on the overhead, so that it can stun the white across for his last yellow into the same pocket. But he's hit that a little bit too thick.
I think that's a bit nervy.
That's pressure. That is pressure. Usually when you hit them too thick like that, it is the pressure that is taking its toll.
Yeah, he didn't look comfortable on that shot at all. And now Dan Davey with a very easy red over the pocket. Needs to get position. He's overdone it a bit. This black is a lot more difficult than it should have been.
And is the white in off, or is that yellow just stopping the in off? I think the yellow is just in the way, so he can just focus on the pot. And that is a tremendous pot there from Dan Davey.
Yeah, it was. I mean, yes, it went into the foul jaw, but he just gave it every chance of dropping. And Dan Davey, one frame away now. David Adenau, he's had his chances in this match. He really has.
Yeah, I think I spoke with David this morning, and he felt his game was in good shape. He thought he lost 8-7 on Friday to Scott Anderson, but he said, he didn't do anything wrong. He just didn't get a shot in the last frame, and that was that. But so he was, feeling pretty confident coming into this match, and so was Dan. It's not over yet. Still time for plenty more twists and turns yet. That's all he can do. Just focus on this frame, this shot. Where's the white? He's okay. He's a ball potted. Balls are safe. And it's good news he's at the table, but there's work to do, whichever colour he wants to go for. Well, he's just not wasting any time now.
Straight into his problem area, but it hasn't come out well. And has he got a pot? Is that a big pocket into the right centre? I mean, it's a horrible shot. But does he feel like he needs to take that on now? I don't think he's got any other options. I don't think it goes into. Let's go take it into the top left-hand corner, is he? He is taking it in the top left-hand corner. Oh, didn't really threaten the pocket. And is that the sign of the end of this, coming to the end of this match now? And Dave is at the table. I mean, these reds are not pretty. One good shot, it can open them all up. That's a great opening pot there from Dan. And now has he got the ball to drift down there and make something happen with them three that's on the cushion. I mean, I feel probably he needs to take the one above the middle pocket first. Just dropping that in, then come back, make sure he leaves himself a similar angle to what he had before. Seems to be a little bit straighter than he was. So maybe he just needs to re-navigate what he was going to do. So key shot, he's opened them up, and he'll be okay with that. I mean, it's not perfect. I mean, all depending on how much he can pot them two reds, he feel possibly he could need to take the plant first. Oh, Dan, he'll know exactly what he needs to do. He's right behind the shots. We're seeing the closing moments now of this match. He is taking the plant first. So this red's going to be drifting up towards the middle pocket. He's played this perfectly. Absolutely perfect. And now, what a clearance this has been from Dan Davey. Really showing that he's playing with some good confidence. Playing with such authority, pinging the balls in. Not perfect on his final red, but he'll not be bothered. He'll just be make sure he leaves himself a shot of the black. Make sure the pot first, though, Dan, and you can get yourself a chance of getting into the next round. These last two balls, great pot, and he's left himself a perfect shot now for a pretty good victory. And there you see it. It's been a pretty good performance from Dan Davey there. I thought David Adino was a little bit edgy towards in that match. Some of the chances didn't really go his way. His break didn't. He had a couple of dry breaks and got punished both times from Dan Davey. But Dan Davey probably deserved a little bit more to be in the next round, and he'll be definitely happier. But yes, Dan Davey into the next round. You can see lots of matches going off in the arena. I can tell you that ladies' quarter-final is over. Deb Birchall has managed to get through 6-5 against Kelly Egan, and she is going to be playing Harriet Haynes, and that is a repeat of the World Final this year back in Bradford. Surely Deb Birchall, she's going to want some revenge over Harriet. Is that going to be possible? That match will be underway at 3:15. But remember, we've got the amateur final up next after an interview. Now, I'm going to hand over to the studio with Kevin Barton, who's talking to Dan Davey.
Mark, I'm here with Dan. Dan, some people would do anything not to do any commentary. But well played. Through to the next round. You tell us your thoughts on the match.
Yeah, just haven't got a commentator today, hopefully. No, I played quite well, actually. I don't like normally playing at 9 in the morning. I hate it. But because I wear contact lenses, they need time to settle. So I came down at just gone 8 this morning and had a good sort of like half an hour to myself, and it really, really helped. I played well first match, well second match. Couple of silly mistakes, but I played pretty good. I felt good. And I didn't feel good yesterday. Friday. It was like a long time ago now. Yeah, but I'm just happy to be free, really.
Yeah. I mean, you started off like a train. You know, you said. I mean, I spoke to you before, and you said that you felt something that clicked today, and that you were playing well. And then you cued one sweet into the top left corner. Then inexplicably missed probably the easiest pot you're going to miss all week. Just let Dave back in, and then it was a bit nip and tuck, and then you came strong at the end.
Yeah, it's one of the things I tend probably is a weakness of mine sometimes. When I am playing well, it's kind of like managing playing well and not getting complacent sometimes and taking your eye off silly little shots, little lapses of concentration, and yeah, that was one of them. To go 3-0 up, wasn't it? You're on about yeah, but I'll stay calm, just try and put it to the back of your mind and get on with it. Really, you can't beat yourself up about it.
Yeah, I mean, you've showed signs this season of getting back to your very best form. It's just not quite happened. Do you think you're close to that now? Is it almost getting back to where you want it to be?
Well, I mean, before this weekend, I'd have said definitely not. But I've always been that sort of player, really, where something will click and I just sort of feel good. I don't play an awful lot. I need to play more. I will start playing more and preparing myself better for tournaments. But yeah, I think that just having a little knock this morning and just waking myself up really helped. And yeah, I can be blooming awful sometimes. Do you know what I mean? I think how have I ever won anything? But then other times, yeah, you something kind of clicks. Second, third match of the day, you start to feel like you're queuing well. You break a lot better. So fingers crossed.
And how did you find the conditions playing in the arena?
Nice, yeah. Bloody warm over here with these things in your face, but it's actually quite nice and cool out there. Air conditioning's working a treat. I'm thinking of staying here till Tuesday. Just book it.
We might all be here till Tuesday if we can't get trains and whatever.
Yeah.
And just a word about David. A few uncharacteristic errors, positional errors from him. Just almost stopped any momentum that he was building, just to really seriously challenge you.
Yeah, I think it did a little bit. I think that's the first time I've ever played Dave, which is weird. He's been on the tour for a long time. I'm pretty sure it's the first time I can remember playing him. And I thought before we played, well, he'll probably enjoy playing on the shot clock because he's a quick player. And yeah, a couple of little lapses. If anything, he seemed to play a bit too quick even for him, really. Sort of caught himself out a couple of times maybe. But, you know, I'll take the win.
Yeah. And potentially, he was 5-0 up, potentially a clash with the world champ Liam Dunster in the next round. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, good.
Happens?
Yeah. Good. I like playing him. I like the challenge. I like playing the best players. If you're going to lose to anyone, you probably at least lose to sort of the best on the planet than lose against someone you probably shouldn't be losing to or lose early doors. But I'm looking forward to it. I'm playing pretty well. I'm breaking pretty well. See what happens.
Good. Well, we look forward to it as well, Dan. But we'll let you off commentary for now, whilst he's still in. And good luck. If it is Liam, good luck in the next round. And
cheers.
Hopefully see you later on.
Thank you.
So Dan Davey gets the win under his belt. He takes his place in the last 16, I think. From memory serves
if he
me
does,
right.
he's not taking a place in the commentary box, is he? So a few more stints from me and you, Kevin.
I mean, there was some impressive stuff there from Dan. Yes, a couple of little errors, but overall, he's got to be pleased with where his game's at going into a potential clash against Liam.
Yeah, and I think what was notable about Dan's game was the way that the authority he was punching the balls in, playing with a lot of confidence. And normally that can send a real message out to your opponent, and a very positive one, to be honest.
Yeah, so we'll see how he fares on. The women's game is bubbling up nicely. We're going to see the final of that a bit later on, but the semi-final lineup is complete now. I think Deb Birchall came through that.
She did 6-5, yeah, and she was 5-3 down in that match against Kelly Egan. And that's a repeat of the 2022 World Final, Harriet Haynes against Deb Birchall. So, and I think Deb, she wants some revenge against Harriet. Is that going to be possible in Coventry? We're going to have to wait and find out. That match is underway in the next 15 minutes, I think. The other semi-final between Amy and Ashley, that's going ahead now. That was locked at 2 frames each. So it's very tasty in the ladies' game. And that final, I think we've scheduled it for around 6 o'clock. It could be earlier, all depending on how games go today. But yeah, it's going to be one to look forward to.
And can anyone beat Harriet? Can anyone end because she is the dominant force at the moment in the ladies' game?
Absolutely, and since she won the world title back in February, she hasn't looked back from then on. She's won both tour events, etc., and she seems to be winning other events in the UK as well, and she does seem to be becoming the dominant force. But she has been beaten, but it's just about whether they can do it at these stages. So it's not impossible not to beat her. Deb Birchall playing some great stuff. Don't be surprised if she's in the final.
No, well, that's coming up later. And now a match I'm really looking forward to watching, the amateur final. It started 9 o'clock Friday morning. About 190 players got the event underway. We're down to the final 2 today. They played the semi-finals this morning. And Ian Whitehorn and Matt Steeper
Tell us a bit about these two players and what we can expect.
Yeah, well, these two players, they've been about for a while. You know, Matt Steeper, he's more known for a bit of a money match player from Scunthorpe, so pretty local to myself, to be honest. Then we've got Ian Whitehall, and he's local to our co-commentator. I don't know if we have got a co-commentator, but yeah, Dan Fairway does a lot of commentating. He lives local to him. He's even done a little bit of work for us with a little bit of lighting as well. I don't think lighting's his speciality, but he did a great job at that time. But yeah, Ian and Matt, it's going to be a very interesting match-up. They've both got their own sort of styles, and Matt's a bit more methodical, I think, where Ian is very attacking. And it's going to be a very different, like I said, different contrast of styles, and it'll be an interesting match-up.
Yeah, and they're going to have to get used to the conditions, playing in the arena, the 30-second shot clock, which they won't have done throughout the tournament, but for the final they do. How do you think they're going to cope with those conditions?
Well, Matt played on this. It's funny you say that. Matt played on this table at 9 o'clock this morning, so he played Adam Griffiths, and then also Ian Whitehall, and he played straight after on this table. So they've already played on this table, yes, not under the TV lights, with the pressure of the shot clock or the pressure of having us in commentary talking great things about him, etc. So yeah, now it is time to tell who is the man and who is the boy.
Yeah, and I saw a bit of Matt Steeper playing yesterday, and he looked mighty impressive, I can tell you that. But Ian Whitehorn was 6-2 down this morning against Lee Anderson in his semi-final, and he came back to win 7-6. I think this has got all the makings of a classic.
Yeah, it certainly has. Don't be surprised if this goes down to last frame, because both of these two players, I've spoken to them both pretty much most of the morning, and that both of these want this title so badly. It's just another great title to have on the CV, one that I'm very looking forward to seeing.
Absolutely. So I think the referee's ready. I'm just trying to see who's. It's Rick. He's just talking to the players now. And how do you think the players are going to be feeling? Who's going to adapt with the nerves and the situation the best, do you think?
I like Ian Whitehorn's style because I find him a little bit. I think he's used to the big stages. He's got a bit more confidence about him. But you'll see an arrogance from Matt Steeper, and sometimes I love to see the arrogance in a professional pool player. And let's not forget about Matt Steeper. He qualified to be a professional pool player, turned it down for personal reasons, and wanted to stay as an amateur for a little bit longer until he learned a little bit more about the game. So he's no stranger to being in major events. So it's going to be a cracker.
He's certainly learning very fast. Well, I think we're going to be handing over to you again in the commentary box, Mark. And so I think we need to get the referee to get the players to lag and get this underway. And Mark will talk you through it. Over to you guys.
Thanks, Kev. No, it's not Mark. it's Dan Fairway back in the commentary box for the amateur final, and I'm joined by another amateur, Luke Johnson.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Luke.
Looking forward to this one, Dan.
Yeah, me too. Now I'm going to set my stall up right away here.
Yeah, I think you should actually.
I'm going to try and be as impartial as I possibly can, but as Pick has mentioned in that interview, I'm very local to Ian. We practice a lot. We play against each other a lot.
Same pool team, or
actually last season, yes.
Yeah.
So
okay.
yeah, we've been teammates.
So we know you're supporting here then.
I'm not. I'm going to try not to make it as obvious as that, but yes. However,
it's hard.
I get on well with Matt. I've played him before. We had a good chat after the game. He's a fine player. And actually both of these two are, and this should be a cracker of a final. This is a final worthy of the amateur title, that's for sure. I had a quick word with Ian before the game, and again, in the interview before this, they were talking about who's going to deal with the pressure more. And Ian was saying how one of his biggest strengths is being able to compartmentalise his game and actually detach himself from this situation. So we'll see if that continues here, and if he can just... He's good under pressure.
He certainly looks relaxed in the chair, I must admit.
He does.
It's a big occasion, though. He's never been here before, I presume?
He's been on the stream table. I don't think he's made an IPA amateur final before, but he's made a couple of finals. He's certainly been on TV a couple of times now. I don't think he's ever won in this situation just yet.
Okay. So Matt chose the cut break there, and they've come out a little bit tricky, to be honest. There's problems with both sets of balls.
What would you be going for here?
It sort of can't really go with any decision, really. I mean, you could go with either, and there's not really an answer to this. He's chose reds.
I mean, I think all the reds.
Well, they do go, especially where he's finished now. I think if he's got the angle just to top straight through onto the side cushion, he's perfect.
Yeah, he's
off the
got
one
to
in
be
the
a
middle.
little bit careful of moving those two yellows.
Yeah, you don't want to flick the two yellows into the red.
Obviously, if he gets this one, the key shot is going to be how he gets on that one in the ball end, because that's a bit awkward as well. You want to get nicely on that.
Yeah. I think it is a natural route, though. If he takes this one into the middle, one into the bottom left as we look, he's just got to make sure he comes off the cushion so he can jack up and get up to the bulk line.
Yes.
He's going the different route here.
This is interesting.
Must have been more angle on the red in the middle than we thought.
Oh,
that's smelly now, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not gone
It's a bit
well.
scrappy now.
I think he couldn't avoid those two yellows that we were talking about. But
Yeah.
I thought he might slide off them if he played it dead weight. Yeah, Matt's in trouble here. I don't really see how he can get nicely on a ball from here. He can cut this in the centre.
I think the natural route, he might go behind the yellow here.
Oh, this is very, very tough. Really, I think his only option is to cut the one he's closest to, and he's looking at possibly playing it with a load of left-hand side and trying to go into that area.
This is very difficult. He's chasing this now, but I don't think he's got any other choice now.
Great pot.
It's a great pot.
That's horrible.
Was always trusting to a bit of luck.
Yeah.
It's not quite worked out for him.
I think he's really only got the up and down here, hasn't he? Just
yeah, that yellow by the top half of the table is a little bit in the way of the up and down to try and get the red over the corner pocket, so he's got to come bottom cushion first instead.
I think he's just going to try and lay him on the yellow and put the red over the middle.
Yeah. It's not the worst leave. You expect him to be in trouble next shot.
Yeah, Ian's certainly got a tendency to keep his foot firmly on the throat of his opponent. That is just about okay, I think.
I think do you know, it might be, yeah, I think he's okay.
Yeah, from the overhead, it looks like you might be able to see enough of that, but certainly from the camera angle you've got there.
Yeah, originally I thought the only side he could see was the potting angle, which is normally a nice guide. You know, normally you'd look at this and go, oh, this is actually a really tricky pot, but if he can only see the potting angle, it makes it a little bit easier.
Well, it's time for a Hail Mary from Matt Steeper.
He's playing with a bit of swerve.
Good
This is
effort,
close.
this. Very good effort. Has it got the legs?
Oh.
Wow, that would have been a great shot. That's so unlucky from Matt. Really good effort. But now, Ian Whitehorn, golden opportunity to get his first frame on the board.
It is. He's not left anything easy. I think he may play a container here and just get the white in behind the black somewhere, unless the yellow goes past the yellow on the cushion. Oh, he played the plant. It's a great shot.
That is superb. Well, we spoke about him being able to put his emotions to one side. There was no pressure in that shot by the looks of it.
Would you say Ian's quite an attacking player or quite
Yes.
measured?
For me, Ian's a little bit of an all-rounder.
Okay.
As a general rule, I just think he plays the right shot. And I know doesn't really give you an indication of his style, but as someone who's played against him a lot, I've never really found that he has one particular style. I think he's quite good at chopping and changing through the styles depending on the situation of the game.
Okay. He looks like he's played a lot of snooker in the past. He's got like a snooker cue action.
Yeah, he has. He has. He was a snooker player. He wasn't a professional or anything like that, but he was a good local snooker player. And he was always quite feared in the local pool league. He's always been one of the best players.
Yeah.
I have to say, since the last maybe 2-3 years, probably since around 2019 when he first came on the tour, his game has come on leaps and bounds. He's gone from being feared to near unbeatable.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, we had a finals night in our local singles league recently, and he won every trophy bar one that he entered.
Okay. So he's the form's obviously coming off of the tour into the local leagues.
Yeah, 100%.
It should be 1-0.
Certainly should. It's a great start for Ian. Break of serve to start off. Matt went for the tricky finish after his break and didn't get it, and that is what happens at this level. If you don't get the finish when you go for it, you are 99% of the time punished. Do you think Matt will maybe regret not taking that red into the centre when he had that opportunity?
Yeah, it looked perfect to me, but obviously we can't see the correct angle. I think if he was perfect on it, he would have topped it through for the one down the side cushion. I still thought he may have played it anyway and tried to sort of force past the two yellows. But yeah, interesting first frame that was.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I suppose Matt could consider himself slightly unlucky to have come out with that break, because it was a good break. He got good movement, good load of balls went down, but both colour sets went that little bit awkward.
Yeah.
But in that situation, when you've made a ball on the break and there is half chances, that's when you sort of feel like you've got to go for them.
Yeah, at this level you don't like bringing your opponent to the table in any circumstance, even if you are just laying a little container, because they can make something happen.
We've had a look at the break of Matt Steeper. Now let's see what Ian has to offer. Oh no.
Just at first glance, it's quite interesting where Ian's broke off from there. So he's chose to put the white ball, or the cue ball, just behind the bulk line. A lot of players pull it on the bulk line to, give yourself that little bit more momentum.
Yeah.
Quite interesting.
What a break though.
They've come out lovely, haven't
I mean,
they?
this is, yeah.
I mean, just mark it up now, Dan.
Yes.
This shouldn't take any more than 40 seconds.
This is a dream for Matt Steeper.
And we can't even clutch at straws. I can't even see where a problem could be.
No. No, I think if Matt doesn't get these, he's in trouble actually, because you've got to be getting these.
Yeah,
at this
I mean,
level.
again, with these kind of clearances, if in your mind you've kind of already got them, and if you make the mistake, you're cursing yourself sat in your chair. This has gone wrong.
That's not a great shot, yeah. I mean, that red on the black spot, or near enough on the black spot, was always going to be his most difficult ball, just because it doesn't go into the bottom right.
Yeah, does the red pass the yellow in the top right?
I don't think so.
Don't think so.
Good recovery. Needs this to slow.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, very good. The only thing that could have gone wrong there is if he landed right on that red that he was tracking towards.
Now this should just be a couple of stun shots and so 1-1.
Yeah.
We have the second ladies semi-final. Our retains PHL to 21, please.
Easy does it for Matt Steeper. He levels the scores Ian will be disappointed going in after that break. They seemed to get a bit of air on the cue ball and it almost landed in the middle pocket.
Yeah, and I think that's partly to do with he's bringing the cue ball that little bit further back, so the white effectively is jumping a little bit more as it gets to the pack.
I mean, his break, again, at local level, is unreal. When you watch him play, he sort of studies the game.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a scientist in regards to the break, and he's normally cut breaking when we play at home.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of a surprise to see him go front ball like that.
It's obviously worked for him the whole tournament, so I mean you wouldn't change it up, would you? But
no.
I'm quite an advocate of the cut break at home, but I play the front ball break on these tables.
One all. Matt will be hoping for a better result after this break. Keep just about stayed out.
Yeah, he's got a ball, but I mean, he can pot the yellow. Ideally, if he can top the yellow through and play the yellow that's on the black spot into the left middle, and it's game on.
Yeah, I think that's his only choice, really, isn't it? I think he'd like a red. Yellows are great as well, to be honest. It's just this first shot is tough.
It is, yeah.
It's not the pot, really, it's position. He's got to put some force into this.
Yeah, just cue it nicely. He's looking at screwing it through, so he must have a little angle here. Oh, he's got a big pocket, I presume, into the middle.
Yes.
If he's on it.
It looks like he's on it from here. It looked tighter from this angle. This should be frame ball, really.
Yeah, nicely played. He didn't want to hit it too much harder because the red could have trapped towards that corner pocket there and covered the pocket.
Yeah, now it's 4 drop-ins.
Worked out very nicely, actually.
It did. It was a good first shot. Amateur event, of course, a race to 7, like the rest of our matches today in the Open as well.
He'd love to be able to top this through a little bit and leave a half ball angle on the yellow, just to sort of naturally drift up for the black. Doesn't want to be straight. Yeah, it's good. It's pretty good.
How did your amateur tournament go?
I played okay. I got to the last 32. Didn't quite turn up in my last 32 match, but that's kind of me all over, really. I'm a little bit too inconsistent on the tour these days.
Well, Matt Steeper certainly hasn't been inconsistent this weekend, and he hasn't been inconsistent in this match so far either. He leads by 2 frames to 1. A reverse dish and a break dish on the trot.
Very clinical.
And now it's Ian Whitehorn who's under the gun a little bit. A lot more pressure on this break than there was in his first one. Don't want to be going 3-1 behind.
No, it's a big frame, this one. Look at that! Look at the face. It's very focused.
Yeah, I mean, he does not care what's going on around him. He is just there and present.
Zoned in.
Yeah.
Will Ian change up his break now? Or will he stick with it?
Oh, he's not normally one for chopping and changing. I think he'll stick with that. I think. Yep, there you go.
Just behind the bolt line.
This is his spot. That's better. Better cue ball. Nothing down.
Yeah, again though, it's jumping quite a bit before it gets to the pack. It kind of loses a little bit of momentum that way.
Messy table, this.
It is.
So he won't be unhappy with that.
Yeah, I think Matt's kind of almost forced to go reds and probably cover a pocket, I would imagine.
It's not unlike Matt's first break, actually, where you could almost make the argument that it's a good thing to be not taking the first shot and not choosing the colour.
Yeah. I mean, if he's got the angle here, if he can top into those two reds, he can make something happen here. But I think he's just drifting past if he tries to... I think he is gearing up here.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah.
Cue ball's in. Black nearly was in. That was a bit wild.
He's tried to make something happen, tried to top into the reds and just didn't get the top. He's almost kind of stunned it as such because he's tried to hit it too hard. Yeah, great chance for Ian now.
Little shake of the head from Matt Steeper. Perhaps overly aggressive, that shot.
Very. And the great thing for Ian now, with it being black ball rules, it's still an open table.
Yeah, so there's one difficult red really on the table. It's that one closest to the bottom left, bottom right corner from this camera angle.
Yeah, the one by the middle's a little bit awkward as well. Needs to be a little bit careful there.
It is, and I know that that red over the top left is a little bit far out of the pocket, but you should be able to play that as a plant.
It's kind of double kiss it in.
Yeah. So, Ian sent that yellow around the angles and it found its way into the middle pocket, but he'll still be going reds. That was his free shot. And now he can get on with the job of clearing up.
He could play the one over the hole here and go into the red on the cushion now.
Oh, he hasn't hit
He's
this.
attempted.
I'm a little bit surprised at that shot. I understand it, but I thought he might have maybe tried to screw into it from the other one and left the one over the pocket as a second attempt.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he felt that he had the right angle to be able to play that shot, and that's probably the worst outcome he could have had there, because even if he hits the red, he's got the red over the corner anyway.
This is starting to look tough. He's got one very tough pot
Getting
now.
away from him a little bit here, isn't it?
I mean, the nice thing with that red that's still on the cushion is if you land right behind it, it's a good last ball.
It is, yeah. And you haven't got to do anything with the white.
No. He's taking on the left of these three reds in the bottom half of the table. Just slow rolling it. That's a good pot. He's still not in position.
Has he got the angle just to play the red into the corner and nudge straight into the yellow for full ball to hold for his red?
Yeah, just that cut back. I think he probably has. It looks pretty good, that. It's a thin snick, though. It's not easy.
No.
And where does the yellow end up?
Doesn't have to do anything with white here.
Ah, he's under.
Yeah.
Under. Just hasn't found his rhythm yet.
No, it's just understandable. There's a lot of pressure out there. How did you get on this week then Dan?
I've played better, but I've played worse.
Okay.
I lost in the last 64 of the Open this morning to Corey Reese, 7-4.
Okay.
So there's no disgrace in that. He's
No.
a fine player. And in the amateur, I lost in the first round to Jamie Ringham,
Okay.
who I think ended up going to the 32 or the 16 and had
Yeah.
a really good run.
I've played Jamie in a Swindon comp before, actually. Yeah.
Tidy player.
It's gone awkward.
Yeah, that's not a good result. A half ball kiss there would have been a bit better than that for Matt Steeper. That double kiss has not helped his cause.
I think he'll be playing off the back cushion here and nudge up to the yellow. Get the snooker.
Let's get on with it. Oh, he's going cushion first.
Yep. Get the snooker. Not quite got the snooker.
Has he opened up that right-hand yellow now? I don't think he has.
Is Ian looking at the back double? I think it's close to a double kiss there.
He's got to find something.
Yeah, and he's only got 7 seconds. Needs to get a wriggle on. That's a clever shot. That's a very clever shot.
That is a little stroke of genius, actually.
Yeah, very good.
Ian has pushed the black safe.
He is going to be back in a snooker, though, so... But as long as he hits the next shot, then you sort of make Ian favourite still.
Yeah, because also moving the black has meant that that's a ball out of the way when he's in the snooker.
You do expect him to be tight up behind the yellow on the cushion here, though. Which he is.
Yep, good shot from Matt, but he's not that tight. He's probably got enough angle to get out of this and hit this one cushion.
Yes, yeah, it's he's got the side cushion to go at, hasn't he?
This table's so slidey though. Be really careful with these. Hit.
Yep. A little bit of cat and mouse at the minute.
Yeah, it is. I'm just looking at whether Matt can play off the yellow closest to the top rail here and put him in behind that one, just to the right. It's a delicate shot. He's going for the pot.
Ooh.
Yes, he was going for the pot with the intention to put him in a better snooker next time. That has not worked particularly well. Can't afford to leave Ian a good look at that one over the pocket.
No, but also is if he does come out and hit the one over the pocket, getting position is quite tricky from there. So white can quite easily just stick into the corner pocket. Oh, he's had a bit of a result there.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there and say he was playing that. I don't think there was any value in going for the plant. I think he's wanting to play that way.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big target for Ian, this, though. And if he does get the pot, he's still in control, I would say. That will do. Not great, but that black is still so tied up. Still making him a slight favourite here.
Yeah, I think there's value in Matt doubling the yellow over to the bottom left. See, the yellow on the bottom cushion, I would have been looking at doubling that over to the bottom left-hand side and saying, have a go, kind of thing.
This time I think Matt has had a result, because if Ian could get to the bottom of that cue ball, he could pot the red, go into the black and open up the two reds.
Yeah.
Now, he can't. I think just a containing shot here for Ian is probably the order of the day. Could be better, could be worse.
Yeah, again, we're back in this same situation. I wonder if Matt will actually look at the double, you know, putting that yellow over the bottom left, and it gives him a little bit more option.
It's worth a go, but he doesn't want to leave a big pocket. That's the only danger with that shot for me. That doesn't want that in. Good shot.
Yeah, it gives Ian a chance to get one of his balls out of the cushion there.
Yeah, I would like to leave the cue ball welded on the cushion as well.
It's a good shot.
It's a very good shot. I think that might even have been an attempt at the pot. A two-way
yeah,
shot,
he could have played
it?
a two-way shot, yeah.
If that had gone in, no problem. They were all there.
I think it's time for Matt to attack now. He's got no choice.
I do think that the black would pass the red, the top left of the screen at the moment.
Yes, yeah. Getting there, though, is another thing.
It is, but, you know, if you screwed down the cushion and landed on the other red over the pocket, attempted the skill shot, you might come out on that one.
Yeah.
What's he looking at here? Needs to leave a nice angle if he's going for the pot. This is a bit straight.
Ooh. So he's looking
Looking at two cushions.
Yeah, he must have enough angle to try and force it off two cushions.
I wonder if he's just looking at the black off two cushions and just going for a double.
Possibly. I can't see it. He's got to try and get into it somehow. And he has.
Well, that black doesn't pass that red that way. And maybe he thinks he can cover the pocket.
He was definitely attempting to try and get into the area you were saying for the for the black to go past the red. That's where he was looking.
Now he's looking cushion first, and that is a bit of a big pocket. But he's going to have to play this with some side, because the natural angle, I think, will take him into the red.
Yeah.
Well, it's all or nothing now for Matt Steeper. And it's nothing. A good effort. Could have had a result by leaving that as a 3-ball plant only, but didn't quite.
So the good patience has paid off for me in there.
Yeah, I think it might have been a different story if Matt had taken your shot earlier on, where you were talking about doubling one down to the other end of the table. It would have forced Ian's hand.
Yeah. Yeah. If you can get the double right and get it over the pocket, then you know, it doesn't leave too many options for Ian.
Controlled.
2-2 then.
Yep. All square once again. It's 2-2. And this has the hallmarks of a battle for me, the way that this is going. This is going to be a pitched
could be a little hill decider here.
Yeah.
There's very little in between these players.
But if it's going to be a hill decider, and if I still make Matt favourite at the moment, the way the white horn break is going.
Yes, yeah. I think he may possibly change it up next break, but we'll soon find out. But like you say, he might be one of these that just sort of sticks with it.
Matt's deepest break so far has been successful. Attempt number 3 is successful again. But it's more like his first break. That second break was enormous. This one...
Yeah, again, there's problems with both sets here.
Yeah. Only one on each, really. I'd say the yellow closest to the bottom cushion from the camera angle we're looking at from the overhead. And I don't think that red in the balk area sneaks past the yellow. So...
He's got no choice but to go yellows here, though.
That yellow close to the black, is there enough there that... You've got to be a bit careful with that, haven't you?
You have. I mean, you're going to cut the yellow in, but...
you don't want to leave that to last.
No, definitely not.
The problem with taking that, though, is that it opens up the frame completely for Ian. Once that yellow's out of the way, there's nothing stopping reds at all.
Yeah, he's looking at screwing into the yellow on the side cushion here now. If he can hit the left-hand side of it and then flick down with the white so that he can play the yellow along the cushion, that would be ideal. He's got to get this spot on, though. He's missed it.
He's running out of options for me.
It feels very forced again, doesn't it? There's been a couple of clearances that felt forced, but you can't blame him because he has got a couple of clearances.
I mean, he could screw into that yellow now off the one in the middle, but there's no guarantee he lands on it. Or he could leave it for a double, maybe. Well, I don't know. I don't know what his thought is here. Of course, the 30-second shot clock, that is something that Matt, in particular, I think won't be used to. I don't think I've ever seen him on the stream table.
Is he quite like a methodical player, would you say?
Reasonably, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't say slow, but I think he's got a technique. Good pot. He's left the double. This is it. But getting on that yellow, and where does the black end up? There's lots of questions here for Matt Steeper to answer. Terrific effort. Don't think he was on the yellow anyway. He may have just about been.
I tell you what, though, this is good because Ian's got a good chance here. If he pots his red into the corner, he's then got the option of the 2 reds and play it into the big pocket off the yellow, and it opens the frame right up.
Yeah. This could be that shot. Got to be careful not to hit that yellow just a fraction too thick.
Yeah, you just want to go cushion first, off the side cushion first. And it's worst case scenario, you should get at least the pocket covered. But you need to play it at a good pace to get the yellow away.
Ooh, that is wild. Oh no, the yellow's over the pocket. I think he's given the frame away there.
Yeah.
I know. I'm surprised he played it at that much pace.
Yeah, it didn't need to be that hard, just like a medium pace. I think he was just trying to screw the white ball out and leave himself some options.
Yeah.
I think he even thought that it was impossible not to get it, so maybe he's just took his eye off it a little bit.
Steeper went for the tough finish, didn't get it. He's been handed a lifeline here by his opponent. He has eagerly accepted it. Matt Steeper retakes the lead. He leads by 3 frames to 2 going into Ian's break. So we're still on serve.
Could that be a big frame in the context of this match?
There's very definitely some pressure out there at the moment. You can see it with both players. They both look pretty relaxed still.
I'd like to see Ian change a break up here. It's not been working.
Yep, would agree with that.
I think the break may be slightly different on the TV table than it is on the outside tables.
He did play on this table this morning, though. Both of these players did. Before we went live on the stream, both amateur semi-finals were on this table.
Okay.
So both players equally had a chance to, get used to it.
Yeah.
It's a nice idea, actually. Not something I don't think we've done before. But,
he's gone to his same spot.
Yep. Can he get it right this time?
It's a much better break.
That's dry.
But it's
not,
oh,
last
dry.
ball rolling. Near enough, the last ball rolling.
He actually took a little bit off of that break.
Yeah.
And the white wasn't bouncing as much.
Big puff of the cheeks as he saw that yellow career into the centre pocket. Off the other 2 balls. This is...
Yeah, he's got a shot to make here. He's probably going to go reds.
He's sort of forced into reds, isn't he? I don't think there's a yellow. I mean, he could possibly clip the one closest to the bottom right corner in, but...
Yeah. Position's not easy off of that ball.
No, it's not. were it not for the red near the centre pocket, I would be pretty confident Ian would get these reds. I think that's probably the most difficult of the lot. But of course, it will go up to the top left if you got right in behind it.
It's one of them, there's a pocket for every ball.
Yeah.
You just got to be pinpoint your positional play.
I think he's having a good look at the one down the rail here. Because if he does get that, then actually leaves himself a nice angle on one of those two over on the left-hand side to get that difficult red out that we were talking about. Oh, that's not good.
It's not the worst though. Could have been worse.
Yep.
He has covered the pocket. And he slowed him down a little bit.
Hasn't quite settled yet. After that first frame, I thought Ian might settle into this game. And then, in fairness, Matt came straight back at him with a reverse dish and a break dish. And it's been tough out there for Ian ever since. Again, he won that scrappy one in the fourth frame and then played a bad shot in the last one. Neither of these players has really been able to build any kind of momentum so far.
I agree. So I can see the route here, Dan. I think he was looking to get onto the yellow next to the red here. Because if he rolls that in and then he leaves an angle for the yellow into the middle and screws into the red that's over the pocket.
If you're right, he's underhit that.
Yeah, he's underhit the previous shot.
Rerouting and now skill shot.
Skill shot.
That yellow
It looks a little bit awkward on the draw, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think the jaw's the problem. I think the yellow's a little bit close to the red for this. Kind of awkward, isn't it? You don't want to be hitting this with too much pace. Again, this is a sort of medium pace shot.
He doesn't like it. He's up a couple of times. Oh, that was very close to a time foul.
Well, he was running out of time.
And there's the foul anyway.
Yeah. Although, he has almost completely messed the table up for him with that shot.
Yeah.
He's pushed a yellow rather over the bottom left. He's put the yellow in between the black and the red. That's made things awkward. It's not as nice a table as Ian would like to have come to.
It's really not. I mean,
bearing in mind that was a bit of a swipe, really.
It was, yeah.
So that's one problem area solved by Ian.
Ian needs to box clever a little bit here.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Well, that's very attacking.
That is extremely aggressive, and
He's got a little bit unlucky, to be honest with you. It was looking like it was all going to be open, and then that last roll.
I mean, that yellow, that red still goes.
Don't think it does.
Oh no, if you get.
Oh, if you get on the side rail. Yeah.
That'll go.
You've got to be very pinpoint though to get it completely on the side rail.
Yes. He's chasing this now.
It's getting away from him a little bit.
He's still got control here. He could still.
Yeah, play a
back off.
container safety now. Yeah, there's a, you know, he can quite easily play one of these reds up towards the yellow pocket.
Oh, what a shot
That is a great shot.
He's not. I think he's come just too far. That's a superb pot. Can he throw this red in with a bit of side and get the cue ball back out? He can take the red above the cue ball into the top left and try and get back on the cushion.
Yeah. Again, you've got to be precise.
This cloth is so quick. Needs to hurry up.
That's no good. Where he can play cushion first, but there's a good chance he's going to stick behind the yellow here.
Yeah, the cue ball doesn't come out there, does it? Well, he obviously feels it's worth a go.
That's so unlucky. That is very unlucky there.
That is brutal.
If it wasn't for the right-hand side, he would have been looking at a decent chance of putting the red into the middle and coming up and down the table.
Refereeing question for you. Rick Floyd has just looked at that and called the touching ball. Why? It
Yeah, it
matter.
seems a bit pointless. I suppose, yeah, I mean, again, I don't know. Good hit.
Good hit. Good hit. Oh, this could be incredible. It's just held up. I think Matt can get past it. If that had covered the pocket,
Yeah.
Ian would have been very, very pleased indeed. As it is, I mean, if that yellow doesn't pass now, it's a bit of a thin snick from Matt.
He's just going to play a snooker, I think.
Risky. This is risky.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Wow,
That
that is
is
a massive, massive mistake at this stage. You didn't need to be that cute with it.
No.
You really didn't. He's almost tried to take out the side cushion there.
I mean, I can understand why you want to take out the side cushion, because if you're leaving that as a one cushion, it's not the most difficult hit, and there's every chance your opponent comes back and pops it. Ian has played a terrible shot.
I mean, what I don't get is why he's not played that yellow in the middle of the table.
Yeah.
Just to bump it off the cushion and leave yourself closer to the red.
Yeah. That's a...
On this super fine cloth, it's easy to slide.
He's sort of lost his mind there, Ian. This is good, isn't it?
No,
No.
not quite.
Too much side.
Do you think that's shot clock pressure? Do you think if he had a little bit more time?
Maybe. Maybe.
It was a bit of a bizarre one for me.
Yeah, Matt's let him back in there, and he's messed it up big time. And now it is the simplest of finishes for Matt Steeper. Will surely be the first person in this match to establish a two-frame lead. I fear for Ian a little bit.
Just getting a little bit edgy, isn't it?
Yeah. This will really settle Matt. And Matt, who yet to fail on his break, will be breaking next as well.
I think Ian might be taking a bit of a comfort break there, clear the head a little bit.
Probably a good idea, to be honest.
Yeah.
So, while he's doing that, let's have a quick look at the open scores. No, he's back.
Arena.
That was quick. We can still have a look at the open scores. We're just getting underway now in the last 16. Liam Dunster is currently 2-all with Dan Davey. No guessing who you're supporting there. No prizes for it.
Yeah, Liam.
Is that because you want to go home? Back into the last 32. Lee Anderson 6-5 up against Andy Crowsdale at the moment. Scott Pope 5-4 up against Corey Reese. The pros not having it all their own way.
Wayne Fire 5-3 up on John McAllister.
Yeah, John, of course, wonderful victory last night over Mark Boyle. We'll be looking to continue that form. Match break this time. Again, it's solid. He's made a ball they're a bit awkward. It's
This is
same
the problem
story.
with the cut break. You quite often get clusters that sort of go towards each other. Wayne Fryer's on the hill now against John McAllister. That'd be a very big result. Am I right in saying Wayne used to be a pro back in the day?
That's my understanding, yes. Certainly won the amateur title in Bradford. So, clearly in some
So it's
pretty
not a
good form.
massive shock, you know, that he's...
Yes and no. I mean, John is so good. John is one of the players that you just don't expect to see lose against anyone other than one of the other top players.
I grew up playing pool with John back in sort of England days, and you know, you sort of try and model your game around him because he's got everything. His temperament is second to none. The cue action's a Rolls Royce cue action. It's just so good to watch.
No, I don't think that's as bad as it first looks, because actually, if I was Matt here, I'd be playing those two yellows as a plant.
Play the plant. If you play it hard, the yellow could flick into the yellow by the red.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're guaranteed to, because you're stunning the white, you're guaranteed to be on the yellow anyway.
Yeah, it's worth a go, this.
Yeah. If he plays it at a good pace.
Trusting to luck a little. I think it's come back and covered it, hasn't it?
Has.
A little bit harsh, that. But then he was trusting to luck, so 6 of one, half dozen the other.
Yeah, he didn't really get the shot right anyway, so all he wanted to do was stun the white where it was, and he's ended up on the bottom cushion.
So once again, Matt Steeper off his own break is chasing the frame. Good pop, but if anything, he's made that red even more, that yellow even more difficult.
It's got to be impossible. Yeah, it's impossible, Dan. I will eat my hat if he clears this up, and I'm not even wearing one.
That's difficult. If anyone's listening and they can bring a hat to the commentary box.
Oh, he's given himself a chance of fluke in the yellow, I guess, but...
Yeah, off the cushion. Probably off the top cushion, come in the back of it, and...
I mean, your guess is as good as mine here, Dan.
Yeah, fair enough.
This is quickly say sorry to Ian for what might happen.
Yeah.
And we're just going to have a little lash at this.
Intentional pockets. Oh, the black's in.
Black's very close.
Oh, that was so close. I think Ian would have gone home if the black and the yellow had got in there.
Right then, Ian. This is your chance. Massive, massive frame. Get back to 4-3.
Now, if this was me and I was in Ian's situation, and I'm in that situation where I'm not quite feeling at my best and I'm a little bit tense and a little bit nervous, I think I'd be trying to get that one off the side rail.
Really? Okay.
Not necessarily straight away, but certainly before I took that red near the yellow.
Yeah, I mean, I know we say straight away that the top players like to get the ball off the cushion as soon as they can. It's actually not a bad one to leave last, because you haven't got to do anything with the white. You just roll it down the cushion and the black's over the middle. So that might be his plan. He might leave that last.
I think that's easier to say when you're thinking clearly, and I'm not sure that he is at the moment, and I'm not sure that I am when I'm saying that, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's when you're in that situation where you're not feeling
it, yeah.
Great.
Oh
like
dear.
that.
I think that's just pure pressure there, Dan, to be honest. He's stunned that instead of topping it through.
Yeah, that is not good to watch, is it?
No, it's like I say, when someone's struggling, it's horrible. even when you're playing against them, I know you think, oh, that's handy, but it's horrible to watch.
Yeah.
It can sometimes drag you down a little bit. That was a good shot.
Yeah, that could have gone wrong from Matt.
Could have.
But it didn't, and he leads by 5 frames to 2.
I mean, it's amazing he's 5-2 up here and he's chased 2 or 3 clearances, not got them, but still ended up coming out winning them frames.
Yeah. That's deeper now. 2 frames away. Wipes the sweat from his brow and his hands. We have got aircon on, but it is still quite warm.
It is, yeah. When the room is full up, especially, I mean, it still is very, very warm.
It's getting close to the last chance for Ian Whitehall.
Ooh, did we just zoom into John McAllister clearing up his cue?
I think we did.
So it does look like John McAllister has exited the Open event after winning the Pro event yesterday.
Yeah, that happens quite often, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of... I think you go into it too relaxed, knowing you're sort of on a free roll. You don't...
I think there could be a question of tired
Possibly,
well,
yeah.
and fatigue.
Yeah.
Well, this is actually quite a presentable chance on the reds here for Ian. I think that red next to the yellow in the centre, I think that'll go up to the top right.
Yeah.
And the one that's close to the bottom right pocket, I think that goes too if you get nicely on it. I mean, this could be one of those situations where a player actually relaxes a bit because they're playing badly.
Yeah.
And they just go, well, I'm just going to go
It can go one
for
or
it then.
2 ways. You can just carry on the trend, or you can just loosen up a little bit. Yeah, I think Ian's just going to top the red into the top corner here. Leave the right angle. He's struggling. It's difficult to see.
He's covered a pocket, so he's still got a chance in this frame, but he won't be happy. Now, if I was Matt Steep here, I think I'd be almost looking to rub the dirt into Ian and really grind him into the dust, because this isn't a presentable chance for Matt Steep. In my opinion, at 5-2 up, with the way this table is, he shouldn't be going for these. He should be trying to find some way of tucking Ian up, making his life difficult.
I think we've seen throughout this whole match, though, that Matt's not one to do that. He's kind of, he's very attacking, and it's worked so far. So he still has that problem with the yellow by the red.
He's not in a great position here.
No, he's looking now to see if it passes the red. I don't believe it does.
Mighty close. Yeah, it's mighty close. I don't think
it's one of them where I think it just wedges into the pocket.
Yeah, that I'm after it now.
This is perfect.
That is a very, very good shot from Matt Steeper.
He's a little bit straight, so he may have to take his medicine and take on a long pot. Or he may try and screw with loads of rakes aside to try and get out. If he can get the white around by the bulk line, he's done very well here, because this looks very straight.
I wonder if he can screw it into the red to give himself a bit more angle.
See, that's the issue.
He did screw it into the red.
Did,
I think
yeah,
he was
I don't
expecting
think
to come off the left-hand side of that and kick up.
And try and sort of create an angle. See, now you've just got to turn the screw in my eyes and play the left-hand yellow off the left-hand side and leave the white on the side cushion. play the percentages. Which he has done. It's a good shot.
Yep. Cue ball's come far enough. Don't think he's left an edge there for Ian to see.
This is tricky. Can't really see a pocket.
No, do you go side cushion? Do you go bottom cushion? He has taken his extension.
Best he can hope for is to get the white up the top end of the table and have Matt play a long pot. It's not the worst.
No,
It's not. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is a pot you expect Matt to get.
Yeah. Got it. I'm surprised he went that way.
Yeah, I would have played sort of twice across with the yellow on the right-hand side.
I thought he might have played the other yellow.
Yeah.
And then played the other one into the middle.
Yeah.
I don't entirely understand that shot from that.
Does he play the double or does he play another snooker?
Well, I mean, he could play both.
He's played, yeah. His main priority was to get a snooker. Has he got the snooker though?
Well, I actually think Ian would prefer it if he has. Unless if Ian can see the potting angle, then obviously not. But if this is a total snooker, then Ian could just come in behind that red, and he can leave Matt nowhere. There you go, total snooker called. So delicate this from Ian. Just wants to roll up on the back of that red. Little bit hard. He's left Matt half a ball and he's left him. He can go across at it as well.
He can, but it's not that bad that it's not a total either.
No, that's true.
So if he does go across the table, he has to hit a cushion after. So he doesn't want to hit the white on the bottom rail first because he can foul.
Close.
He can foul.
It's not there. Now
now's the time to step up. Sink this into the top corner and be a hero.
And still be 5-3 behind.
But it'll feel great. He will feel great if he pots this.
Yeah. That's the technique.
And it's close.
What a shot. What
it's
a
close.
shot. Ian Whitehorn under the pressure, given the situation, that is a superb pot. It's a fraction wide, but we'll let him off. Queuing off the rail as well.
He'll feel much better now.
Yep, and Matt will feel devastated.
Yep. All he's got to be thinking now is keep Matt off the hill as long as possible. The target is to get to 5-all and then it's back. The game is back on.
Well, Ian's break started to work in that last frame. His last break, he should have taken them out. He didn't, but he'll be hoping for a similar break. And if he does that and gets back to 5-4, how much is Matt going to regret that missed opportunity? That was
massively,
huge.
yeah. He had a couple of chances in that frame.
I really don't understand why he took that yellow.
Yeah, I mean, he could have played the other yellow either softly or come across two if he thought he wouldn't have got the angle. Strange, but maybe he thought he could, you know, check it up off of the side cushion. But it slid on him, I think.
Well, that is what pressure does. Sometimes it forces you into a decision that perhaps you shouldn't make. And it's not just the pressure of the shot clock, it's the pressure of that trophy just behind Matt Steeper there as well. The 2022 British Amateur Championships. Apologies, it's Matt Steeper to break this time. And isn't it always the way? You've missed a big opportunity and your next break goes dry.
Dry but awkward again
Yeah.
off Matt's break.
Yeah, I don't think Ian. I think Ian wouldn't be too unhappy if he could hand the table back here in some ways.
Could just play like a little dump shot and play the yellow into the side cushion and leave the white where the yellow is. Not really benefiting too much though.
I'm sorry, I've got no idea. But
Yeah, I don't think that was on, to be honest.
still an awkward table, either way. So nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah. It's almost kind of over to you, Matt. These are all there now.
Yeah,
They
clever
really
opening
are.
shot.
Yeah.
Referee table 6, please. Referee
Gets on his
table
hard
6.
ball now with the red sort of next to the yellow.
Yeah, just bridging here. This is awkward. But he has found
It's
that
kinda
gap
got a
between
gap,
the two.
It's okay. He ideally wanted to be a little bit higher.
Gary 7, Anderson. Gary 7,
I think he can still screw past the yellow.
Yeah, he needs to be down somewhere on the right-hand side of the table, in that sort of top right.
If he can't, he can play the red into the middle.
That's true. Yeah.
So I think that's what he's looking at. He's going to be playing this red white off of 2 cushions possibly. And then play the red into the middle. Yeah, 2 cushions as he goes.
He's gone all the way
I'll tell you
round.
what,
Terrific shot. Terrific shot.
it's a good shot. I think he's had a bit of a result there though. I don't believe he's playing for that gap.
Maybe, but the way he's played it, it can't really go wrong.
No,
Where can he end up
You are
there
going to
then?
have options, yeah. You
Yeah.
are going to have options playing it that way.
I think that's a great shot. And it's better to play for an option than it is to play for a single ball in that
Yeah.
situation. And barring something awful happening to Matt Steeper here, it's going to be 6-3. So you talked about trying to keep him away from the hill. I don't think Ian's going to manage to do that.
I think he's just about come far enough.
Only just. I think he wanted more angle than this, to be honest. He's
Yeah.
going to potentially leave that red a bit thin. No, it's
That's
good.
okay.
Forced it through far enough.
It's a little bit.
It is, yeah.
It's one of those, isn't it? It's a little bit fiddly. Yeah, it's played that well. Killed the cue ball.
6-3. 1 frame remaining for Matt Steeper to claim that amateur title that he craves so much. Ian Whitehorn can really only watch now. He's got the next break.
Yeah, I think that's the only positives for Ian. He has got 2 breaks left.
Yeah.
So, in theory, if Matt Dry breaks, Ian can still win this match. Because he's still got 2 of his own breaks to try and do that.
Yeah, he's got the next one. I mean, Ian has come alive when his opponent's been on the hill in this tournament.
Okay.
I think his last 4 rounds, his opponent's got to the hill first.
Right.
He's come back from 6-3, 6-4, and in the semi-final this morning, 6-2.
Wow.
So let's not.
That's incredible.
Let's
It's
not
almost
rule him
like,
out just yet.
Yeah. Well, if you would have told me that before the match, I would have said, well, it's written in the stars for Ian to win this match. It still might be.
Yeah, Lee Anderson this morning was 6-2 up on Ian, and Ian
Wow.
came back. So That last yellow rolling has gone really awkward. Has he got an angle to get into it now?
I think he may have a slight angle.
Big wild swipe. That's a result, isn't it? Because I don't think he's really left Matt a red on.
Yeah, I mean,
And the red covers the pocket.
you'd love to be reds now.
You've almost got to be reds now, and I don't think there's one there for Matt Steeper. Certainly not an easy one. So it might, of course, the good thing about being open table from Matt's perspective is he could play yellow onto red.
Well, being 6-3 up, is he going to be very attacking and play the yellow plant onto the red? But
Because if he does that, then the yellows are easy and the reds are still
Yeah.
tricky. Yeah, well,
I think he's okay. He could play the red up into the top corner.
I think he's on the red next to the black, isn't he? The top of the reds is still awkward. That doesn't go to either corner or the middle. So he'd have to play that into the right middle pocket. If he gets the opportunity, that is, because...
It's a little bit snatchy, wasn't it? That was like a winning line snatch, that one. Feeling it a little bit.
I think he's left Ian on the yellow next to the black. That's not come through far enough for what I suspect the intended next shot was. And now let's take this tricky one down the rail. He wouldn't mind a cover. He'll take the cover. That's not bad at all. I think that was played with the intention of if he pots it, he pots it. If he doesn't, he hopes it covers the pocket.
Yeah. Yellow's a big favourite now, Dan.
That's come out very badly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only problem really for yellows is the black at the moment. Obviously Matt's still at the table. Still got a chance. Is there a double on? The one on the side rail? I think that would go.
Playing up to the top here, I think. Oh, it went through the gap.
Wow, that was actually a little bit fortunate from Matt Steeper that he found that gap. I didn't think that was there.
Yeah. And now do you play the skill shot?
No, I don't think you get position. Your next ball at the moment.
Yeah, it's one of them.
That's a deft touch. It was a good touch there to keep that cue ball away from that yellow so he wasn't hampered on his next one.
So he's looking at playing the red into the middle, cannoning the yellow over the pocket and leaving the long red up the top.
Is he, or is he just going to run it through and then play the skilly?
No, I think he's looking at playing that red up the top, Dan.
No, that's not gone well at all.
He was chasing again, though.
Yeah.
He has been chasing clearances.
I thought that he might have just run that through, taken the skill shot on, and then taken that yellow up the top anyway.
Yeah.
I just thought it was easier to get the position on it. That yellow's right in the heart of the pocket. If you get behind it, that's a pretty simple skill shot, to be honest. Is Matt going for broke here? Might as well. Might as well have a hit. Unfortunately, it's a foul.
It's a very good chance now.
It's not the first time we've said that. Ian's use of his free shot in this match has probably been one of his biggest downfalls, actually.
Yes. Yeah, there was a very strange one a couple of frames ago, which I'm still baffled at now, to be honest. And I think you still are as well, Dan. But
that's a better use.
That's much better.
Yeah, I really like that shot. Can the comeback kid do it again?
It's underhit that a little bit there. Sort of twitched in between of them both.
Yeah, he could take the other one. I think he's got just enough angle. Oh, that's nice.
Now he's just got to need to screw through the gap of the red and the black.
Spot on. That's a great shot. Got into that.
I would have been topping it through for the middle, Dan.
Yep.
No.
That's not even close. He's just not there, is he?
He struggled. He has struggled, and it's horrible to see. I think the shot before, if he would have taken that extra couple of seconds, because he was a little bit straight on that yellow.
Well, Matt Steeper is at the table.
And he's chose to turn the screw a little bit.
I think he's sort of hoping that Ian's going to have a go at something here.
Yeah, do you hit and hope here, or?
Well, he's looking at... I mean, he's aiming here, I think, for the black in the top left. He hasn't got it.
He's had a result, though, I think.
A little bit.
It's a thin cut here.
It's a thin cut or it's a tough pot. It's... Yeah. Considering
he would have
this
taken
shot,
that.
Yeah, considering this shot is essentially for the match, this is tough for Matt Steeper. It's probably worth taking the cut on, because if you don't get it, you cover the pocket.
Yep. It's just whether he can hold the white, because they're so quick. He's not held the white. This is the issue. He's got a double though. He's right behind it, and you would say this is match ball.
There, that's a great double from Matt Steeper. The long straight black for the title. And it's there. Ian Whitehorn's luck runs out in the end. He comes up against a very good performance from Matt Steeper, but Ian will be disappointed with the way he's played and the chances he's turned down. Matt will be picking up that trophy very shortly. Luke, how did you find that match?
It was a very interesting one. I mean, I think Matt went for a lot of clearances, and in the end, he got there. In a way he shouldn't have, to be honest with you. Ian made too many mistakes. I think that's pretty much it, really.
Yep, well, fair enough. So we will throw over to Kevin Barton, who is with the two players in the arena for the trophy presentation.
Thanks a lot, Dan, and welcome down to the arena for the presentation for the Fair.com British Amateur Championships. First of all, introducing our runner-up, Ian Whitehorn.
Ian, tell us about the cue and the tip. Obviously, absolute disaster in a final.
Yeah, it's been on a couple of weeks, that tip, and it came off yesterday, last night. Dean kindly put it back on again for me, but off again in the final, so what can you do? At that point, I'm just fighting a losing battle, I think. It's yeah, just one of those things.
So you come over the arena, was that were you borrowing somebody else's cue then?
Yes, yeah, I just stole the nearest player. Well, Sam's cue's not here, so I stole Dan, who's in probably in Coventry, nabbed his cue, which is horrific, by the way. Just I can understand why he doesn't win very many games with it.
But obviously disappointing not to win the final, and that's an absolute nightmare for any pool place. It's like losing your right hand. But delighted with your performance overall to get to the final and come through this field.
Yeah, I mean the weekend's been good overall with the two mini disasters, but taking that into account, it's been a good weekend all in all.
And what about your opponent, Matt?
I mean, Matt, he did everything he needed to there, didn't he? He took out the finishes that he wanted to, and he kept me tight and under pressure once. Yeah, I think once that tip came off, it was game over, but he still didn't take anything for granted and played the right shots at the right time, I think.
How did you find playing in the arena and the 30-second shot clock? Did you feel that you acclimatised to it pretty quickly?
That wasn't a particularly, apart from the fact when trying to get a cue sorted mid shot clock, I'm rushing about and having to play one with my break cue. Aside from that, yeah, all was fine.
Great, well, Ian, great performance in the final. Unlucky, but well played.
Ian Whitehorn. And our winner, the 2022 British Amateur Champion, it's Matt Steeper. Matt, how good do those words sound?
Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. In a way, this is why I stayed amateur, in a way, to try and win one of these events. More chance of winning this one, but I did always say if I do qualify for the top 16, I'm turning pro next year. So, and that hopefully goes a long way to cementing it. Hopefully, so.
Yeah, the final was obviously a naturally nervy, edgy affair, and you probably didn't see the best of both of you. I saw you playing in the early rounds in the outer tables, and you looked to be on fire. You must be absolutely delighted with your form.
I played well all the way through the tournament. To be fair. I had a tough match first game against Cole Bedford, which I was 5-0 down, and then come back and won 7-5. Don't ask me how, but I did. And ever since then on, I've just kicked on from there basically, and played really solid all weekend. So, and obviously, it's both are going to be nervous in the final. It's but it's first time for me. I think it's the same for Ian as well. So, yeah, it's just it's good that I had to go in the semi-final on the table. Yeah, they give me a bit of advantage, knowing what to expect of the table as well. So yeah, it's good.
Well, you think that match, even though it was early against Cole, that you were 5-0 down, you came back to 7-5. Is that's the sort of thing that can propel you to find your form and go on the run like you have done?
Yeah, precisely. That just gave me so much confidence. Coming back against Cole. You all know what a quality player Cole is. He's doing it all over at the minute, and so that's gave me so much of a lift. Ever since then, basically, and I've just kicked on from there. So yeah, delighted. Yeah.
Obviously, you got your Becky there watching.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether she'd be watching, whether she was allowed to watch. Was she allowed to watch the final?
To be fair, she hasn't watched all the way through, because I do like her watching and I don't like her watching, but I get a bit agitated sometimes, and I seem to take it out on her sometimes. And I shouldn't do, but I do. But I said she could watch the final, so.
Well, it certainly worked well for you this time, Matt. I'll take that from you. You are thefair.com 2022 British Amateur Champion. Congratulations. So Matt Steeper gets the monkey off his back and he is the amateur champion.
Yeah, deserved one as well. He's played some great stuff. Just like one day, we started at 9 o'clock on Friday morning. He's played some brilliant stuff. The credit to Ian Whitehorn, that unfortunate incident with his tip, not only today but yesterday as well. And it's very hard to play without your own cue. You always need your own equipment to help you through. But Ian, he'll be back. But both these players, what a credit they are to the IPA amateur ranks. And there's so much going off behind us with the amateurs as well. It is a real battlefield out there.
Yeah, and the amateurs are causing absolute chaos in the open event, aren't they? I mean, they're dumping out the professional players left, right and centre. But just shows, as we talk all the time, about the strength in depth here in the amateur ranks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Scott Pope, he's one frame away from knocking out the 2022 Champions Cup winner, Ross Fernie. He's dodged a bullet against Dave Evans. He's got through 7-6. He was 5-1 down in that match. Wayne Fry, he's knocked out last night's champion. Yeah, 7-3. He's now battling on against Kyle Cope. So two amateur players, and it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. Even Mark Boyle, who's been taken up to the last frame against Phil Parkin, it's exciting.
It certainly is. Well, well done, Matt Steeper. He is our amateur champion. We're going to take a 30-minute break, and when we come back, we hopefully will have the ladies' final at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock. So join us then. We'll see you at 5. Welcome back to the third and final day of the Fair.com British Championships, and what a spectacular array of pool we've been watching over the last 2 days. I'm delighted to be joined by one of our comms and one of our Isle of Man professional, David Addinall. What we've seen so far in the 2.5 days we've been here, it's just been absolutely incredible level of pool.
Yeah, it's pretty much what you come to expect with the IPA. You know, so many great players, and looking at the open draw as well, so many amateurs in the last 16, which seems to be a common theme now.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it just before we went off air, and there's absolute carnage and chaos going on in the Open with top pros just being dispatched by the amateur players left, right and centre.
Yeah, it's pretty much can be pros in waiting, really. You know, we constantly talk about the strength and depth in the amateur game, and this just proves it again. You know, this is 2 tours on the bounce, and it'll probably be the next one as well.
Yeah, it seems to be, like you say, a recurrent theme. So the next matchup is the last 16 of the Open, and following this we will be bringing you the ladies' final, and I think the second semi-final in the ladies only finished 5 minutes ago, so we'll just give them a little chance to have a little rest. But what a match we've got coming up here. I mean, this could be worthy of any final. Dean Shields and Ross Fernie. Tell us about the strengths of both of these players.
I think the confidence that they've both got at the moment, they're looking at going higher in the game. You know, you look at what Ross has achieved, you know, 3 titles. He looks like he's playing well, just looks more confident around the table. And Dean's pretty much the same. He's looking at getting deep further in more tournaments now. You know, he's got the confidence, he's playing well, hitting the ball well, and you know, the title could be there for him soon as well.
Yeah, Ross Fernie has turned into a bit of a winning machine over the last 6-9 months and won his first title in the Isle of Man, I think it was, if I remember rightly. And Dean Shields, one of those players who is knocking on the door, getting closer and closer and closer. Could it be his time to shine?
It could very much so. He's already made 1 final in Bradford a couple of years ago, and there's no reason why he can't add to that and go 1 better.
Right, well, thanks a lot, Dave. And I think the referee's ready. Darren Maidman is going to get the players ready to lag, so I think it's time to get over to the commentary box and Mark Pickworth.
Thank you, Kevin, and hopefully you've all enjoyed the action so far, and this is going to be another mouth-watering one. I have to swap the schedule around a little bit, but this is going to be one definitely not to be missed. Ross Fernie against Dean Shields, 2 of the most up-and-coming players through the IPA ranks recently. Lagging to see who breaks off first. Looks like it's going to be Ross Fernie. Remember, Ross Fernie came through that last game, was 5-1 down against Dave Jones. Come back to get through 7-6. He's dodged a bullet there. Is that a sign of he's saying he's going to go on to picking this title up? Dean Shields, he seems to be playing better today, and he's had some great results as well. Seems pretty calm. Both of these players seem pretty calm, to be honest. I was talking to him just into the build-up while I was waiting to come live to yourselves. This is for a place into the quarterfinals. The winner will be playing Kyle Cope, who's safely into the quarterfinals, dispatching Wayne Fryer, who won the amateur championships last tour, and he beat him 7 frames to 0. Strength on these amateur players this weekend, or in fact this year, should I be saying, is incredible. As Kevin said, it is absolute chaos out there. And this seems to be a regular thing on the first break. A dry one. Not the start that Ross Fernie wanted. So let's let Dean Shields to the table. Early opportunity. One thing that I like about Dean Shields is his cue action. It's very silky, especially when he gets into motion. He's opened these yellows up very nicely indeed. 3 yellows that are bunched up. They're obviously a little bit of there for concern. wanted that cannon on that yellow. He might have been, could have been happy just to run past it. So, is he out of position now? Has he got a potting angle on that yellow he's just cannon into? Does it double? He looks, the double doesn't look on. Has he got any other shot on? Is this the only shot he's got on the plant? What is he lining up? It's not what he planned anyway. He's going to be taking on this plant. What a great shot, great recovery. Where's that red gone? Does that yellow go? He's come round to have a look. I mean, he's on. He's going to have options of potting the next yellow. So it all depends if that yellow on that bottom cushion does go. If it does, it could be okay. It's worked out all right. You feel that yellow on that bottom cushion, especially with that red very close to that pocket. There's no reason why this yellow shouldn't drop. He needs to make sure he does get position on that yellow he's pointed at with his next shot. Key shot. Oh, it went cleanly. He's played a great shot there. Very well positional shot. And now this should be straightforward. And this first frame should be going to Dean Shields. This is probably one of the best starts we've seen from anyone so far today on this table. Taking them out very easily indeed. Brilliant start from Dean Shields, 1-0. It's going to be Dean to break next as well. So it'll be our first opportunity to see Dean, see how he breaks off. As you can see in the background there, still lots of games going off. Phil Parkin just here, about 1 o'clock on that far table. He's playing Martin Jones. He's Phil Parkin beat Mark Boyle. That's Darren Cook that you just saw, just getting down to a shot. Get you up to date with some of them scores. We'll just have a look at this Dean Shields break. Normally gets a lot of contact. I mean, Dean does swap from head ball to the cut break. I do like Dean while he's in off. And that is a really poor break off there from Dean Shields. Sometimes that tells you the sign that he's not chewing through the ball straight when he's screwed it into one of the far corners. That's just going to stop his little bit of momentum after that great clearance in that first frame. So, can Ross Fernie return the favour? Really, when you've got this 1-3 shot off the break, it should be a formality for him. Ross Fernie's been in some brilliant form this year, especially in the last 6 months. Probably, well, I'm going to say 6 months, probably more like 10 months. Cued that well. That's come out pretty well. I mean, if he just take yellows, I mean, he probably doesn't have to, but he needs to pot a yellow to be on yellows. That was his free shot. So this yellow that's in the middle of the table, that's what's causing him problems. I mean, that was a dangerous shot. If he did clip that yellow, then that white ball could have been travelling towards the middle pocket. Seems to be swinging this white ball around at all angles. Well, that is a better shot. He always seems to believe in his ability there, Ross. Just wanted to go around, get that cannon on that. And now it has opened up these yellows perfectly. great signs here from both of these players. And they're not hanging around. They're going to go around clearing these balls up time after time. It's probably all going to be about this break-off. Just overdone that a little bit in between pockets. Expect him to cut this back into the centre pocket. The white ball on and off the cushion for a simple black into the corner. He's not wasting any time, Ross Fernie. And as you see, it pumps it in with authority. It's one frame each. In probably about less than 5 minutes. I don't think they're going to hang around, these two. Ross Fernie, dry break last time. Keep you up to date on some scores then. So the #1 seed, Liam Dunster, he's got through a very squeaky game, 7 frames to 6 against Dan Davey, who we saw on here, who opened up the show earlier on. Lee Anderson, who knocked out Andy Crosdale in his previous match. He beat Gary Sutherland 7 frames to 1, so it's going to be Lee Anderson against Liam Dunster. They've started their quarter-final now. Craig Marsh 4-0 up against Scott Pope. Remember, Scott Pope beat Corey Reese. Phil Parkin is 5-1 up against Martin Jones. And looking at that table now, just in the background there, that could possibly be 6-1 now. So he's 1 frame away from going through. Mark Farnsworth, the #2 seed, he's 3-0 up in his last 16 match against Evie Parry-Williams. Evan, sorry. Great shot making there. Better break there from Ross. I mean, they fell a little bit scrappy. That clock is ticking down, called his extension. Can he see enough? See enough of this yellow to try and get the white ball back out in the open? I don't think he can, so he's going to have this problem to deal with. One of his next shots, but he's overcut that by a weight. I think he tried to get that yellow out on that side cushion as well. He was asking a lot there. And has he, just by kissing that yellow, opened the frame up here for Dean Shields. This match will play Kyle Cope in the quarter-finals. So it sounds like Kyle, he's going to have about an hour's rest. That could make all the difference. He'll feel nice and fresh against one of these two players. I don't expect this match to take too long, especially under the shot clock conditions. Key shot now. Red into the right centre. Does he want to be canning it? I don't think he wants to cannon into that yellow. resting it on the cushion, getting in position is probably not the one either. He has tried to cannon the yellow and it's gone wrong. That's what can happen at this game. When you do cannon into balls, things can go wrong. It's not the end of the frame for Dean Shields, but very two attacking players we've got on show here. We're probably going to see that with this shot that Dean's playing now. Where's the cue ball? Yeah, it's a little bit wild if you ask me. Asking a lot. And Ross Fernie, he's back to the table. That 1-3 shot. It's going to be surely going to be opening up that left-hand side cushion with his first shot. However he's going to do it, whether playing another ball, but hitting it direct is definitely the way. Well, that clock is ticking down. He's played it controlled. Got to be careful where that red goes. And that is not a bad outcome. Yeah, I like the way that he played that. He was always going to be on this one in the bottom right-hand corner. Yeah, and now this is looking like a very simple finish. Phil Parkin is also safely into the quarterfinals. He'll be playing the winner of Craig Marsh or Scott Pope, and Craig Marsh 4-1 ahead now. Mark Farnsworth, he's 4-1 up. So he's looking like he could be in the quarterfinals as well. Ross Fernie 2-1 ahead. That was a little bit of a scrappy frame there. Just shows that both players they are going all out attack, trying to get these finishes. Just having a look around the room there. There's Ladies' Cup. That's still progressing through. That won't be finished till a bit later on today. Here's Dean Shields though, remember his last break, he went straight into that top right hand corner. That needs to improve. Remember, this is for a place in the quarterfinals against Kyle Cope. Good connection, but that white ball's travelling up there again. Oh, is it going to drop? He has the last, near enough the last roll there, and the red ball's dropped. He'll be happy to see that drop down. Now, there's arguments for either colour set here. Oh, yeah, yellows. So the only yellow that could cause him any problem is the one right of the black spot that's above that red. That's the only problem area, and really, somebody as Dean's class, that shouldn't be any problem at all. Just got to navigate his way round, and just looking now. He's going to be taking the two that's in the top half of the table first, and he'll drift down and then take the remaining three yellows in the bottom half. one quarter final underway. Liam Dunster against Lee Anderson. That's currently 1-0 to Liam. Yep, that looks pretty good there from Dean Shields. He's on this yellow into the centre pocket. His only concern now is how far this white ball travels. Further it travels towards the centre pocket. And that yellow on the bottom cushion. Don't want to be travelling too far away from it. Seems okay. You want to be avoiding the cannon on the red. It's on the cushion. I mean, he can cannon the red on the cushion, but it needs to be a very controlled one. He has played the cannon off there, and that he's just left himself. I mean, it's not bad. Not bad. I think he always knew he was going to leave himself a shot like this. It's black, and he has a level with this matchup. Another good clearance there from Dean Shields. Ross Fernie will be breaking next. And nothing really too much between these two. Still looks very relaxed there, Dean. Been a little bit scrappy, but as you see in the background there, that's Scott Pope, victor of Corey Rees, and Greg Marsh was 4-1 down. Looks like the Craig Brown match is finished. To keep you, let you know how that's gone on. So that was currently 6-all. Who has won that final frame? I'll let you know as soon as I know. Was it Darren Cook or was it Craig Brown? The winner of that match, Darren Cook or Craig Brown, they'll be playing Ryan Clark in the last 16. That'll be the last 16 match to be getting into. Need to get that on really as soon as possible. Craig Marsh is 1 frame away now against Scott Pope. I can tell you, the amateur player Darren Cook, he's beat Craig Brown 7 frames to 6, so he's going to be playing Ryan Clark. And these shocks, I mean, they're not shocks to us because we know how strong our amateurs are. They are continuing to cause chaos. I can tell you there was 9 amateur players out of 16 in the last 16. At the last tour there was 8. Now there's 9. It's just growing and growing, that amateur ranks. They are starting to believe that they compete against the best players, and they are doing just that. Is there going to be an upset at the end of today's play? Or are the professional players going to come through? I mean, I'll keep you up to date with them scores. Let's get back to this match. This is at a crucial stage now, 2 frames each. box is still going out. His finish here. Trying to regain his lead. Nice little cannon there. Lovely little controlled shot with run inside. Both of these players are playing with great confidence. Yes, we've had a few mistakes from both of them, but it's still been a great standard. So, and both of these players are not wasting any time taking these clearances out. And they don't look easy. Well, they're making them look easy. These are two players that are firing. He's perfect on this black. We'll probably overrun it if we're going to be a little bit critical. Should be no problem for Ross Fernie. It isn't, and it's 3-2. Dean Shields to break next as well. There's Liam Dunster, #1 player. He just started his quarter-final match. Looks like Craig Marsh, has he just got through, or has it gone 6-2 now? I think it's possibly, so no, I'm being told it's 6-3. Scott Pope is making a bit of a comeback, as you see there. Scott Pope smiling with his supporter there. And it was 6-1 down in that, so he's took the last 2 frames, and we'll just see Craig Marsh just coming out of the arena, just taking a comfort break, just trying to get himself together. He's 1 frame away, remember, from getting into the quarterfinals. Dean Shields, he needs to get his break working. Wasn't too bad on the last one. He needs to control this cue ball. He's tracking that corner pocket again. Twice he's been in there, and he was very close to going in there on his second break, but he's in off again, and you cannot do that at this level. And Ross Fernie, he's got another great chance there. And I've been joined in the comms box by, well, it's a bit like a regular sidekick now, Kevin Barton. He's back for some more analysis about these matches.
Hello again, Mark. Hello again, everyone. And we just got a brief glimpse of Liam Dunster there on one of the outer tables. He's 2-0 up against Lee Anderson. And as I'm sure you alluded to earlier, Mark, the number of amateur players who are getting to the latter stages of this event, it is phenomenal.
Seems to be growing tour after tour. We had 8 last time. We're at 9 this time in the last 16. What's coming?
We've got 3 in the quarterfinals already, with potentially another 2. It just shows, and we do go on about it all the time, the strength of depth, but that's because it's true, and we see it tour after tour, and I think the amateurs are just getting stronger and stronger, and they're getting more confident against, in the matchups against the pro players.
Yeah, and I think because this rule set's been out for years and years and years, it just really improves players playing this black ball rule set. Everyone loves them, and it's such an attacking style. It's definitely the rule set we should all be playing.
Well, it is the official rule set, of course, of the sport. And again, I'm picking up anything in the chat, so if you want to ask us anything or tell us where you're watching from. Somebody's asked, can anybody enter these events, Mark?
Oh, you certainly can. I mean, we how many entries, single event entries? I think it was 50 odd for this one. I mean, I know Gosforth, I think we're on about 20 now, and I know that's probably going to get to 50 or 60. So I'd be hurrying up if you are thinking about entering our Gosforth event. Anybody can enter, whatever level. If you think you're good enough, get yourselves down. It's some great fun. We'll talk to you, and we're very approachable here at the IPA. We love talking to new players. We want you to enjoy your experience. And everybody that's been here this weekend, they've all enjoyed it. Even in these hot conditions, the hotel has been superb.
Yeah, the air conditioning has held up to the job thank goodness. It would have been warm work otherwise. But no, fair play to the hotel. Everything in good working order. And what a ladies' final we've got coming up after this match. Amy Beecham against Harriet Haynes. The current world champion against the former world champion.
Yeah, it's going to be a great match. It really is.
Dean Shields in a spot of trouble here. He's had 2 goes to move that red. That is jam tight against that side rail.
Yeah, Mark Farnsworth, number 2 seed. He's 1 frame away from getting into the quarterfinals. He might have a little bit of a long wait though. He's waiting for the winner of Darren Cook and Ryan Clark. So, key shot for Dean Shields. Can he get the cannon? He's tried a couple of times. Oh. Didn't get anywhere near that. What was he playing there? Was he playing in off the yellow? I don't think it's on anyway. I don't think there's anything on now. So I'm just looking at our chat now, and we've got one from the 8-ball Prowler. He said, what has happened to the planned multi-table stream for this year? Kevin, would you like to really elaborate on a little bit on that one?
Well, not much to say about that really, because we've changed our stream provider. We're now working with High-Vis Media. We're really excited to be working with, and we've got lots of great plans coming up over the coming months and years, and yeah, so we'll just see where that goes. But yeah, covering an additional table is something that we actually talked about yesterday. But yeah, lots of plans, but obviously they all take time, and we just need to introduce them gradually, just to make your experience of watching IP events the best it can be.
Yeah, I think just for me, just to put a little bit on that, when we do things, we like to do them correctly, and these things take a little bit of time. We need to manage the resources, etc. And when we do it, we want to do it right first time, and hopefully the experience for the person watching it, the people playing in it, and it all needs to work for everybody. We're always looking at things to grow the game, Kevin, aren't we? And grow things here at the IPA, because we believe in this game. We really do. And I know everybody watching at home, they love watching us.
Yeah, Paul, it's in our DNA. If you cut us in half, it'll say IPA through the middle, like a stick of rock.
Ross Fernie is now open up a 2-frame lead. Yeah, Dean Shields, he had 3 opportunities to try and get into that red on that side cushion. Not easy ones, far from easy, definitely not. But Ross Fernie, he won't be feeling sorry for him. 4-2, he's looking good.
Yeah, been one of the very best players over the past, what, 6-9 months. Ross Fernie, 3 major titles. He's had to get an extension to his trophy cupboard, and I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. This guy is on a mission. He is one of the very best. Great to watch.
Yeah. And And looks like he's going for a cut break here. He's swapping his break around a bit today. He's got some good power on that, and he's got a ball. That's made a difference. Look at the way these have opened up. I think he'll be making light work of these. He has got a choice of either colour set. Possibly yellows, maybe, all depending on how that yellow at the bottom end of the table, if that goes, but reds have be just as easy. The only hard on the red one is the one on that right hand cushion above the middle pocket.
Yeah, I think that yellow will go into the bottom left hand corner. It's hard to tell exactly. On the overhead I don't think it does, but on the normal camera shot I think it will.
Yeah, what we're looking at there is it's hard for us to judge. I mean, Ross, he'll know. He's made his mind up, and he is taking these yellows. Suppose we're going to be seeing either in this next shot or the next couple of shots of if that yellow does go. He's come round to have a look at it again. Where's the white ball gone? Oh, that's a very loose shot there from Ross Fernie. Yes, he potted the yellow ball cleanly, but did he have to hit it that hard?
Well, I thought he might have just put a trace of left-hand side on that one, but it seemed like he just played it plain ball and the natural angle took it behind the red. So that's a little error in judgment from the man from Scotland.
Yeah, maybe he was just seeing a little bit of the winning line there, and we've seen a mistake. And a mistake that Dean Shields needs to take with both hands. He must clear these up. Reduce it to 4-3. And we're going to have a great game on our hands. I think we already had a great game on our hands before it started. But this is far from over. I mean, at 5-2, we probably would have been getting Dean Shields' taxi home. Not now.
An interesting comment from Ewan. He said he'd love to see a behind-the-scenes video, getting the venue set up, etc. Must be a lot of work. Keep up the good work, guys. Thanks for your comments there, Ewan. And believe it or not, that was something we were talking about yesterday as well.
Wow. Yeah, you have one of them maybe fast-moving videos where showing all the different, and then just move on. Yeah, that would be very interesting, wouldn't it?
Yep.
You'll be able to find out who does the work and who doesn't do the work, though. So maybe there might be a couple of them that won't want to show that, but
we might have to haze out the faces. They might not want the publicity.
Yeah, could tell a few stories to the IPA if that got out into the social media world. But yeah, great. That's a great point. Well, yeah, thank you very much for noticing the hard work that goes into these events. Everybody works hard, and it's not just about setting up the event. It's all the pre-event stuff, etc. All the planning. Luckily, we are blessed here with a great team. A very small team, I might add.
Small team, but as you say, Mark, absolutely incredible amount of work that everyone puts in. You know, even jobs that you don't think about. You know, we've got Dean who sets the tables up, and he's on the shot clock. Dean and Steve, they've shared the shot clock duties, just sat there concentrating on every shot that's being played. It takes a lot of concentration. Our referees who put long hours in, and again they've got to be on the ball for every shot. And high vis who are, behind the scenes with all the cameras. The team that's here putting a shift in, that is for certain.
Yeah, if you think about the playing hours that we play at 9 o'clock in the morning, when sometimes playing till 1, 1:30, etc. I mean, the playing times are long enough. You just think of all the pre-stuff we have to do before the 9 o'clock schedule comes up, and then the bits we do to finish off, etc. Definitely lots of work to be done. And Dean Shields, I think he's got a little bit of work to do on this black. Needs to watch the cue ball.
Oh, sweet.
What a shot that was.
Absolutely sweet. And I think just whilst we stay on the team issue, I think we need to make a special mention for Bron, who is our tournament director. She has been working that top table.
Hashtag, isn't it? She's got a lot of job roles. She really has.
She has put some hours in.
Just seen her walking across then.
Oh, what? Got away from the desk?
Yeah, she's busy. Probably telling somebody off, fumbling, I don't know.
Yeah, from 9 o'clock every morning to, you know, what time did we unchain her? Around
well, she was
past 10, half past 10?
She was down here at 7:30, doing all the prep work that she does, ready for the tournament starting at 9 o'clock this morning. And that's, yeah, incredible work from Bron. Absolute credit to her. She puts hours in at home as well.
Yeah, yeah. Sean Foxton, he's must be on his way home. He's enjoyed his weekend. He put up a real valiant battle against Liam Dunster this morning. Just losing out 7-5, I think it was. But yeah, great confidence booster for Sean, and him and all the North East contingent we'll be seeing in early September for the next tour stop in Gosforth, which, as you said, Mark, is rapidly selling out. If you want to enter, I wouldn't hang about. Just once we promote that at the end of the week, at the end of this week, that will fill up, and that will be that.
I must add about that hotel. That hotel is another credit to the IPA. It's a fantastic hotel, and definitely not one to be missed out on.
And there's been a bit on the chat about rules, and I think a question was asked: will they ever put any aspects of world rules into black ball to help persuade people moving away from world rules to black ball instead of international rules? No, is the answer to that one. Quite simple. You know, black ball rules, fine as they are, no need to change them. I know everyone's got a view, and that's fine, but you know, there's no plans to change anything in black ball. They are the official rule set of the sport. Any other rules are just a set of rules. The sport has seen too many rule sets over the years.
Yeah, making any more changes just confuses the issue even more. It's a minefield as it is. So, yeah, no plans on that. I mean, we are quite governed with that, with our official body. There'll have to be a lot of committee meetings, etc., to get any rule changes in it. The things like that don't happen easy. It could take years.
Yeah, they can only take place at the AGM, at the Black Ball International AGM. And you know, rules do get tinkered with, but you know, I wouldn't expect any major changes to the rules in the foreseeable future.
Dean Shields, while we're talking about all the rule sets, Dean Shields is making these black ball rules look very simple indeed. And now this simple black to level this match up. There you see it. It is levelled up. It's 4 frames each. We're into a best of 5. There's Lee Anderson. Marsh on that table there at the back, as you can just see. Lee Anderson, he's back to 2 frames each now. Seems to have got a little extra spring in his step. Rick March, he's playing the quarter-final against Phil Parkin. Kyle Cope and Mark Farnsworth, they're in the quarter-final safely. They're waiting. So, Ross Vernick just lost these last 2 frames. What's going through his mind now? He's got to get a ball at the break, surely. That's what he needs. He has got a ball, it's a black.
Got 3
2
balls.
rivers.
So just a couple of messages in the chat. One, why do we ignore emails? And would you do any deals for people with disabilities from Ireland to play in the IPA? So all I can suggest is if you email the secretary at ipapool.com, he will get back to you and answer any questions, queries that you may have. That is the first port of call for anyone wanting to contact the IPA. So I'll just repeat that. It's secretary at ipapool.com. And yes, if you need to contact the IPA, that is the best way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, if you are going through any other avenue, it could be quite easily missed. So that seems to be the best one.
Phenomenal break there from Ross.
Yeah, got a lot of power in that. And these, oh, I'm looking at yellows. If that yellow that is closest to now, obviously blocked by the red, does that go into that top corner? One of the bottom corners, as that camera definitely doesn't. Definitely doesn't go. But he might be forced into yellows here because he's not going to have a shot at a red. So what can he do to dislodge that out? He's just looking at the black now as well, just making sure, does that still go in the top left-hand corner? Or does he have to move that as well to develop that? So if he does, he'll probably play the cannon on it here. Right, and, is that gone okay? Is it gone? Well, either way, he's now nudged that red, so that black clearly goes now. But he has now got this problem with this yellow in the bottom half of the table. This is a big frame in this match. This could be a big difference between who wins this and who doesn't. So, is this the key shot? I mean, it doesn't look a lot of room if going behind that red to try and get any cannon.
He could try and play behind it, put the 2 in the middle and use the one that's just below the centre pocket to just drift the white down and play position on it into the right centre.
Yeah, and I think that's what he's trying, Kev. I mean, does it go into one of the bottom corners? He has it here and he got the middle pocket to play on.
This is all about touch.
Oh.
And top pocket's fine as well.
Yeah, there was a percentage shot there, wasn't there? And I think playing it in the top corner, if he did play in the top corner, he was never leaving the cue ball on the cushion. Oh, I feel that he snatched at that a little bit.
Yeah, just didn't put the cue straight through on that one. Bit of a shovel.
I think he rushed that a little bit, but he's fouled as well. Was to clip the cue ball. Dean Shields then. This is to take 3 frames on the bounce. And Ross Fernie is really up against it now. It will be Dean Shields to break in the next if he does clear these up. Just playing a clever containing shot there with his free shot. Just putting that yellow. Well, it's a bit of an insurance policy really. Viewed that well, Dean has. Got right into that one. If anything, he's probably overcooked that by 6 inches. Well, shouldn't be a problem. Dean, he's not under any pressure here. He can be taking the lead here for the first time in this match. At a very crucial stage, Ross Fernie's missed a great opportunity in this one.
He's looking a little bit frustrated, flustered in his chair there. A bit red in the cheeks.
Yeah, definitely flustered without a shadow. Yeah, and so he's going to be taking a comfort break. I think, as you said, Kevin, you've noticed a little bit flustered, and Dean's doing exactly the same thing. So, yeah, big stages here.
So whilst that's going on, we'll just talk you through the draw. So the quarterfinals so far: Liam Dunster 2, Lee Anderson 3, Craig Marsh 2, Phil Parkin 1. Kyle Cope is awaiting the winner of this match, and Mark Farnsworth is awaiting the winner of Darren Cook and Ryan Clark, and that is currently 2-0 to Ryan Clark. So see all the Northeast players in the same section of the draw.
Yeah, there's only one of them that can get through to the final.
So whilst there's been carnage amongst the pros and the seeds, the number 1 and number 2 seeds are still there. The rankings don't lie.
No, they don't. There's Lee Anderson. 3-2 ahead now. He's taken 3 frames on the bounce against the number 1 player. I mean, Liam's had a bit of a quiet weekend so far. He didn't do too well in the professional event. Not to his standards, anyway.
No.
And he's sat in his chair there, waiting for a chance. You see there, that's Ryan Clark, our professional player. He's up against Darren Cook. Darren Cook, he's a great player.
Yeah, pulled out a nice finish in the deciding frame to defeat professional Craig Brown, World Championship semi-finalist this year. Craig Brown, and he had a chance at 6-5 up, did Craig. Didn't take it and was left to rue that missed opportunity.
Yeah, you can see Craig Brown, he's just sat watching Ryan and Darren's game. He'll be kicking himself, he should be on there himself. Definitely had chances. One person that has been taking his chances is Dean Shields. He did look down and out at 4-2. Oh, he's back in this match. He's 5-4 up and showing great momentum. And like I said, it's going to be him to break next as well. So it looks like both players, yeah, there's Ross, look. Both players have come back from the comfort break. Dean seems to be in good spirits, talking with his fans in his corner. We're gonna have to get some tiered seating in the back soon for Dean's corner. Seems to be growing. Ross corner there. Big supporters of Ross, Jenny Dawson and Bob Sterling.
Yeah, there'll be lots back home as well. I mean, Greg Bonner, big Ross Fernie fan. He's all nice and comfy watching Ross. He's going to have to up his game though, Greg. Just feeling the heat a little bit at the moment. But that's a dry. Oh no, one's gone in.
Ross was out of his seat as well. And the next minute, that yellow is just tracked towards the top corner. Things are turning here for Dean Shields. And he has just kept in this match and always believed that he can get back at Ross Fernie. And now, can he all of a sudden take a 2-frame lead? Maybe 4 frames on the bounce if he does.
We've just got an alert. More entries coming in for the Gosforth event as we speak.
Well, that'll just be down to the players that have enjoyed this weekend. Single event entries.
So just a reminder, if you do want to enter, there's no prerequisite, there's no qualifying. If you want to enter, you just pay your money,
Yeah,
and you're in.
No exams or anything like that.
No test. All done through the shop on the IPA website.
He's just going about his work here. He'd have loved an angle on that one in the top left-hand corner, one closest to the cushion. I think the one below that, it doesn't look like he can get a potting angle. It just looks a bit too close to that yellow. Can he make it happen here? He has tried to make it happen. And that's not a bad shot. So, but he has tied up another red. Does that red go in the top right-hand corner? If it does, it might make it a bit easy.
I think he'll be looking for the plant. He'll push pot the one into the top left. And a little gentle plant.
Oh, that clock is ticking down. 3, 2. He was coming down to the last couple of seconds there. And that was a jabby one. It wasn't an easy shot, was it?
Yeah, the shot clock pressure there made him hit that way too hard. He's probably about 8 inch further away from that red than he wanted to be. So this makes this plant a little bit more tricky. Has he got the legs? He has.
He played that well. Very elegantly done.
But now he's just got to thread this white ball. Probably, well, how much? It looks pretty thin on our camera.
I mean, you feel he's probably going to be canning into something. It's hard to avoid. It is hard to avoid. Where's the black gone? Oh, he's fine. He's played that cannon. Now, 1 frame away. 6-4 ahead. He's taken 4 on the spin. Playing with some great confidence now, Dean. It's going to be Ross to break next, though. There he is, just getting a pat on the back. And then look at Ross's reaction there. He's got his head in his hands and he's feeling he's got to take the remaining 3 frames. He's going to be breaking in 2 of them if it does get to that point. First things first, he's got to give himself a chance.
Yeah, it's just very, very un-Ross-like shots. He's going to need a little bit of help from the Dean Shields break, that's for certain. Jenny Lawson there watching on. Is she saying a prayers?
Oh, be praying for a ball going in. He's got a ball. Where's the black? Black's been in quite a few times on this table.
Take 2. referee Darren Maidment, just racking the balls nice and tight. Ready to go again.
Oh dear. Oh dear. I think we've probably just seen Ross Verney's last shot of this open event. I don't think he's going to be coming back to the table. The only thing he's coming back to the table to do will be shaking Dean Shields' hand. Because these are the chances that Dean has been taking, and there's no reason why he shouldn't be taking these out.
I mean, he's sport for choice. He can literally go for either colour here.
You don't want to overthink this. Keep it as simple as possible.
I think probably yellows, but really he can go for any here.
There's arguments for both. There really is. Well, he's selected the reds. Has he underhit this? Wow. He's not his best cueing shot that we've seen from him. Are we going to see a twist in this match?
See, those two balls that he's potted at the top end of the table, they would have been perfect for his last two balls to leave the black into the left middle. So now, just got to be careful of that red that's near the centre of the table. It's not really going about this in a clinical fashion.
Oh, I think he's had some negative thoughts in his head about that red in the middle of the table that you've mentioned. I think that was always a concern of his. Now he's left this so awkward. Awkward cueing. He needs to have a perfect angle on his next shot. If he doesn't, he could find himself going too far away from this red. And I think that could be the case now. Can he hold this? On the red in the centre. I don't think he can. He's just basically just got to drop it in. Well, that clock is ticking down. He's had his extension. He has dropped it in. He's held it as good as he could. Now, there is a little bit of traffic in the way of the black. He needs to get his cannon right. Can he really get the white ball around? Well, again, he's going to be under some shot clock pressure. There's a 10-second warning. He's missed the red. And that is down to shot clock pressure. And Ross Verney has got another life. This match should have been over. There is another twist. Can Ross Verney, though, take this opportunity out? I don't think he's going to be doing too much anything extravagant here. Just going to be getting the snooker. Keeping the pressure on Dean. Really trying to make him pay for that miss. What's going to happen next? Oh, he had to hit that red to have any chance, and he hasn't. He's given the one free shot, one visit away. Wow, that white ball nearly got away from him there, and that would have been a foul. So, develops the black. At least to slow down a bit. He's okay. Now surely Ross Verney's going to get within one, and then he's just got to pray he's going to get another shot. It'll be Dean Shields to break next. But first thing is first. He must clear these up. The clock is ticking down. Seems to be a bit calmer than he was when he played a previous shot into that top right-hand corner. Just before he went for his comfort break. Yeah, if anybody looks edgy now, it's probably Dean Shields. Well, either way, if Ross does clear this up, Dean has got to get that previous error out of his system. No, simple black into the bottom right corner. It's 6-5, 2 frames left. You see there, Dean sat in his corner, just blowing his hands, trying to just chill himself out a little bit, keeping it smooth. It is a well air-conditioned room, so shouldn't be too many sweaty hands. But it could be a little bit of nerves. There's a lot at stake here. These two players have got huge respect for each other. So Dean Shields, he's had a bit of a mixture of breaks. I mean, quite recently his break's been good, but he needs to hold himself together. Put himself under a bit more pressure than he wanted here. Dean Shields to break. Good cue ball, I think. I think it's tracking towards the pocket. He's fine, and he's got a ball. Oh, they have split perfectly for him. These reds are there for the taking. Surely we're going to see him close out this match now. He's just got to get down. Just play this really positively. 4 remaining reds and the black. Surely you'll see in the end of this match now. What a great match it's been. Ross Fernie will be a little bit more disappointed out of the 2 players. Now, Dean, got to be careful here. I mean, if he does take the more harder pot, the one in the top left-hand corner, it's awkward queuing. And with this one, he just needs to drop one in. Is he going to play both at the same time? No, drop it in. That's the shot. Now, one good positional shot. He should be over the line. Still, it's not an easy one. They're always a little bit tricky to judge, especially ones over the pockets, but should be quite an easy drawback, surely. And it is. It's perfect now. We should be seeing the closing moments now of this match. Seems to be queuing very well, but if anything, got too much into that one. So we'll see this queue action there. It's black. And there you see it drop, and he has got over the line. And Dean Shields, well played there, and he deserves to be into the quarterfinals. He's going to be playing Kyle Cope next. He'll probably be on one of the outer tables. We're going to be playing the ladies' final next. Ross Fernie. He'll be a little bit disappointed with his performance there, but no doubt he'll be back at the next event. Really trying to capitalise on, well, not capitalise, but build on what he's already got already. Yeah, I'm sure we're going to probably hear now that Kevin Barton he's going to be talking to Dean Shields in the studio. And I've got to say, when he does talk to Dean Shields in the studio, he's probably going to be a very relieved man. So let's go over to the studio right now and hear what Dean's got to say.
Thanks, Mark. And here with Dean, who I don't think marches into the quarterfinals is the right word. Maybe steady walk.
Stumbles. There's never been a steady walk with me.
6-4 up and golden opportunity in that 11th frame. What were you thinking then? Did you just lose concentration?
Yeah. I was saying to Vicky before, I tend to waste my extension, a bit too early. And I just, when they split, I thought, right, I can't go wrong here, just compose yourself. That's why I took it early again. And then I played a loose shot and I thought, why have I not got this extension here? Because I was always a little bit out of position and trying to force it. And if I'd have just had my extension still, I'd have been, maybe not happy, but, I'd have been more composed, I think, because at the end I just thought, I've got to try and play a cannon and hope for the best, and it didn't work.
But you redeemed yourself in the last frame there. That was a really nice finish. It was a great break, really crunched the break. But you still had one tricky positional shot at the end, didn't you, that you judged to perfection?
Yeah, and I think the break, when I'm not going in off, it isn't too bad. I'm bursting the pack quite well. I mean, not so much on that stream table, but at the outside tables, I've been making 2 balls every break, and getting first chance. And so the break has been working. It's just controlling that white again.
Into the quarters again.
Yep.
What we've seen in this open event, and I'm sure you're aware of all the rules, we've seen absolute carnage out there with the amateurs and the pros, with the knocking the pros out, and I think it's almost even in the quarters. I mean, I think you're playing an amateur next.
I think so, yeah.
But you just can't take anyone for granted, can you?
No, that just shows the strength in the amateur side. There's no easy games, It's I'm going to have just as hard game now, and whoever it is I'm playing, than I would against Fernie. So, yeah, you've just got to take it 100% dedication every time.
Yeah. And generally happy with where your game's at the moment?
Yeah, generally. Like I say, I came into this again without putting too much pressure on myself, whereas at the Bradford one, I was feeling like I was banging form. And I don't know whether that had an impact in the way I played in Bradford, but I didn't do as well as I wanted. But come to this one thinking, let's just see how we go again. Like the last time we was here, when I did quite well. So I think the key for me is to just see how you go. Don't put pressure on yourself, and just take it game by game.
And just a word about Ross in that one. Quite himself in that match. Missed 1 or 2.
Yeah, I actually saw, because we played the round before on tables side by side, and he seemed to struggle a little bit in that one. Obviously got over the line with a good finish and a decider. But yeah, just for some reason a little bit off. I just want to say he called a foul on himself. I think it was either at 4 each or at 5-4 down, and I didn't see it and the ref didn't see it, so hats off to him.
Yeah, and that's just what we sort of almost expect with the professionalism and that integrity that we have here with all the players. And it's just great to see, and reaffirms that message. Anyway, I think we've kept enough of your time. You've got a quarter-final to prepare for. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you later on, Dean.
Thank you.
Dean Shields takes his place in the quarter-finals, and he did what he needed to do there, Mark. I think there's more to come from Dean.
Yeah, definitely. We haven't seen the best of Dean Shields there. We've seen glimpses of it with some great clearances and that. He won't be too happy with performance, but he'll be majorly happy to get over the line, and no doubt he has said that. And he's stumbled over the line, I think I heard him say.
Yeah.
And that's probably exactly what happened.
Yeah, so he's in the quarters, and I can't remember the draw, but I know he's got an amateur opponent next.
Kyle Cope.
Kyle Cope, who...
Yeah, they're going straight on as well. Against Wayne Fryer, who won
Fryer.
Yeah, he won the last amateur event, and Wayne Fryer's a brilliant player.
And Wayne Fryer had just beaten
John McAllister.
7
frames to 3.
Yeah, so it's an absolute merry-go-round here.
Chaos.
It's chaos, yeah. So coming up now, we have got the ladies' final, and I think this is a match I've been looking forward to for some time. We've got the current world champion Harriet Haynes against her predecessor, former world champion Amy Beecham. What an absolute classic lineup this is.
Yeah, it is. I think Amy owes probably 1 or 2 matches, but this is one that everybody's been waiting for. There's no doubt about it. and I can feel there's some nerves in that arena already from both players. Yeah, I mean, Harriet's like part of the furniture in there. Seems to be in there at every event, and it's been a while that we've seen Amy in there. But I think she wants to really get stuck in. She wants that trophy. Both of these ladies. I mean, you can say that. You know, Harriet. Is she bold about winning the third title? Absolutely, yes. She wants to keep winning title after title. She's got so much hunger for this game, and a credit to her.
So what's Amy going to have to do to stop the Harriet Haynes train just matching on?
Pot every ball. Put every chance that she gets, because what we do see is that you will get chances against Harriet because she's a very attacking player. They're both very attacking players, but Amy's got to take every chance against her. This could go close. This might be a decider.
Right then. Well, I think it's time to let the players perform the action. We've got our referee who is ready. We've got Dan Fairway ready in the commentary box. Over to you, Dan.
Thank you very much, Kev. The ladies' final is our next event. As you said, the battle of the two previous the previous world champion and the current world champion, I should say. Harriet Haynes and Amy Beecham. And there's a bear in the commentary box. And it's Vicky Lomax, and she's found her microphone.
Yep.
And welcome to the commentary box.
Hi, Dan.
It's rather warm in here, but we'll carry on regardless. It'll be Amy to break first. Have you got any predictions for this one, Vicky?
Too close to call, I think. I think it'd be a great game, and I wouldn't be surprised if we go to a decider.
Yeah. I suppose in recent form you'd have to go with Harriet. But
yeah, Harriet will be the favourite on paper, yeah. But you know, Champs is just as good player as Harriet is, so yeah, probably the best two players in the tournament are in the final. So should be a very good game.
Well, hopefully it will be that kind of affair, and Harriet just giving her glasses a clean. Still need them in spick and span, ready for the final. Referee for this one, Ben Taylor Fuente. Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, lovely burst open there. Unfortunately, it's going off.
Yeah, I mean, it was a dry break anyway, so Amy would have been disappointed with the fact that had gone dry, because like you said, they broke open nicely. But actually, it's a really good chance now for Harriet, because she's got this free shot. If not for the free shot, that's quite a messy table.
Yeah, the two reds and the yellow on the side cush is a bit messy, so I imagine she will deal with that now, yeah.
Not necessarily the result she wanted.
I think she's fine here. I'd expect her to take these yellows out. As long as she gets the right angle on that one that's touching the red, she should be fine.
From the overhead, it looks like that flies in, but from the other camera angle, the sort of behind the table,
yeah, it looks a lot tighter.
Can she see enough of that yellow? Really tight.
She's looked at it though, so I think it must do.
Yeah, it's either that or she's got a plan to break it out. But, well,
I feel that was a little erratic.
Yeah, I mean, I assume she took the double on for position because it obviously went in the centre, but
yeah, I thought she could have just screwed back for the other yellow, but obviously she saw it differently. And now it's all just a bit messy now around the black, but
Amy's having a look at this one on the rail. That's a good shot. It's a very good shot.
yeah, it just gives her control of the frame now.
Yep, that shot has made Reds a reasonably heavy favourite, actually.
If Harriet wants to be super aggressive, she could play the yellow plant here and try and take the red over the pocket.
I think that was very aggressive. I think that says a lot about your
I think
your
that's
game.
why I'm sat here and they're out there.
Amy presumably won't want to pop this red. She just wants to get it both into the pocket. She's still got full control. But Harriet can now put her into a situation where I think Amy will probably have to pot that red.
Yeah, as close as it is to the pocket now. Yeah, the next shot should probably pot it.
Oh, that's a big error. She's left her away into the other red, hasn't she?
Yeah, I think she's left the gap.
I'm actually surprised Harriet didn't flick off the first yellow, because that would have meant that wouldn't have happened, because the second one rather, wouldn't have moved so far. And Amy took on the tough pot, but...
Yeah, again, I think she should probably try and get in behind that yellow again here.
Thing is, because all the other reds are open, there's less value in that now. I don't think she's got a huge amount of choice.
Oh, you know, she can roll this in and play the skilly.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the option. And if she does get the skilly, then the safety next shot should be a good one. Delicate touch needed here.
This is what I am terrible at. Bears don't have delicate touches.
I'm surprised she played that anything like that pace.
Yeah, I thought she would have just nestled on, but
the thing is, actually, I think she might have put her yellow safe there.
I think it goes. Looking at the overhead, I think that goes. And obviously the reds don't, so
no,
it could work out in her favour.
It's tight, isn't it? That it's off the jaw if it does go. It's not centre of the pocket, I don't think. It might not go after this shot. It does, but that's a very good return from Amy Beach.
Yeah, great safety.
She's clever, isn't she, Amy? She's got a real pool brain.
Yeah, she plays the right shots a lot of the time. Yeah, very experienced. I think they're both just trying to settle into this first frame. Bit of scrapping from them both, but
obviously you've had your time on this table under the shot clock and under the pressure. Is it a totally different experience to playing in the outer arena?
yeah, I don't not necessarily just the shot clock. I just think the fact that it's on the stream. You've got a crowd watching you. It's obviously a bit hotter. The shot clock doesn't really affect me because I play quick, probably too quick anyway. So.
It's been a tentative and tactical opening start from both these two, really forced by Harriet's attempt at that double, which was a bit wild early on.
Yeah, I don't think, obviously nobody wants a kind of frame like this, but these two players wouldn't have been looking for this kind of frame at all.
No, it's not, but that's Paul, and that's the way it goes. I think...
If that's a plant, then he's got a chance here.
I think she had a bit of a touch there, to be honest. Because that could have gone horribly wrong, but I think they will plant. But you do need to get right in behind it, because you need to stay on the other one.
The second one.
Yeah. Unless she's going to play it now.
She should maybe hold off the yellow.
It's risky, though, because I think the first red goes in behind the other yellow here, if you're not careful. You must need to play it cushion first. That's a good shot.
That's a very good shot. Just a bit of care here, not to block herself on that red over the pocket, and then they should be done.
Nice pace.
Yeah, I think that's the other big difference is playing on this table. This is a much quicker table than the arena table, so that'll take them maybe a frame or two to get used to. Again, sort of overrun it by a foot there, just face the table, quarter out a bit.
It's the slide off the cushion as well that gets you. When you play with that little bit side like she did there, it really takes.
Yeah.
And Amy's got to come up with a good one here now. And
do you fancy to cut this back?
I didn't fancy that red to drop, if I'm
No,
honest.
I know.
Yeah, why not? I think.
Having full length of the table.
This is horrible.
I think I'd be fresh airing this if it was me.
Yeah, this is a tough shot by anyone's standards. I think she's lined up a double here. Oh, she's tried to cut it in.
I don't think it went in that bag.
No, I don't. But she might have had a touch of fortune, because I don't think that yellow passes it.
Go now, no.
I mean, Harriet could just nudge that yellow over the pocket and leave the cube welded to the black, though. She'd leave Amy no shot at all.
Yep. Oh, it flew in.
It flew in.
It flew in. What do we know?
Not very much. Like you said, that's why we're in here. It's a missed opportunity in that frame for Amy, though. That really was a poor positional shot from the one over the corner pocket.
But yeah, you know, with the ladies playing race to 7 here, it's early days, so I don't think Amy let that phase her too much.
In goes the black. Harriet Haynes leads the first frame. Leads the match by 1 frame to 0. It's been a long day. It's been a long weekend, for everyone concerned, I think. And yeah, we'll let our referee Ben Taylor Fuente set the balls up for frame number 2. Obviously, you're in here, so your weekend hasn't gone exactly to plan. But how did you get on?
No, I was rubbish, and I'm not being the whole or making excuses. I have been dreadful.
Everyone has the odd weekend.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't have a favourable draw. You know, I played champs in the 3rd round.
Oh, yeah, tricky.
And yeah, neither of us played great, to be honest. But yeah, she beat me 5-2, and then Jodie Allen beat me 4-0 in the loser side. She played well, and I didn't. So sometimes that's just how it goes.
Harriet lining up.
Lovely break.
That's a very good break.
That's it. And in a ladies' game, if you've got a weapon like that, it's massive. I mean, it's obviously massive in the men's game as well, but if the ladies can break like that, then...
Yeah, point very much taken. It's a really good split. It's actually one of the best splits I've seen all day on this table. Just the 2 reds that are tight together, I think.
Yeah, she should be able to screw into them now. Just free them up.
Really, the only thing you can see that could go wrong, isn't it? Is sticking to one of them. I've just gone around the back of it.
Oh, it's a lovely positional shot. Maybe a bit in between the 2.
Yeah, she's going to have to drop the top one in.
I can't see any mistakes coming here, to be honest. Can she get through to that red?
I mean, if she can't get through to the red closest to the bottom right corner from the overhead, then there's just a sniff for Amy that this doesn't quite go right. It is very tight. Clearly she can't because she's not going for it, so a long pot here. Nailed. Cue ball is going to sit on that yellow, but not on the...
Just pulled up in time.
Yeah. It could have been one of those where it almost glues itself. Oh, that's not a great shot. What do you do? Well, if this is you, are you taking on the tough one to the centre? I don't suppose she's got much choice, really.
Yes.
She could play the yellow she's closest to off the yellow into the middle.
Yes. I think she's looking at that now.
I'd fancy myself for this if I was right behind it, but there's a bit of angle here. It's tough. Yeah, too full. Possibly got a bit lucky in that I don't think Amy can get the black in the centre now.
No. A little eye roll from Amy there. Suggests that, yeah, what's the issue?
It is annoying. I do get it. It is annoying when you're playing someone who's in searingly good form, you know, winning everything, and then they get a bit of luck as well.
Of luck, yeah, a bit of the run.
You're not the person who needs that bit of run. Confident pot from Amy Beecham. Is it worth going into them now? Just nudging into the black?
Possibly. I mean, she look. Does it? I think it goes to.
It goes up to the top right. Yeah, I think it does. And the if she could get the cue ball where she is now for the black,
yeah,
she'll be very happy. But that's going to be tough to get the cue ball to that position from one of her last two yellows. Now, you can get it in that area quite easily, but you really want to be precise with that. It's not an easy black.
I mean, depending on the angle she leaves this yellow, she could possibly bring the white towards the middle pocket and take the black in the top left as we look.
Yep. Again, needs a bit of precision, but yeah, that shot is on. Maybe a fraction too much angle from here. Easiest to tell when you're right behind it. Digging in, moving it, that'll do.
That's a great shot, yeah.
That will do nicely. No messing about from Amy Beecham. And she ties the scores, 1-1. Decent start. Awkward first frame.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, Amy taking that first yellow, you know, the slightly tougher one down the rail shows that she wasn't phased by the first frame, and she's confident. So
yeah, it was a really nice pot that. Yeah, very confidently done. Beck Sweeney in action in the Ladies' Cup.
Oh yeah, I was rubbish in that as well.
Don't hold back. Tell us how you really feel. Of course, that competition is still going on, as is the IPA British Open. Craig Marsh there in the background.
Yeah, Marsha and Dunster, usual suspects, going deep again.
Lots of usual suspects, but lots of people who aren't. And Dunster's on his way out by the looks of it. He's 6-2 down to Lee Anderson at the moment.
Is he? Wow.
How has this break gone dry? That is astonishing. There must have been 3 or 4 balls there that looked like they were tracking right towards the pocket and just came off the jaws. It's a very good break from Amy Beecham.
It's a loose shot there.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest of opening positional shots. She was quite straight on that. Obviously felt like she had to pinch it, but I don't think Harriet cued that very well.
No, kind of bit snatched.
Yeah.
So Amy will be very relieved to be back at the table so quickly.
Yes, and with the chance on yellows as well, which is definitely the preferable colour set. I think there's just going to be one. Well, she hasn't snookered herself on that one down the rail,
I
has
don't
she?
think she can get the one down. I mean, overhead doesn't look like it, but obviously
she can, yeah. I think she was just taking the extension there to make her mind up.
Yeah, which way to go?
Because she had options. She could have either done what she did and come all the way down the table, or she could have stayed for the one in the middle and then come down table later. I quite like this option because now she's clearly got a pattern working her way back up the table. The only thing I don't like about this pattern necessarily is that there's going to be quite a lot of distance between the cue ball and the black.
Getting onto the black, yeah. But, I mean, it goes into 5 pockets, so she shouldn't really have too much of a problem. She needs this to solve a bit.
on a sixpence. It did look like it just wasn't going to stop.
Oh, so that's how you position. Okay. I'll take note.
I think anyone who finds themselves in the commentary box generally could use a lesson in that time.
It's a nice controlled shot here.
Yeah, this is the key shot.
Again, it's just it's tough judging the pace of this table, so it's just got to be a bit careful.
Needs to be careful with those two reds as well. A little bit more would have been.
Yeah, not ideal, but
nice.
She should be fine. She should be able to just pop this in and hold for the black in the middle.
Oh no.
Oh, it's all gone horribly wrong.
It has. It was obviously, she obviously felt she couldn't hold for the middle.
Yeah, just tried to swing it around and just got the reds.
Yeah, that's.
Should pot this. Should just come off the cushion, pot it, no matter.
Close to that red. The referee's going to have to be eagle-eyed if she gets that close to it, I think. Good hit, but not good enough. So Harriet Haynes, well, this, in theory, is a practice routine, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, Harriet puts these away 98 times out of 100, no matter, so.
just let it get away from her there a little bit. That's.
Yeah, just the last couple of shots, just a little looser, just falling a little bit out of position more and more. But
I mean, she's got a sort of half ball up to the top right, or a thin snick in the centre. She's got to be a bit careful. And again, this isn't ideal, that she can get nicely on that last red, because obviously the black covers it to the pocket you really want to take it from here. And she's missed. And she hasn't covered the black.
right.
And Amy Beecham won't be able to believe she's getting out of the seat there.
I'm very surprised. And I think Harriet is as well by looking at her face.
Yeah.
Oh, where's the white? Ooh, it's okay.
Safe as houses.
Nowhere near.
Amy will breathe a huge sigh of relief as the cue ball just cannons back off the jaw and into the centre of the table. But yeah, a massive surprise for Harriet Haynes, and actually 2 shots I think in that frame where she didn't really cue it. She jabbed at the at the last one. She jabbed at her first one.
I think it's, yeah. She's done a me basically. She's just kind of potted it and thought, I'll be on something rather than picking a spot and, you know, working it out exact. But I didn't expect her to miss. But there we go, she's human.
She certainly is. She sits, well, she doesn't look entirely happy with that, but is she doing some sort of Jedi mind trick, do you think, now, to get it out of her brain?
I think she's probably calling herself some kind of name.
Let's not get into which specifics on that one. Amy, though, Amy will feel nice and relaxed now. Having missed a chance earlier on in the match, she now leads by 2 frames to 1. And that's not as good a break from Harriet. She still made a ball, but the contact wasn't quite there, was it?
No, again, she didn't get that initial burst where they are.
Almost a safety break. She's got, obviously, an option on yellows, but if she goes for the finish, she's going to be chasing it. That's a nice opening shot.
she's obviously got some work to do with these balls in the middle of the table.
I mean, in some ways, all the yellows go to at least one pocket if you take them in the right order. But that's an incredibly difficult pattern to follow. I think it's already gone wrong. She's definitely come too far down table with that one. Can she cut this in? Good white, good control.
It's a lovely stroke for me.
This is a very nice pot.
If she can pot this red to the corner now and get the other bad red out, then she could be on here. Again, looking at the full screen, doesn't look like she can get the red, but overhead it does.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I think that one will go, the top of those two. Oh, that's harsh.
She's just nestled on the red and blocked.
Yeah. I think I even saw that red just rock back then. But in some ways it is job done, because she's still on the one to the centre. Is she still on this one? And she has opened up that one, either way. So
yeah.
Now, does that red in the middle of the table sneak down to the bottom right? No, she's taking the other one on first anyway. Pot.
I don't think she has a shot.
I think that might sneak down. But what she's got afterwards is anyone's guess. Great shot. The pot was there, the position wasn't. Amy Beecham finding herself in a spot of bother again. What can she pull out here?
I think she's looked at a double to the top corner.
That was close. I think that was closer than either of us thought she'd get, to be honest. I don't think she's quite covered the one over the bottom left. I think if she had, she could sit back in her seat with a little bit of comfort, because this would have been tricky for Harriet. It's still early in the game and it's 2-1. But I do feel like in order just to take the pressure back off herself, Harriet really does need to get these.
Yeah, of course. She doesn't want to be going 3-1, and then you can easily just slip away from you and become 4-1 very quickly, and you're constantly chasing. But she's put these away nicely. Full of confidence playing that. I'd have just rolled it.
I think that might have been a little bit of giving herself some confidence.
I think that's exactly what it was.
Yeah. That seems to be working. Harriet Haynes ties the scores. It's 2-2 now in this race to 7. Harriet just nipping out of the arena for a second. So while she does that, we'll have a look at the open scores and results. Of course, you've got some vested interest in here, Vicky. You'll presumably be looking at Dean Shields.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping he lost so he could, go home. No, he isn't. He did well. He played Ross on the stream before. He was 4-2 down and came back very well. So,
well,
I am proud of him.
Oh, that's sweet. You have to make sure he listens to this back later, otherwise no one will believe you said it. I can tell you we have our first semi-finalist, and it is not necessarily the name you would expect, because Liam Dunster has been knocked out 7-2 by Lee Anderson.
It's a great result for Lee.
It is. And in our second quarter-final, Craig Marsh was trailing Phil Parkin by 6 frames to 4. can see there, it's happening in the background, and Phil's at the table at the moment, and I can tell you that is a final frame decider. In the third quarter final, Dean Shields currently leads by 3 frames to 1 over England's Kyle Cope, and the last quarter final is yet to get underway. But it will be Ryan Clark against Mark Farnsworth. And obviously it's tricky to tell, but do you have an idea of who you think will go on to win the tournament? I mean, Mark's got to be the favourite of that lineup,
I would
hasn't he?
say, I mean, I would have been tempted to say Marsh as well, but it looks like he could be going out.
Yeah, there's certainly not a lot of action left on that table just behind the arena. Phil Parkin is at the table.
If he's on yellows, then he'll be happy. If he's on reds, he won't.
It looks like he's on reds to me. This is... Oh, he's going for this double. This would be a great shot. Oh, he's gone for the cut. He's made it. And he's had... Oh, that cue ball's just kept going. This is a very tough black. Get out the way, Corey. As we look over the shoulder of Craig Marsh. This is a tense moment. Amy Beecham's Harriet Haynes has come back at just the wrong time. We will be able to see it in the background. And Phil Parkin's made the pot.
Great result.
Absolutely. So there you go. Nice bit of action in the comfort break. And Craig Marsh will be going home, having had a very good weekend, has to be said, a semi and a quarter. He'll be disappointed. His day has ended just a couple of hours early. Amy Beecham won't be disappointed with that break. It's another hammer blow. This time she's made one. Nice little touch on that second red, just to bring Amy on to the yellow to the right centre. It's a bit of a cluster after that though, isn't it? There's not a huge amount. There's some working out to do there.
Yeah, but the middle of the 3 does go to the centre, and then obviously that frees up then the one near the red to this centre, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think that probably goes. So, just when she gets into those last 3 yellows, cue ball's got to be on a piece of string.
Yeah, just the positioning.
Try and say that 3 times fast. Not the one she was looking for. Just got into the cue ball a little bit too much, just pulled it back a bit too far there, I think.
Yeah, just left herself on not really anything here.
Oh, I like that shot. Actually opened up those 2 yellows up to the top left. Not left Harriet anything particularly nice to have a go at. Return. Is it worth having a go at the double here?
No.
I tell you what, that is a brilliant piece of cue ball placement, if it was intended. And I'm prepared to give the benefit of the doubt. I don't know about you.
You're a nice boy.
I am. Well, the thing is, if the double didn't go and she knew the double didn't go, kind of got to be the plan, hasn't it?
Yeah, or a very difficult cutback to the bottom right.
Well, time will tell. I'll tell you what.
Oh,
no way. That is disgusting.
Bit brutal.
That's horrible. That was undeserved. Thing is, before the little kiss between the two, the yellow was on its way, but the white wasn't.
Yeah.
It's a bit careless from Harriet.
Yeah, I mean, she plays quick anyway, but she just seems a little rushed at times.
Yeah. Just gone to take one off the cushion and end up with two on it, really. Nice pot. Doesn't want to be straight here. Is a little bit, but she does have that red close to the left centre, so... Still on.
That's unlucky as well.
That is, yeah.
I mean, obviously, both leaving herself bridging and also the way the red's gone onto the side cush.
I was, if I'm honest, a little bit surprised she went into those because I thought they were.
I think they went, yeah.
Or you could certainly have taken them.
Has she left this yellow? Just the yellow cut?
No, I don't think so. I think this might be a total snooker.
There we go.
The overhead camera is very deceiving at times. All the camera angles are deceiving unless you're right behind one. You really can't tell properly. Amy with a good hit. I think she'll take that.
Yep.
Yeah, Harriet moving those two reds together just gave Amy a bit of a free hit at that escape. Harriet's going for the big shot here. Great pot, great shot this is. And that red hanging over the pocket is a very welcome sight. Because if that had dropped in,
yeah,
we would have been talking about another piece of very bad luck. Still not easy. It's still not easy to get from that one on the rail onto that one that she's just pointed her cue at.
Yeah.
I don't think that's improved.
No, I think she's just going to have to just go back and leave a long shot here.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think as good as she can get is pretty much where the cue ball is now.
Yeah.
Well, this is a big shot. Oh, well, I don't think the cue ball staying out is going to make any difference because she's left Amy a great chance now. That was a weird way to play that shot for me. I think she played that off the yellow intentionally.
Yeah, I think I'd have been tempted to slow roll it and take the pocket.
That's the thing.
I missed, so.
Yeah, if you don't get that, then, like you say, you take the pocket if you play that with a bit more control. Just overscrewed that a touch, but still got a choice between corner and centre.
I think she's going to go for the cut, I think.
This is just down to personal preference. And in it rolls. So Amy Beecham, 3-2 up. And not for the first time. Harriet will sit in her chair and probably be a bit miffed at herself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think every frame the players have had chances each. Could have gone either way, these frames, so.
Must be tricky to come onto this table and adjust to that pace, because it really does play. I mean, it must be boring to hear at home, and I do appreciate that it comes from the IPA book of commentary cliches, but it really does play completely differently to a lot of the outer tables. Let's have a quick look at what is happening in the Open. We are obviously coming down to a conclusion pretty sharpish. I have, of course, seen that we've had our first 2 quarter-final results. Lee Anderson knocking out Liam Dunster and Phil Parkin knocking out Craig Marsh. 2 big seeds falling by the wayside. And that means that one of those 2 will be contesting the final. So we will have an amateur in the Open final for the first time in quite a long time. We'll have to check the record books on that one. In the other half of the draw, though, it's more like business as usual, as Dean Shields currently 5-2 up on Kyle Cope, and there is a professional guaranteed in the other side of that semi-final, as Ryan Clark will be taking on Mark Farnsworth, and that match has just got underway out on table 18. There's Beck Sweeney. She is currently competing in the British Ladies Cup, essentially a plate event on the ladies, and that is at the semi-final stage. She's taking on Lauren Williams, and the winner of that game will meet Sharon James in the final of that event. Back now, though, to the main event in the ladies. Harriet Haynes trailing Amy Beecham by the odd frame. That will not improve her mood any way whatsoever.
3 shots, 1 visit, time running.
That's a horrible enough. Slightly careless first shot from Amy, though, and Harriet might still have some hope in this frame. All going to depend on the next shot, I think. Once you see that yellow up to the top left. So that shot puts Amy on yellows, and that's the colour she wanted. Good chance, Vicky.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't see much problem here. Just take these 2 out of the top and then work our way down to the bottom of the table.
Yeah, this finish now for me is just all about how she transitions from top to bottom. As long as she comes down table and finishes nicely, really, on one of those 2 yellows to the left of the black, should be frame over. Stretching a little bit there. Kind of just in between the perfect angle on either of those 2 yellows.
I think I'll be taking the middle of the 3. And then the yellow nearest the red. Amy's obviously doing the opposite.
Of course. Would you expect anything less? Nicely controlled, though. Played it hard enough so that she nudged that yellow out of her own way. I think she's dead straight on that, so should be able to just screw back for that yellow to the same pocket. Looking like 4-2.
She'll pop this black now, no mither. That one was for you, Griff.
There we go. Amy Beecham leads by 4 frames to 2. The first player in the match to open up a 2-frame lead.
Amy's break now. Yeah, Amy's a break. Yeah.
Yes. And yes, sorry, I must have got my notes wrong. There is Dean Shields contesting his quarter-final. It's a facial expression you will have seen a lot of, I imagine, Vicky.
Yep. He's worse than me. He's on about my body language. He's dreadful.
It's very true, actually. Mark Farnsworth there as well in the top left corner of your screen. Looking to continue his magnificent run of form. Back to this one though, and it's Amy. Wow.
That's it.
That is
Massive.
Yeah, that is huge. I'm pretty sure that
Red goes to the middle, yeah.
Played to perfection. I think my only slight question mark, and it is slight because there's plenty of other options for it, but she'd like it if that red went past the black into the centre, and I don't think it will.
No, you obviously just have to take it long to the top. Give herself a bit more angle than ideal here, but she should be fine.
Yeah, I think she's got to be careful of that yellow. She played that. Doesn't want this in. Doesn't want this in. Ooh, that's unlucky. Played that previous shot with a...
It was very unlucky, but again, it's just a shot before where she just left herself too much angle, just made it again just a little bit tricky.
I was surprised with that shot. She didn't play that with right hand side to check off and come behind the yellow.
Don't talk to women about right hand side. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, now, oh my God, what a shot!
What a shot that is.
That is extraordinary.
Want to position that cue ball better with the hand.
That
Great
is
shot.
a wonderful shot from Amy Beecham. Pulls herself right out of a hole of her own making, it has to be said, and now leads by 3 frames. It's 5-2, and wow, doesn't she look good?
Yeah. That shot there, the confidence will just be through the roof now. So again, I'm going to put my eggs in one basket now and call 7-3.
Oh, okay, I like it. Scoreline as well.
7-3 to Amy.
As you said at the start of this match, this is probably the 2 best players in the tournament. Certainly the 2 most consistent.
Yeah, definitely. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of good women on this tour, but these 2 are just consistency level. It's just a different class for these 2.
Yeah, I mean they're both world champions for a reason.
Exactly.
5 frames to 2. Time running.
Oh, in off again. That's twice in a row now for Harriet.
That's it. And when you're breaking this big, you just can't. No. You just can't leave your opponent. And these balls, for me, somebody as good as Amy, you just can't leave them.
I actually think you could ask her to take either of these colours, and she'd probably get them.
Yeah.
I imagine she'll go red just because that opens up the black.
Yeah, just because obviously, like I said, the black doesn't go. So I would have thought she'd go reds here, but no. Well, it's the first 3 shots, so we'll see.
Yeah, I quite like that actually. I think she is still going reds, but now she's opened up that pocket for the red below the balk line as well.
Another nicely controlled shot there.
Ooh, just slightly overcut that one. This is a half chance for Harriet. This could be a turning point in the match.
Yeah, I think she'll play maybe the double on the yellow now, and if that goes, then...
If it goes, then great. If it doesn't, yeah. Just wonder if she's going to leave herself on anything if it does go.
She'll have the yellow near the baulk line to the top. But yeah, she.
Is it worth Amy having a look at the skill shot here? That yellow's a little bit far out of the pocket, perhaps.
I think she is going to take. I think she's got enough balls to try and work on it.
Oh, she's gone for the double. That's a bit fortunate.
We all love a double kiss. Again, no, you know, when you're playing this way and you're playing this aggressive and attacking the ball, sometimes you deserve a bit of luck, you know. So
she's out there and she's making things happen. She's just okay there. That was the sound of Vicky Lomax having kittens. She would have liked to move that red off the rail. I don't think that's an option anymore. Choice of options here, really. Nothing between them. Now this is a big shot. Got to be careful not to underdo this and end up behind the black.
yeah, or do what I would probably do and follow the red in.
I did that earlier against Corey Reese. Yeah, I did exactly that. That's nice. Just pinch the right hand side of the pocket. Does the black, she's having a look now, if the black goes up to the top left, then that makes life a bit easier because you can just stun this in. If it doesn't, got to just bring the cue ball out a bit. Didn't really matter anyway, I don't think. She was...
I mean, she could take it long. I think I'll be playing the cut, but she could just play it. Yep, she's going for the middle.
Just got to be careful of the yellows. Yep, that's fine. A little bit thinner than I thought, but Amy Beecham leads by 6 frames to 2. Oh.
And we're racing to 6.
It would appear we are racing to 6, so apologies for that. That's we've been given wrong information in the commentary box, but Amy Beecham is your ladies' champion, and what a performance, Vicky. To be fair, she's been well deserved.
Yeah, like I said, the way she's played there, she's attacked the game. She deserves that win, and you know, I'm good mates with Amy. It's great to see her win another title.
Yep.
One of many titles that she's won.
Yeah, she's very, very decorated in the ladies' game, and she can sit in her chair very contented at another trophy brought home. The first one, of course, that Harriet won't be taking home this season. So,
yeah,
another name on the roster for this year.
Yeah, but again, another final for Harriet, so she can't be too disheartened getting to another final.
I'm sure she's not. And right, well, we're going to hand over now to Kevin Barton. He is in the arena with the players for the trophy presentation.
Thanks, Dan, and welcome down to the arena for the presentation for the Fair.com British Ladies Championships. First of all, let's introduce our runner-up, Harriet Haynes. Harriet, it's not something I've said in the past six months or so. Runners-up, Amy was just too strong today.
Oh, absolutely phenomenal. Well done, Amy. Superb performance in the final. Best probably final standard that the ladies has had this year. So fair play to her. Deserved to win her. Yeah, no complaints.
And the break wasn't very kind to you there, was it? Firing off a couple of times.
No, I
stopped any chance of momentum.
Yeah, and I really struggled with the table. The cushions played really dead, but then you get under the lights, and that's probably what happens. Completely different to every other table in the venue, but nothing to take away from Amy. Amy was the best player of the day.
And Gosforth, in a couple of months' time, looking to get back in the winner's circle.
No, I'm not there, unfortunately, so I won't be there. But hopefully the grand final will be good enough to get over the line. Hopefully, who knows? Long way off, isn't it?
It is. Well played on a great tournament, Harriet.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks a lot. Harriet Haynes, our runner-up. And our winner, the 2022 Fair.com British Ladies Champion, Amy Beecham.
was always going to take something special to dethrone Harriet, and you definitely produced that.
Yeah, I don't know where that come from, really. It's a level above everything I've produced this weekend, so it's nice to do it against Harriet. You know, Harriet's been the best player in the world for a while now, so to get one back and to play like that in a final, yeah, it feels pretty good.
Does that feel like the sort of form that you were in when you won the World Championships?
Possibly, I can't remember that far back.
When you came into the final, obviously, you know, Harriet actually on this tremendous run. What did you know that you had to do to get over the line?
Try not to miss, really. So I've not been playing a great deal, so I kind of felt no expectations coming in here. So battling through to the final, because it has been a battle, I was free rolling a bit really and just told myself commit to the shots, and it worked, thankfully.
And it obviously has been a while since you won the world title. What's it mean to you to be lifting the crown tonight?
I don't know really. It's nice to win. It's nice to. I've not really been feeling great about the game in general, so it's nice to go. I'm going to have a bit of a break now before Newcastle, is it? So, yeah, it's nice to go out with a win and know that I can still win when I play well, but just looking forward to a bit of a break now, to be honest.
And it's been a really great weekend for the ladies' event. In totality, you know, the strength in depth is continuing to grow tournament by tournament.
Yeah, I think the strength is unbelievable now compared to where it was when I started. I don't think you can say that the top levels moved on from when the likes of Sue Thompson were playing, but certainly the depth of people that can produce near that level is increasing all the time. You don't get any freebies in any of these now.
Yeah, it's just getting harder and harder.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, Amy, congratulations.
Thank you.
You are the Fair.com 2022 British Ladies Champion.
Thank
Congratulations.
You.
Well, Mark, we've finally seen Harriet dethroned. That was a fantastic performance there from Amy.
Yeah, it really was, and it was good to see. And it's not like Amy hasn't been here at the tour events. Yes, we haven't seen her on this final table, but she's produced that performance at the very right time. And but it just proves, and like Amy's just did like mention it about the strength in depth at the ladies, and there's so many great players out there. They all seem to be spurring each other on, and no doubt we're probably going to see a new name on the trophy at another point.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right there. They're definitely all spurring each other on to become better and better, which is what they're doing tournament by tournament.
Yeah, the strength in depth here at the IPA with the ladies is unbelievable, and you know, 3, 4, 5 years ago the ladies wasn't that great, but all of a sudden in a matter of like a year or so the strength is unbelievable, and we've just seen that standard there from Amy Beecham. It's absolutely superb.
Yeah, absolutely. So Amy Beecham is the Fair.com Ladies Champion now. Who's going to be taking home the British Open title? What a day we have had here in Coventry. On the outer tables there has been absolute chaos and carnage going on. The seeds have been tumbling left, right and centre. Do you want to just update everyone where we're at with this event now?
Well, there's definitely going to be an amateur player in the final. That's going to be coming up next on this table in the next few minutes or so. It's been an unbelievable day here. Every possibility that we've all thought may have happened hasn't happened, and these amateur players, which we're going to see next on this table, and we're probably going to see a reason why they deserve to be in the final.
Yeah, and that is coming up. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break. It is Phil Parkin and Lee Anderson in the semi-final of the Open. Phil Parkin just beaten Craig Marsh in a 13-frame thriller, and Lee Anderson has just dumped out the world champ Liam Dunster.
That's unbelievable. Just to say what you just said then, it's but you know, we know the strength in depth here at the IPA, these amateur players, and they're not here just to make the numbers up. They're here to win trophies, and who knows, one of them two could be lifting that trophy tonight.
Yeah, could an amateur player take up the Open title? All will be revealed tonight. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
very good evening and welcome back to Coventry for the conclusion of the Fair.com British Championships. I'm here with my resident sidekick, our resident expert, Mark Pickworth. Mark, we've just seen Amy Beecham finally break the Harriet Hames machine that has just been storming through the ladies' game in the past 6-9 months. Tremendous performance from Amy.
It certainly was, and I think she said it in her own words. It's probably the best performance she has done for a long while, since last you can remember, probably when she picked up the world title back in 2020, which obviously many moons ago. But what a performance there! And who was under the most pressure there out of them two? It was a tough one to, you know, three titles on the bounce for Harriet. Probably added a little bit of pressure to that, but a credit to Amy there. That it was some performance, and really proves how much this ladies' game has moved forward.
Yeah, it was nip and tuck at the start. Really made a few mistakes, early nerves, but then Amy settled in and pulled out some stunning shots.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I said it in the studio talking to you about it. They're both very attacking players, and I think most of the ladies, they are all attacking players, and when they're all in song, and which is most of the time, to be honest, they play some unbelievable stuff, and it's great to see.
Right, so we've got one tournament left to complete. It is the Fair.com British Open Championships, and as we've been saying throughout the day, it's been absolute carnage out there for the professional players. They have been falling left, right and centre. There is only 3 pro players left competing for one final spot, because we know one finalist will be an amateur player.
Yeah, and this could be I mean, we've already had the amateur final, but this could easily have been the amateur final this morning, because they've both played some great stuff. Both deserve to be where they are at the moment, because they beat some great players and got over the line. They're no strangers to being in finals, these two players. Lee Anderson, he has been a professional player. Phil Parkin, he has been a professional player on the IPA ranks. So they know what this TV table's about. Yes, it's changed a little bit over the years, but yeah, it's going to be a very interesting matchup.
It is. Well, everyone's ready to get the action underway. It's Lee Anderson against Phil Parkin for a place in tonight's final, and after this match we'll have the second semi-final and of course the final after that. So 3 matches to go to conclude a fantastic 3 days of action here in Coventry. So without further ado, let's get over to the commentary box. Dan Fairway and Jason Hill.
Thank you, Kev. Yeah, I am joined, as you say, in the commentary box by Jason Hill. Afternoon, Jason. Evening, whatever you call it.
Good evening. I think, yeah, it's good evening, Dan. Good evening. It's what you've got to say. I mean, I know Mark Farnes was still in, and he's obviously the clear favourite, but it's the tournament's wide open.
It's been the most open tournament we've seen for a long time, hasn't it?
There's been a lot of shocks, you know, along the way. I mean, there's 2 guys here. I mean. They're probably, with all due respect to both of them, they're probably thinking, you know, I've got a good chance here. You know, I've obviously played well to get to the semi-final, but they're thinking, I'm in the semi-final. You're thinking you're going to get a Dunster, a Boyle, a McAllister, you know, a Farnsworth, and, you know, they're thinking this is a great chance for them both.
Yeah, they're both sort of free-rolling almost at this stage, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I know Lee very well, because Lee's from the next town to me. He's from our biggest rivals. I'm from Preston. He's from Blackpool. A big Lancashire hot pot sort of area. But Lee has been to a tour final, an open final before. Probably about 6-7 years ago, he lost in the final to Jason Remington at Liverpool.
Okay.
That was when he was a professional. I think he got up to about ranked 11 or 12 probably in the pros, and then he came off the pro circuit. But he was let's say a big practicer, and now he came off, probably had I wouldn't say a little bit of time off, but certainly time off the tour. I can say one of his strengths, he has got a very good break, which you can see there by the first break in the match. And he does like to, I would say, I don't mean this in a bad way, but he likes to bully his opponent round the table and show him who's boss, and impose his strengths on them. And that's when he's at his best. Whereas I think like Phil's, he's kind of the opposite, and he's a nice guy, really quiet, nice guy, and but he's highly talented.
Yeah, both these players, former professionals. Phil had a season as a professional, I think around 2017. Then dropped off the tour for whatever reason.
Yeah, well, very similar to Lee, I suppose. Former professional, dropped off the tour. He's come back with a vengeance. I know in the amateur event, Lee got beat in the quarterfinals 7-6, and he was 6-2 up, and he was, let's say, not best pleased when he come off. Which I suppose if you're 6-2 down, then you get beat. I'm not sure who won the amateur final.
The amateur final was won by Matt Steeper.
He lost to Ian. Ian, the other finalist in the quarterfinals, 7-6.
Ian's tip fell off during the final, and he had to play with Mike Hugh, actually, which he blamed for his defeat, which I thought was a bit harsh. But
yeah, he's, to be honest, he's had a good start. He's good chance now of getting these. Should get these. Great start. And this is when Lee's firing, he is hard to stop, because he will bully you on the table, and he will impose himself on you. And this is exactly what the perfect start for him. Well, by the looks of it, anyway.
I think the thing I would say, I mean, I've played Lee myself this weekend. I also watched a bit of his game against Ian. The one thing I would say is, if things aren't going his way, do you think it would be fair to say we might expect some fireworks from him?
You'll expect a reaction. I'm trying to. Like I said, I've played Lee many times. I'm from the next town to Lee, and obviously I've played in many tournaments where I've been in and Lee's been in. And I know even this weekend I was playing in the last 128, which was the round where the pros come in. So good finish from Lee, good start from him, just how we want it to be honest. And he was on the next table, and he was playing Alex O'Donoghue, and Alex was definitely 4-1 up. It might have been 4-0 up, because I was kind of obviously trying to concentrate on my own game, but the odd time he was reacting because things weren't going right for him. He was getting beat, and I remember a few times, like, he looked over at me, and I'm sat down thinking, well, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I'm trying to play my game. But I don't think Alex was at his best. And I know it's a rare thing, but I actually played quite well in my match, in that match there, and I won pretty swiftly. A lot of people won't believe that, but it was true in that particular match. It was the only match I've won this weekend, but I came off, and at the time I come off, I think he'd come back to like 4-3. He ended up winning 7-4, so he's probably reeled off. Well, he's won at least 6, maybe 7, because I thought it was 4-0, and I looked round and it was 4-1, and maybe it was 4-0, and then he cleared up dead quickly. Good break from Phil. He's got a chance. Should be looking to take these out.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity, really, isn't it? He's probably a little bit straight on his first yellow if he takes that one.
I don't think there's a problem there, really. I mean, you can pinch a bit if you want to. There's a number of ways he can go about the finish here, but a player of his standard, who's obviously playing well, because he won't be in the semi-final otherwise, I would expect him to get these.
I mean, he's going to take this one on now. He could run this through and take that next yellow into the centre if he wanted. He's tried to pinch too much.
He has, and well, it wasn't a good shot. You're right in saying he's tried to pinch too much, and he's missed, but it's a mistake.
Oh yeah, big time. Absolutely.
And it's still open table, if I'm right.
He's actually had a bit of a result, because yellows are the clear favourite here, and he hasn't left Lee on a yellow.
No,
Lee's got the plant to the bottom right, but that's about it.
No, but well, he's got the plan. The other option is the red in the middle, the natural angle, is to come down. It will move them, but he's playing your choice of shot.
I just think the reds are so much more difficult than the yellows. It's worth taking the risk on getting on the yellows.
Yeah, that's... yes, but my point was, if you're the party of the red, you're going into the worst red. But I wouldn't say that's the wrong shot.
No.
You know...
Because it wasn't that the thing I was thinking was that wasn't the only bad red on the table. The others all go, but you've got those two up towards the top right that are sort of covering each other. There's the pattern to get round on yellows is that much more natural.
This is a big shot. This it's going for the double here. If he gets them, they should be ABC.
It's going to slide a bit.
Missed it
off the jaw. These cushions have been very slidey on this TV table this weekend, and I think that might be a...
Yeah, sometimes it can be different when you're playing on the outside tables. And I haven't played on the TV table this weekend, so I couldn't really comment about the TV table. It's what happens when you don't win enough rounds.
We had Craig Marsh and Rob Donkin doing a few trick shots on the TV table on the Friday morning, doing a bit of filming and stuff. And I don't know if you've seen Rob Donkin's shot on Facebook. He put a post up on Facebook of a trick shot that he did, and it was essentially a skill shot and then screwing round 3 cushions and putting one in the other corner pocket. Impressive shot, but neither of them could do it in the same way because the cushions were that slidey. They had to completely change the way they took the shot on, and that's just from this table, yeah.
I actually, Phil played a money match probably about 3-4 weeks ago at against Gareth Higgins, and I went to watch, and I actually had a bet on Phil that I do rate Phil very highly, and well, unfortunately for Phil got. Well, he got a bit of a... Got beat 25-12, and Gaz's break was... It was unbelievable. Honestly, it was like... He broke like God.
Yeah.
Absolute God, and it just wasn't Phil's day, you know.
What's happened there? Was that a time foul?
That's what happens when I'm talking too much.
We got distracted.
Yeah.
What a chance this is for Lee Anderson. And what a monumental mistake that is from Phil Parkin.
It's massive. The thing is, though, they're on the outside tables and there's no clock. And a lot of them, you know, when they're not professionals, or which they're not now, you know, they've come on this table with a 30-second shot clock. Even in the past, when they've played on the shot clock, it's tend to have been, you know, when it was like a minute or 45 seconds, neither of them will be used to having a 30-second shot clock and after 10 seconds starting to beep. And it does take a little bit of getting used to.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. Love the angle here for Lee, just to stun up table for his last yellow. It looks for all the world like he's going to take a 2-0 lead, and I think Phil will be disappointed with this frame because really he's had two bites at the cherry and failed to finish either of them.
Yeah, and Lee's took full advantage of it.
In goes the black, 2-0. Lee Anderson marches on towards the final. Phil Parkin will need to up his game if he's going to get his first IPA Open final. We can see there in the background, just to the top left of your screen, Mark Farnsworth taking on a long yellow.
Yeah, he's got to fancy himself now, Mark. With a lot of the favourites have gone out, Mark is the clear favourite in the field, but the others will just should be seeing this as an opportunity, a big opportunity.
Well, Mark is up against Ryan Clark, and he's currently 3-2 up in the race to 7. That is the last quarter-final to be played. The winner of that one, Dean Shields, is awaiting them.
Well, Dean's been to a few finals and a few semis, and you think he keeps knocking on the door, and maybe it's his weekend. Who knows?
I was going to say exactly that. Do you think that Dean Shields might be looking at this draw now and going, if I can beat Mark or Ryan, I've got an amateur in the final. It's been Dean's waiting to break his duck.
I'll be perfectly honest with you. Mark is looking at this now, thinking, "This is my dream. It's my dream draw for Mark." In that, Mark is normally in this situation playing some of the top 8, let's say 8 ranked players, and he's got 3 amateurs, albeit very good amateurs, and amateurs who 2 amateurs, I should say. 2 amateurs, the other 2 are professionals.
Yeah.
But certainly none of them are top 10 ranked. And Mark will be thinking, this is mine, just go and grab it.
Yeah.
But the others are thinking, well, it's an opportunity. They could get to semis and quarters again, and they could be there thinking they've got Boyle, Dunster, Farnsworth, McAllister, Fernie, them sort of players, but this is not a massive opportunity for them, and it's a massive opportunity that Phil really needs to take these out. He should do, but he should have took the last ones out.
He should, and this is the perfect opportunity for him to get back on the horse and get that previous frame out of his head, because that in-off from Lee Anderson, well, I mean, first off, what a break again. If that cue ball didn't find the pocket, we'd have probably been looking at 3-0.
The thing is with Lee, if things are going right, he's a very good front runner, and obviously he's in front here. But if things are going against him, that's his weakness. If you have to be picky, that's his weakness. And if you put pressure on him early, which hasn't happened as yet in this match, it's a totally different ball game. I do know. I just spoke to Craig Marsh in the foyer, and he's just obviously Phil's just beat Craig Marsh 7-6, and Craig unfortunately has just got a lift to the train station from Andy because his Welsh compatriots have deserted him. Let's say have deserted him, and Andy's kindly given him a lift to the train station at Coventry to catch the last train. As we see Phil Parkin pot the black and take it to 2 frames to 1. But Craig did say that Phil took a very good finish out in the deciding frame. I didn't actually see it, but he did say he showed a lot of bottle.
We saw the last couple of shots of that on the stream during the ladies' final. It was on the table that's directly behind the trophy there, and it was a good finish from what I saw. As Rick Lloyd racks up the balls for frame number 4. Lee Anderson leading Phil Parkin by 2 frames to 1. It's been a good weekend overall, Jason. We've all had a good time. Everyone's gone home and exhausted, and I think most people have gone home happy, apart from the odd few. Phil Parkin will be hoping for a similar break to the last one. Handed him a golden opportunity, which he failed to take. Good control on the cue ball on that break, and that red is tracking up towards the top right, and it drops in. And this is another very good opportunity. Phil's got this red to start him off, and as long as he gets in good position from here, can't really see any problems. I don't know if you can hear me, mate, but we haven't had any table sound or anything for this whole match. I had a Facebook message saying there's no stream. Phil is just making heavy work of this. Important shot now. Needs to control the cue ball. Just drop it in. Excellent recovery. Perhaps Lee Anderson isn't going to have it all his own way in this semi-final. First two frames suggested that it might all go the way of the man on the left of your screen. But Phil Parkin responds in kind.
It's quick fire, that. Quick fire. But that's what can happen at this level. It can change so quickly. It's 2-0, all the momentum with Lee, and just bang, bang, it's 2-all, just like that.
You said about Lee being a good front runner. Perhaps not quite so comfortable coming from behind, would you say?
No, he is a very good front runner, and behind, I think if you put pressure on him, get on top of him early. But I mean, it's 2-all. He's not losing. It's not like he's done anything wrong. He is one of them sort of people that kind of beats himself up, let's say, if he plays a bad shot. But let's be fair, the last two frames he hasn't played a bad shot. Apart from, he might say, "Oh well, I dry broke."
Yeah.
But well, yeah, true.
Well, let's see if he can keep the cue ball under control this time. Oh, it's kicked. It's safe.
Good break.
It's another very good break. It's a slightly more awkward layout than we've seen previously from Lee's breaks. That cluster of 4 down towards the bottom right, that's going to take some development whichever way you go.
Yeah, there's options either way. I mean, he could play the yellow into the bottom left-hand corner as we look at it and try and bring the bad 2 yellows out. But on the other hand, he could, in fact, the 2 reds that are close together, the one nearest to the cushion probably goes. So these probably all go. And I think he's played on that. He might play that now. The outside of the one nearest to the cushion goes, and I think it goes from where the red is now. Just got to manoeuvre the white ball out, and you've got to fancy him to get him. If he gets this shot right, yeah, he's played that pretty well. And providing, well, the red goes into the middle, even if he should get these now. This should be 3-2.
Yeah, I think he's just. I think if that red he's just nudged doesn't go bottom left, like you say, he should still get it, but
it goes
he'll be
in the middle.
a little bit annoyed about it.
We're being a little bit picky there. I think it goes in that corner, and even if it doesn't, it's easy to play it in the middle. He's playing this at the right time, because when he plays the cannon, the red that's going on to the other red could go behind the yellow. Well, it kind of did, but he didn't get the plan right.
I'm surprised he's missed. I mean, he's missed that by quite a long way.
He has. I probably wouldn't have played it then. If you get closer to it, it's a lot easier shot. And I'd have probably manoeuvred these 3 at this end and then tried to get good on it. Because even though you have to come back up for the black's it's over the pocket, so it shouldn't be too bad.
Well, there's some work here to do for Phil Parkin. First order of the day is make sure of this pot, and the first order of the day is, unfortunately for Phil, a bit of a failure.
This is a great chance now. This is a great.
It is if that red goes.
Even if it doesn't, it goes in that middle.
Yeah, but that would be the only. I mean, it must go. But if that didn't go, that would be the only ball he's on, I think.
You don't want to be straight.
That's very straight.
No, that's not easy. Because if he runs through for the 2 over the pocket, he can only hit a certain part of the ball. He's got to. I think the shot here is to pot it, run through a touch, play the 2 reds near the pocket, and then screw the white out so he's definitely on the other red. The red, yeah. This is the way I play it. Exactly the way he's playing it.
So is he essentially trying to hit the the right hand of those two reds full ball screwed back a little bit, so he's definitely on the other one.
Yes,
and then
hope,
trusting to luck a little bit with where that ball ends
a little bit, yeah. But at least if you play for the other ball, worst case scenario is you've got a ball to get on wherever this red goes to.
And there's so much area for that other red to go into. He'd be very unlucky for it to go safe.
He's playing it off the cushion. I'm not so sure about that.
Oh, I don't like that shot at all.
And
I think he might have left Phil on this yellow to the centre. It's a very tough pot bridging over, but if he's on it, it's a chance.
He's definitely on it. He's definitely on that. And he's only got to get the cluster of 2 balls out, and he's got a few balls to go into them. Oh, he's kicked. He's kicked. That was a big kick, that. The problem with these balls, and they always have been, if you get a kick on them, they tend to be big kicks. That's kicked and straightened up. You can see that as soon as he's hit that.
Do you think that might be... I mean, I agree with you, but do you think that might be a kick, or do you think that might be where he's bridging over and it just jumped slightly?
It was a kick. Straight, as soon as I knew it was a kick. It was a kick, which is, well, proved costly.
Good shot from Lee there. Finding the gap between all those yellows.
Oh, he's all right.
That was just
for 1 minute, for a split second, I should say.
Yeah. Yeah, that did look like it was just going to drift in behind that yellow, but it didn't, and Lee Anderson can take the lead again. That's that kick.
The Blackpool Bomber against the Potteries Potter. That's what it is, this.
Which one's which?
Well, the Blackpool Bomber is the guy from Blackpool, and the Potteries Potter is the guy from the Potteries.
Phil Parkin's got the power written all over his shirt, so...
Yeah, he's from the Potteries. He sports Stoke, doesn't he?
He looks very focused at the moment. A little bit of support in both camps for these two players. Scott Anderson, not Scott Anderson, sorry, Lee Anderson.
It has been said before, but they do look like brothers.
They do a bit, yeah.
Not a bit, a lot. They've even got the same last name.
Well, yeah.
And we have mentioned it to Lee a few times this weekend. You know, where's your brother?
Excellent.
He's gone in off. So that's a poor break. To go straight in off, it's a poor break. At this level, it's a poor break. Yeah, well, and it's a great chance for Lee to go 4-2.
That's what Lee Anderson did a couple of frames ago. This time it's Phil Parkin's turn to hand the initiative to his opponent. This game's swung to and fro so far, but after a couple of frames it looked like it was all going Lee's way. Is it actually going to go that way now? Lee will want to break apart that red and yellow to the right of the black. Once that's done, choice of colours really, but I think he'd love the reds because top right corner of the table is very well marshalled by those 3 reds. Lee's been quite methodical about this clearance, just making absolutely sure of everything. One of those clearances where it's so easy. You've got to be careful not to mess them up just by taking them too lightly.
I've just been out of the commentary box for a minute. I just had to answer a phone call. My good friend Andy Crowsdale was very insistent on calling me. My phone's on silent. I did message him saying I'm in the commentary box, but he was insistent on calling me, so I had to go out and just let him know.
I hope. I presume he's on his way back, is he, from dropping Marshy off at the station?
He just said, "Do you want a McFlurry?" And as people, if anyone knows me, they know I don't like McDonald's. I'm the only person in the world.
So you've come in here to tell me that someone's just offered you a McFlurry, and you didn't ask if I wanted one.
You could have had mine, to be honest. I don't do McDonald's. I don't like promoting McDonald's, which I'm doing now, unfortunately.
It's 30 degrees in this commentary box, and someone's just offered you an ice cream.
I did tell him to get me a milkshake instead.
Oh, no. Oh.
It's about the only thing I like from McDonald's.
Disgraceful. Right, 4-2 Lee Anderson.
4-2 to the Blackpool Bomber.
What can Phil Parkin conjure up?
Needs to show his power.
Lee Anderson to break, leading 4 frames to 2. Time running.
Well, surely not a dry break. Just when we thought the momentum of the match had swung, has it turned back in the favour of Phil Parkin?
There has been a few mistakes, though, I feel, at this level. Only minor mistakes, but that, at this level, is the difference between winning frames and losing frames. I do think whoever gets through is probably going to have to step up a little bit in the final. I'm not saying it's been the... You know,
it hasn't been a bad game.
No, it's not been a bad game, but I just feel in a final, you know, say for example, if they were playing Farnsworth, you know, Mark, they're probably going to have to step up a little bit.
You can play Mark Farnsworth and play perfect ball and still not win. Basically, that's what you're saying, isn't it? You know.
Well, I mean, my times of playing Mark Farnsworth, I mean, I've always got a story. I know a few people are probably going, oh no, he's going to tell another story, but I'm going to tell you one anyway. I played I played Mark Farnsworth, and I'm happy to say that I played one of the best games I'd ever played, and I beat him, and I was brilliant. And then the next time I played him in London on the tour. And I just beat Jason Twist, and I went down with my mate, my friend from Preston, Rob Dodd, who didn't know Mark Farnsworth, good player, local area. And I said, it's pretty good, this next guy. And he's going, nah, you've just won, like. So we've gone on stream, and I've played Mark. And we've played 8 frames. The 4 frames that Mark broke, he broke and cleared. The 4 frames that I broke, I broke dry twice, and Mark cleared them both. The 2 times I potted off the break, I cleared one, and the other one, I've potted off the break and snookered myself off the break behind the black. It's the only time I've ever done it. I hit the snooker, and Mark cleared up, and I just come off, and my mate said, yeah, it's pretty good, him, isn't it? yeah, it's not bad.
He's not bad.
But as I talk, which I'm good at, Phil Parkin, he's
off angle here slightly.
Yeah,
he's got to draw this back past the black.
He should be able to miss the red, I think. Yeah, it's more comfortable than I thought, but he did hit it sweet, to be fair. It's game on.
Yeah, very nice finish from Phil Parkin. He makes the most of the dry break from Lee Anderson.
The Pottery's on his way back.
There's a fair bit of pool to be played in this one yet. 4-3 in the race to 7. Mark Farnsworth there. We mentioned him in that last frame. We should give him a mention and see how he's getting on in his quarter-final. The last of the quarter-finals up against Ryan Clark there on that outer table in the top left of your screen. Tell you that Mark is leading Ryan Clark, but not by much. It's 4-3 there. Same scoreline as this table at the moment.
So directly after this game, we will be having the second semi-final, which will be Dean Shields versus the winner of that Mark Farnsworth Ryan Clark game. And following that will be the main men's Open final, the British Open final.
Yep.
And then we'll all be back to work on Monday.
Yes. After not very much sleep in my case. Phil Parkin's break. All down. Houses lie. That's actually pretty good, those yellows.
It's very good. Very good. I'm trying to think of ways, things that can go wrong. Maybe you can pot the yellow in the middle and the other red. It's going towards them two reds up there. Possibly goes awkward.
I mean, this should be the most difficult pot of the finish, in theory, for Phil.
It's fine. It's fine.
I think the only other thing he's got to perhaps guard against is not leaving that yellow nearest the black until last. It'd be nice to get rid of that early.
Yeah, probably needs to get a little bit straight on it so he can draw it out without going into the black. And ideally, as you say, doing that as early as possible. Because if he gets a slight angle on it, he probably can't avoid going into the black, which makes things a lot more awkward.
Yeah. So I'd probably be trying to get on that next. One of those two yellows on the right-hand side. He's got to take that and just draw back a couple of inches.
Yes, I think the one nearest to the side cushion, which he is taking, draw back, try and get as straight as he can, which he has. Well, he's got as straight as he can, but it's not quite as straight as he'd have hoped. I
think he can probably play this thin with a bit of right-hand side and just come away from it.
I don't think so.
No?
I think he can't avoid going into the black. I think I'd probably change my order now.
You can't leave it till last, though, can you?
Well, you can leave it till second last.
He couldn't get on it there. I mean, I don't see how he's getting from that yellow to the black.
You can. It's not easy. I mean, he can try and land on straight, which he has. If he can try and draw it back and maybe just clip into that red.
Oh,
It's delicate. It's delicate, but I fancy him getting it. But it can go wrong.
Good shot. Yep. Just about got past the black. If you flick the black there, he's in real trouble.
Yes. Tricky than it looked, and he made it look easy, to be fair.
Yep. 4-all.
Double Desmond, as they say.
Is that? Do they? Who are they?
They do in the Lancashire parts.
Oh, right, okay.
Double Desmond. 2 alls Desmond and 4 alls double Desmond. I'm assuming you know who I'm referring to. The very famous person. Well, what score if it's 2 all? Desmond.
Oh, okay. Yep, fine. Understood.
2-2.
Yeah, there we go. It's been a long weekend. And there's a lot going on.
Anyway, let's ask about your performance this week. I believe you beat the Bolton Bullet, Chris Toombs, this weekend.
I did, yeah. I didn't know that was his nickname.
Well,
Is that just your nickname for him?
He's from Bolton.
Okay.
He's from Bolton. He's a friend of mine, yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah.
So I've given him some stick, and I'm giving him some stick now. If you're listening, Chris, I'm here with Dan. He's been celebrating his victory against you.
It was quite a good game, that. I didn't play too badly. He lost it in the first couple of frames, to be honest. Lost his way.
Well, to be fair, in the winners' qualification, he actually turned up late because he overslept. And he was 3-0 down before he turned up, started at 3-0 down. His opponents broke cleared, and then he dry broke cleared, and then he conceded But he only had himself to blame, or his alarm clock,
Yep.
whichever way you look at it. But we've all made mistakes this weekend.
We have, yeah.
I potted. I played a frame this weekend, broke dry. My opponent potted a ball, then missed. He potted a yellow, then missed. Then I came to the table and potted a yellow, thinking it was open table.
Oh no!
Loss of frame, unfortunately.
I did that in practice, but not in a. Yeah, I've never done that in an actual.
Well, it was me. To be fair, believe it or not, my concentration. I was talking. You see.
No, not you. Surely.
Yeah,
surely
I'm better
not.
at that than I am at pool.
I don't think there's anyone in the world better at talking, Jason.
No, Gav Robinson's my wingman. He's number 2.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
He is number. Let's get this right. Look, he is number 2.
Well,
he is number 2.
There's
levels.
I think I'd like to throw that out to the viewers. Answers on a postcard for that one.
Gav, I'm here. I'm ready for you. Money match. Talking.
How would a talking money match work?
And the words you can get in over a period of time.
Yeah.
But I would have to stipulate it has to be in English, not Geordie.
One thing I say is I'm not commentating on it. Right, Lee Anderson at the table. Tricky shot. Just about dropped. It's a very good shot in the end because that's really opened up the table for him.
It's a bit of a stretch, this. Good job he's right-handed. To his left-handed, it would. I mean, he's not the tallest, Lee. He might have to get the spider out here.
Maybe someone's around with
Does the clock
spider.
stop if they ask for a spider?
Yes. No,
It's
that's
not
okay.
too bad. If he was left-handed, I mean, I'm thinking myself there because I'm left-handed, but right-handed is okay. I think he's overcooked that slightly.
I'm a little bit surprised he didn't actually screw down table for the one on the rail at that point and then went back up for that
No,
later.
more travelling white. You've got the top players, they don't want the white to travel a lot, although he has overdone this slightly because he's got on the wrong side of the red. So now he's got a long shot. If he'd have, it was nearer to the bottom cushion there, he could have run towards this ball on the bottom rail.
I just think that previous shot he was trying to be a bit too cute and a little bit too precise. But if he gets these, it doesn't matter. Big shot now.
No, and he's got a good chance here because he can pot this. He's got a few options. He can pot it, try and run into the yellow. He can pot it, try and pot the red. He can pot it, try and get on it. It's entirely up to him, but it's certainly a good chance.
Let's see how Phil Parkin sees this. It's a good shot. How's he come out? I think he's on the yellow to the middle.
These should be gone.
Bit of a delicate one, this. Just Ian off is just about in play, I think.
If he pots it thin,
Yeah.
yes. If he pots it thick, no.
Yeah, there we go. Heart of the pocket. And now, yeah, these really should be done and dusted, and we should be looking at Phil Parkin taking the lead for the first time in this match.
Yeah, it's turned. Things have turned around.
Do you think this is the point now where Lee's missed a chance at 4-all? He hasn't done a lot wrong in the previous couple of frames. Phil's just taken out good finishes. Assuming Phil finishes these off, is this the point where Lee is now
Maybe, I mean,
potentially losing it a little
he's
bit?
on the stream, isn't he? When he's not on the stream, earlier rounds, I mean, you said you played him. I was on the next table to him. I don't necessarily think some of it is a bad thing because Lee's a perfectionist. He's the sort of person, it's like, I can't play a shot wrong. And no one's perfect. But that's actually been played quite well. In the same instance, being a perfectionist, I mean, I used to preach to when I was younger and saying, look, It's all right coming off and saying I've played Mark Farnsworth and lost 7-6, you know, or someone of the, or Liam Dunstan I've lost 7-6, but you could be harsh and say, well, could have been 7-0. We were joined by the runaround himself, the former 3 times European professional champion, Andrew Crowsdale, who's bought me a half full milkshake, and Dan is literally, he's seething.
Livid.
We've come in with a milkshake.
Livid. Phil Parkin's enjoying life anyway, even if I don't have a milkshake. He's 5-4 up against Lee Anderson. And the referee racking the balls up for frame number 10.
It's 5-4 to the Potteries Potter against the Blackpool Bomber. So I'll turn round this from 4-2. Andy's come in to, you know, do you want an interview, Andrew?
No, he's happy with his ice cream. Let the man eat in peace, Jason. Phil Parkin to break off. This is a big break for Phil. This is to cement his comeback and to move 1 away from victory in this semi-final. He's caught hold of them well and nothing has dropped. Is that red on its way? It's not. Isn't it? This game is just swinging one way and then the other.
It's hard to predict, isn't it? It's hard to predict. I'm just wondering what, if it does go 6-all and it goes the wrong way for Lee, I'm just wondering what our trip home in the car will be like.
I just saw Andy Crowsdale widen his eyes behind you. Now these taking on yellows here. The clearest problem of them all is the top yellow on your screen at the moment, closest to that left side cushion. Going to take some working out. Tried to get into it with that red, I think. That hasn't worked. And that yellow's quite isolated now, Jason. I can't see an easy way to get that out.
I mean, there are a few options. Yeah, I mean, straight away he's got the yellow into the top corner and screw back into the yellow on the cushion. I'm not sure whether he might have the angle, possibly. Might have to, no, I think it goes straight away into the top corner, screw back onto the cushion, and then back into the yellow.
If that's the case, then it does go. Why isn't he taking that on? Because surely that's
well,
the shot.
he might not have seen it because, in all honesty, I didn't see it, and Andy Crowsdale stood behind us, has pointed to the screen, and spotted the shot. I think he's got a chance here as well. The only problem is with this, when he goes into it, he needs a bit of luck, I think, to land on the ball.
Oh, and he's had it.
I mean, he played it well. He played it well, but he was needing to land on that ball.
I think playing it cushion first, he almost couldn't fail to land on it. So it was a clever shot in that way.
I wouldn't say he couldn't fail to land on it, but he had a decent chance of landing on it. He's played that well. That was tricky. He's got. I think he can just about trickle this in and hold.
Yeah,
I think it's straight enough. Not quite straight, but yeah, he's fine. This is going 5-all.
Dry break from Phil Parkin. Just when he looked to have taken control of this match, means that we're going down to a best of 3. These two have gone at it toe to toe, we're still no closer to determining a winner. 5-all, 3 to play. Who are you calling, Jason? Who do you think is going to get there?
I just think it's destined for a 7-6. Which way? I just hope there isn't a big slice of luck against someone. You know, which is the difference between winning and losing. Because to be fair, I think 5-all's the first scoreline from what's gone on so far.
Been a very good game, this, to be honest. We've seen a lot of dishes. We've seen a few reverse and a few break, but it's been a good standard.
It's been decent. It's been decent.
You are hard to please.
Well, you're talking about winning tours. You know, it's.
I get that, but we've had 7 dishes out of 10 frames, Jason.
Have we? Are you counting?
Yeah.
Well, we need 8 then. We need 8.
Jesus. You don't want much. Lee Anderson breaking off in the 11th frame in this best of 13.
That's enough.
That is straight enough. That's the second time in this match he's done that, and it's the second time.
You heard his reaction.
Yeah.
He said no. You heard him say no.
It's the second time he's left a glorious table. Okay, it wouldn't necessarily be such an easy table were it not for the free shot, but once Phil Parkin moves this red out of the way, these yellows are about as easy as they come. Even I'd get these, Jason, I think.
Steady, steady.
Not in a semi-final. In practice, I think I would.
Semi-final at the Dog and Duck.
Chester's Sports Bar, actually. Thank you very much.
Chester Sports Bar, the semi-final of Chester Sports Bar Christmas handicap.
No, I wouldn't win that. You're right. I wouldn't win that because Ian White wouldn't be in it.
Has Mr. Craig Marsh got, I think he's got to his railway station. So all the Welsh boys have left him, deserted him.
Yep, they've all left the building. To be fair, so was near enough everyone else. So.
Well, to be fair to Craig, he was beaten a good few hours ago. I think it would have been nice of one of the Welsh guys to let him know they've all gone, especially the guy that took him down.
And he was beaten by that man there, Phil Parkin, who is now 1 away from beating Lee Anderson with the break. That in off.
I think Lee Anderson's better half the picture there. She's got her hands, you know, I think she's praying, hoping things will go right for Lee.
Well, there you go.
Different face from a few frames ago.
Absolutely.
Well, from the frame before.
It's amazing how quickly this sport turns around. Phil Parkin, 1 away and with the break. Dry break last up.
Number 12, Phil Parkin to break, leading 6 frames to 5. Time running.
Well, that's enough.
Close. Close, but
dry,
it's not
though.
there. But neither is anything else.
There's a bit of work to do. Bit of work to do.
I mean, all the reds have a pocket. That one closest to the left middle, I think if you got nicely behind that, I don't think you're missing that.
Well, is he going for the plant? Can he get the red inside the other red?
Yeah, this is a little bit risky because that red's going close to that yellow.
No, it'll come out. It's just make sure he gets the pot. He's got that pot. And might have to play another plant. Can he get inside that red at the middle?
I don't know. I doubt it, if I'm honest. I think you're right. I think it's another plant.
Which
not that difficult if he's right behind it.
Yeah, he's probably just got to judge and and the first ball clip off it and run down towards the corner pocket, I think. Yeah, like that. Good job that red, clip that yellow.
Yes.
Still not perfect. You know, he's like one shot away from being perfect each time.
Yeah.
And if he gets perfect, they're ABC. But if he doesn't, you know, sometimes it can snowball away from you.
I don't like that, the second red away from the right-hand cushion. I can't see where that's going at the moment. I think he's digging here a little bit. He's just starting to dig a hole.
Well, I think this is the key shot. It's what does he do with this shot? He's got options. Does he try and go into them? Does he try and get on them? That red might go in that middle, to be honest, in the opposite middle. The red that's second away from the cushion, it goes into the opposite middle.
Do you think I'm not convinced it does it. Well, it goes now, but
And
the other one doesn't.
And that's not come out good. Does that red go down the rail?
I don't think so. I think the best that could do is cover a pocket. No chance, not from that angle.
I'm not so sure. I mean, he can cover a bag, obviously, which, yes, he's trying to cover the bag. Needs it to bounce. Yeah, he's played that pretty well, to be fair.
No, I mean, it's a good cover, but it's pretty easy for Phil here, isn't it? Not to leave him anything. Just clip off that yellow he's nearest. And
well, true, but you've got to try and... You want to get yourself in a better position. You know, it's okay being defensive here. But you've got to get your ball, because Phil's got problems.
yeah,
you
but
know,
at least
on
if
the
he gets that
table.
one he's closest to out a little bit, that gives him another option. I don't think I'd want to leave Lee a sniff at that one over the pocket, that's for sure.
No. Try to...
I think he was trying to avoid the black, but
I
that's
think he's
not a
had-
bad result.
He's had a big result there for me. Big result.
It was always going to go close to that black, unless he clipped that yellow very thin. But yeah, that could quite easily have flown in the left centre of the way he played it.
It's blocked the red as well. You know, that red near the black doesn't go now.
He's going for a double here, is he? Cross table. Pretty good effort.
Still some mileage in this frame yet. I mean, you can go for them, but you're pushing the bolt out, I think.
Yeah, Phil's still got the chance that he could have a fair bit of control in this frame. I think if he just goes for the right hand of those two yellows on the left hand side of the table, I think if he could cover the pocket, he'd be very happy.
Yeah, I think if he can cover the pocket here, he becomes big favourite for the frame. Whether he's going to play that shot, I'm not so sure. And he isn't.
It's not a bad shot though. Yeah, unlucky in some ways to land that hampered on the red.
I'm not so sure whether that was the right shot myself, but maybe that's me being defensive. We'll find out, because he could get these. They're not easy, but he could get them. Missed it.
Missed that one. Yeah, now Lee Anderson probably comes back to the table with an unexpected chance, but as you've mentioned, that red next to the black
is now his safety net. I mean, it's how do you go about these? You can pot this and screw into them, but you're not guaranteed to be on one. See, this is where he could have done with a few more inches. Could have done with being 6'2". This is straight,
Don't know
so he
about
can't.
this.
I don't think he can get into the red off this. Oh, he's tried.
Don't know about that.
Now, basically, his eggs are in one basket now.
Surely, the thing is, I think whichever way he did it, all his eggs were going to be in one basket anyway, so surely you take the one over the corner and give yourself the best angle possible to go into that area.
it's it's hard to comment on that, which way's the right way and which way's wrong. No.
Now, what can Lee Anderson do from here? Is this just a chance to have a swipe?
Well, I'm not even sure about that because it's the black that's going to be moving a lot, not the red.
I think he could get a snooker here. If he comes cushion first and comes off the left-hand side of that red, it's a delicate shot, but...
Well, it'll be able to hit the yellow up at the top end, but... no.
Needs to hit another cushion.
3 shots, 1 visit.
A loud bang of Lee Anderson's cue hitting the floor in frustration there, yep. And Phil Parkin is left dropping for a 7-5 victory. And unless I'm mistaken, his first IPA Open final appearance. Yeah, there might be a little bit of a wait for our next game because I just saw that Ryan Clark is still at the table in the Mark Farnsworth-Ryan Clark game. That game's still going on.
Barring a miracle here, I think it's all over. The fat lady's getting ready. She's getting prepared.
Cleared her throat. Victory and Phil Parkin. It's a great weekend for semis, quarters in the Lee Anderson now can go home with his head held high, but Phil Parkin will be into the final. Man from Stoke finds his way through. The man from Blackpool will have to find his way home. A terrific weekend's work from both players, really. And Phil Parkin, to be honest, will have to settle down for a while. He's going to be in for a wait because, like I said, Mark Farnsworth and Ryan Clark is... Well, we're waiting for that so that we can get the second semi underway. But that is 5-3 to Mark Farnsworth at the moment. Mark's there at the table. But there's still a bit of mileage in that, so... Yeah, well, while we get prepared in the arena for the second semi-final, Phil Parkin can probably go and have some dinner with his family. But before that, he's going to have a quick interview alongside Kevin Barton.
Thanks, Dan. And I'm here with Phil Parkin, who has made it into tonight's final. Phil, tell us your emotions at this point in time.
I don't know what to expect. I didn't even think about getting this far, to be honest. Just came in and expecting just to play all right, but yeah, I'll just keep going now. 1 more to go and that's it.
I mean, you've been playing absolutely fantastically. I mean, I've just seen a bit of some of your matches earlier on today. You look to be striking the cue ball with so much confidence. Where has all that come from? You've been practicing, or what is it? Is this your time?
I don't know. I've not been practicing. No, I've just come into it. I was going to practice before, and I thought, nah, just turn up. Sometimes I can practice too much, and it will affect my game. And I expect too much, so I've come into it not expecting anything. So, and it's all just happened. So.
What do you think has made it happen? You know, I mean, you've beaten some big names on your way to the final. You know, and you know, I mean, Lee is an ex-pro as well as you are, and you know, for an amateur player, I mean, we know you're not an amateur standard. We know you're a professional standard player, but the technicality is you're an amateur, and to get to the final, we're going to have to check the record books because I don't know when the last time someone did. I mean, are you able to take it all in?
No, not really. I mean, I've been practicing my breaks a bit. I think my breaks have been the big part of my game now. I wasn't finding a break at all, potting just wasn't there at all, and I've just changed it over the weekend, and it's starting to work. So that's the biggest part of my game that's been changing. So, but yeah.
And great to have some local support in your corner there.
Yeah, it is nice though. Yeah, it's you know, they're always supportive, especially my parents and everything. They always come in everywhere I go, so it's just nice to have all that support. Yeah.
Well, Phil, fantastic achievement. One match to go. What would it mean to you to lift the silverware tonight?
Let's try and win it first. I'll tell you then.
Okay. Oh, well played, Phil. Tremendous achievement to get the final. Good luck in the final later on.
Thank you very much.
Phil Parkin, fantastic achievement there from a former professional player. Don't see much of him on the IPA. He comes to the odd event here and there, but what performance to get to the final.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it felt like a final with the atmosphere towards the end there, and the standard deserved probably to be the final. But Lee will be a little bit disappointed there. But what a great containing shot from Phil Parkin, just to make Lee Anderson think that little bit harder and force a mistake, and he's got over the line and the deserving winner. He's in the final.
Yeah, ebbed and flowed a bit that match. Lee started off pretty well, and then middle of the match it was Phil. He dominated. Looked like Lee was going to come back, and just a couple of tiny errors at the end there just cost him.
Yeah, they did, and like you just said there, Lee Anderson, he did look like he was probably going to run away with it, and then did he sort of see the winning line a little bit too early? Could have well done, but credit to Phil, and he deserves to be in that final.
Yeah, he was certainly hitting the balls with lots of authority and lots of confidence.
Yeah, and you need to do that on that TV table. You need to try and keep the nerves at bay, or try and keep them as controlled as possible. And it's like he's been playing on, tour after tour after tour. Yeah, we haven't seen Phil for a bit, and he was going to be here at the Coventry event that we had earlier in the year, but he had other commitments, so he couldn't make it. But it's good to see him here. It's good to see him back competing, and another local boy doing well again. And as you heard it, everyone's getting behind him.
Certainly lots of support in his corner. Now we're going to have to take a bit of a gap now, a bit of a break. We are waiting for the final semi-finalist who will play Dean Shields. It's either Ryan Clark or Mark Farnsworth. They're locked in a battle on one of the outer tables. So that match is due to finish in probably about the next 20 minutes. So we're hopefully going to bring you the second semi-final at 9 o'clock. And then the final will be pretty much 10 minutes after that match finishes. So time to recharge the glasses, grab yourself a sandwich, and get yourself ready for the final throws of the Fair.com British Open Championships. We'll see you at 9.
Good evening and welcome back to Coventry for the conclusion of the Fair.com British Championships. And after all the titles bar one have been awarded, we've got one to go, and the semi-final coming up between Dean Shields and Mark Farnsworth. This should be an absolute blockbuster.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, Mark's not been in the winner's circle for a while, so I think he'll be pleased to get over the line against Ryan Clark in the quarter-final. But Dean Shields, he's been knocking on the door, and he's going to be a very tricky customer for Mark Farnsworth.
And the winner of this will be playing Phil Parkin in the final, which will be coming right up after this semi-final. What an achievement by Phil to get to the final.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's no surprise to me and you, Kevin, because we know Phil. Over the years, he's been a professional player and that, but to produce it probably 5 years on at that level, it just proves that he's still playing some great stuff.
Absolutely. Well, the players are in the arena, the referee's ready, commentators are in position, so settle back and relax. The final 2 matches of a fantastic 3 days here in Coventry. Take it away, Dan.
There are just 2 matches left in this weekend's action here at the IPA British Open. The first of them is this, the last semi-final. Dean Shields against Mark Farnsworth. Dean Shields wins the lag, and it will be that man there on the left of your screen to break off first. Vicky Lomax in his corner as always. Keep an eye on those two, they'll have some banter throughout the match, I'm sure. Mark Farnsworth, on the other hand, I expect to be fully focused and ready to go. A brilliant opportunity this, Dean. If he can beat Mark, he will face Phil Parkin in the final. It's been a long time coming for Dean Shields. He's made plenty of finals, but he hasn't yet crossed that winning line on the IPA Tour. Can this event in Coventry be a catalyst for him to kick on in the game? Well, he's got probably the most formidable opponent on the tour. Certainly one of the top 2 or 3 in recent times.
Frames, first frame, Dean Shields to break. Time running.
Dean with a successful break to start off the match. And Mark Pickworth has hobbled his way into the commentary box to join me. Good evening, Mark.
Yeah, I certainly have. The hobbling's getting a little bit better, so I'm going the right way.
The question is Dean going the right way? Chooses yellows.
I mean, with the way that these yellows are, can you go the wrong way? I mean, the only difficult we've got is that yellow on the left-hand middle, but I think even that just drops in.
Oh, clever. He's going to play a plant with it. So, makes the most difficult ball as easy as possible, this shot. And as long as he doesn't mess this up somehow. The only way I can really see him messing this up is if he managed to catch the far jaw of the pocket, and he shouldn't be anywhere near that, really.
No, he shouldn't. Yeah, that would have been a very difficult one to miss there, and taking his hard ball out very quickly, and that's what these top players do.
Dean's going to make light work of this frame. Do you think it benefits Dean, Mark, that he's had a little break between matches, whereas Mark's come through a pretty epic match with Ryan Clark and now has to go straight back on?
Yeah, it's an interesting point, and we have brought this up quite a lot, and we did say it earlier with yesterday's final. John McAllister was a little bit more fresher than Mark, and Mark Boyle, he had a bit more of a tougher game. And yeah, I personally do think it helps.
I don't think there's anyone on the IPA tour that would be considered fresh at the moment, to be honest. It's been a long weekend for everyone involved.
Yeah, these weekends, they are long, they're draining, and I think that's what you find at the tour weekends. It's match after match after match. Yeah, it's nice if you keep winning, but if you do come up a loss, it can be very, very draining. And but yeah, Dean looks pretty fresh at the moment. Hope that's not the commentator's curse.
Yeah, just awkward queuing over that black. Strokes it in beautifully. And has a pretty straightforward black to open up a one-frame lead.
And here you see the one-frame lead. What a great start that was from Dean Shields, and he's asking the question of Mark Farnsworth straight away.
We are, of course, down to the last event now. The last event, the Fair.com British Open Championships. We are 2 matches away from the end of the day and the end of the weekend. The finals we've seen so far have been pretty exceptional, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. They've all had some real great quality about them, and that started on Saturday night, and we've seen some brilliant finals, which is on our finals day, which is today. And I don't doubt whoever gets through from this one, it's going to be another great final against Phil Parkin.
Big shock to see an amateur in the Open final. Let's not make any bones about it. We know how good Phil is, but it's been a long time since I can remember an amateur making it to an Open final.
Yeah, and I was thinking about this because I heard you mention this on comms, and yes, we go back to the Mark Boyle, but I think there was one after him. I think it was Shane Lewis. He was in the Open from Wales. He made an Open final as well.
Okay.
So it's no stranger to have an amateur in the final.
No, it's just unusual. I think it's fair to say.
An amateur to win the final is probably only been Mark Boyle.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, no doubt someone's going to be onto the chat and telling me, no, Mark, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. But just from my knowledge with the IPA, that's what I believe what has happened.
Dean Shields got to the table after that dry break from Mark Farnsworth and couldn't take advantage. It was a tricky cutback into that left centre with that red. Now that's an interesting shot from Mark because he's really opened up the frame now in reds, but he has just covered a possible angle for that most difficult red on the balk line. It's going to be a slightly thinner cut than he'd have wanted to play on that one now.
Yeah, it will, but Mark will believe in his ability, and he is one of the best single shot makers in the game, without a shadow. And he's been striking the cue ball very nicely, and as you said, this difficult shot is now upon him.
Yeah, I don't think he can do too much with the cue ball here either, can he? So probably going to be a longish pot next. Next up, probably the furthermost left of the yellow. The red's in the bottom half of the table.
Yeah, I don't think he can do too much with it. And as you said, that red ball's closest to this left-hand cushion. That's probably the obvious one that I can see he's going to be playing off. So on and off this cushion, on and off the far cushion, and come across.
Oh, that wiped its feet on the way in. And because he caught it a little thicker than he wanted, he's not ideal on this next red now.
Yeah, just hitting it thick has took a little bit of the pace out. But you're back, Mark, to pot this.
Yeah. stroked in sublimely by Mark Farnsworth. What was the fuss about? I'm sure everyone will ask, but that was a much tougher shot than he made it look.
Yeah, and if Mark takes these out, what a start this has been from both of these players. This is exactly the start that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, Dean will be disappointed. It was a tough chance after Mark's dry break in this frame, but Dean will be disappointed to have missed that early chance. It was a great chance to go 2-0 with the break next. You can really build up a head of steam when you get a chance like that.
Yeah, and it's just about how that's going to affect Dean now. Did he think he was going to get back to the table? Did he really underestimate Mark about that he wasn't going to clear up?
I mean, I think when you let Mark Farnsworth near a table, you can't be expecting to come back from come back to it. I think Dean knows that. If you do get a second bite of the cherry, you've been fortunate. And no such luck in this one for Dean Shields. It's 1-1 now. Dean will break next. We continue on serve. Mark Farnsworth with Mark Boyle and Gareth Hibbert towering over him there.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not really that tall, I promise. and they are quite friendly giants.
Yeah, to be fair, I think the most miserable looking on that poster is probably Simon Ward. Looks very serious. Probably the most smiley of the lot of them.
Yeah, we're probably never ever going to see Simon Ward and Mark Boyle and Gareth Hibbert in Mark Farnsworth's corner. But that's about the closest thing we're going to get to it. I don't mean that horribly. It would be a very, well, it would be a picture, wouldn't it?
It certainly would. Mark will sit in his seat this time round. Dean to break again. First one was successful. Oh, perfect strike of the cue ball. Straight down the centre of the table. And nothing has gone in. And you can't really hit it better than that.
No, you can't. The closest thing to going in was the cue ball. And yeah, you're right, Dan. There's no way he could have struck that better. And look, you can just see him smiling in the corner. And he knows he's done all he can. And sometimes them pull gods, we always talk about them, sometimes go missing. And they definitely went missing there.
Love that opening shot. Really nice control there from Mark. No obvious problems here with reds. The one closest to the right centre, you're going to have to take a bit long, but get right behind it. There's no jeopardy with that. So this clearance really just becomes all about cue ball control and nerve.
Yeah, completely right. But we know how good Mark is at both of controlling, or how he controls both of them. One of the best in the business. And that is exactly where he's played that cue ball. I'm expecting him to take the one nearest to black first.
Is he on that?
Yeah, I think
it's
so.
exactly where he's played the cue ball, but
it's not on it.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't think he quite got that one right.
Yeah, that camera angle is a bit deceiving for us here.
That, however, is a very good recovery.
Now, can he hold it for that red into the top right corner? If anybody can.
No.
Is he coming twice across? No, just the once. Yeah, he could hold it. If anything, shorter pace.
That's lovely.
But he's got a great angle.
Yeah, lovely angle. Just screw back down the left-hand side of the table. And it's going to be 2-1.
Not hit that cleanly in the middle of the pocket. So I think he's got a little bit of awkward cueing now. I think he's cueing this a little bit more awkward than it needs to be. But it makes no difference at all. And it's 2-1 now,
It
isn't
is
it?
2-1.
It is 2-1.
It is 2-1 to Mark
I was just
Farnsworth,
surprised with the way that scored updated so quickly. So I know there's always a bit of a delay with Q score, but
maybe someone was a bit quick
our
on the button.
directors are very quick in there.
Mark Farnsworth to break in frame number 4. A reverse dish there from Mark. He'd love to follow that up with a break dish and open up a 2-frame lead.
Frame 4. Mark Farnsworth break, leading 2 frames to 1. Time running.
Oh, surely this isn't dry as well, but it is, and actually Mark's hit that very well too. That's 1-1 in terms of breaks that you feel should have made a ball that didn't.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure what else he could have done there. I mean, Mark doesn't hit the ball as hard as some of the players, but he's hit that as clean as he normally does.
I think Dean would love to take yellows here, but I don't see how he can easily develop that yellow in the balk area in the middle. Were it not for that one, I think we'd definitely be seeing yellows, but I think that causes such a problem that he might be forced into reds, which is a tougher finish and has that red down on the bottom cushion. It's very isolated. He'll go after that first. Doesn't want this to be straight, and it's absolutely plumb on, isn't it, pretty much?
Yeah, that is probably the worst position possible. I mean, he's not going to be able to do a lot with the cue ball, and he probably, it's easy enough to get on the ball in that's over the top pocket, but his position on the next red after that.
If he can get the cue ball past that yellow, he does have quite a big pocket in the right centre. Well, actually, where he's played it, I think he's played on the red to the right centre.
The only problem with that, you'd be kissing into that yellow.
Well,
that black could be tracking.
He can take it long as well. It's a very tough pot queuing off the rail.
Yeah, it's a good camera shot there.
He's having a look at the one over the pocket. I didn't think he could see this.
Clock
apparently
though.
he can.
Ticking down.
That is harsh.
Well, you say harsh, but when you track the cue ball close to the pocket, anything can happen, and it was like a trap was set there.
Yeah, I think that's a bit unlucky. I'm going to let Dean off there. I don't think that's... Yeah, being ultra critical, you're right, but I think the chances of that happening, you could play that shot 10 times and it might happen once or twice.
Yeah, but with him being under that pressure of the shot clock, did it make him hit it harder than he wanted to?
Fair point.
There's that possibility.
Fair point. And now that tricky yellow that I spoke about earlier in the frame as being the one that would stop Dean Shields taking on yellows. Well, Mark Farnsworth has a free go at manoeuvring it, and once he does, no problems on yellows whatsoever.
Cue ball. Oh. That was a little bit close for comfort.
I think the camera foreshortened that one slightly, and I think it was probably quite safe, but... Just looking back through the results in the Open for these two, particularly for Mark Farnsworth. He's had an exceptional run of form in this Open so far. I mean, he's lost 9 frames in this tournament.
Wow, someone needs to take 7 off him.
Sorry, 10. He's lost 10 because Dean's got 1.
10 frames in 5 matches, is it?
6.
6 matches. And someone needs to take 7 off him.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Long way, isn't it? That's a long way to go. Yeah, Ryan Clark and Charlie Begley both got to 7-3.
7-3, yeah.
Other than that, he's had a 7-2, a 7-1 and a 7-0. It's in extraordinary form. To be fair, Dean Shields, not all that different. 3 7-2s, a 7-5, a 7-4.
Okay.
He's been in good form, but Mark has been extraordinary, really.
Yeah, that's a bit different, that one. And that's 5 frames difference. And someone's going to be losing a pretty good record. And at the moment, it's looking like Mark Farnsworth. He's just continuing this streak, and he just looks so focused at the moment. I'm not sure how Dean Shields can get back in this match being 2 frames behind, but we do know these black ball rules, they can turn around.
They can, and on the evidence of what we've seen so far, and it's it's a pretty small sample size, granted, the table's not breaking that well for either of these two. So if the table continues to break the way it has for Mark, but Dean can find one that works, Dean's not out of this yet.
No, great point. Yeah, this could be a level playing field then. But we just know when Mark gets the lead, he's so hard to peg back. He protects it. He really does. It will take something big to rattle him. If he is rattleable.
Yeah, you don't see it very often. Dean really does need to make something happen here to stop the game getting too far away from him.
Oh, he absolutely crunched these last time and got nothing. This is incredible. The table is playing meaner than ever.
Yeah, that is unpleasant for Dean Shields. Again, he's hit them well, timed it well, decent split. And not only that, the worst possible thing that could happen has happened pretty much, and that is one colour set has gone very bad and one colour set has gone reasonably good.
Yeah, and I think looking at that black, does it pass into that bottom right corner?
Well,
So
it certainly will once you take the reds out of the equation.
Yeah, it will.
I think the 2 reds next to the black are quite a simple plant if he wanted to start off that way. The red on the right hand side, do you choose to move that? Do you leave it for a double? Other than that, I can't really see anything to worry about here for Mark.
No, and the way he's been playing with a lot of confidence. And again, look at the way he's played that at a great pace, and he's just opened up that pack. Some of the players would have just made sure the plant and it would have stuck in there, and it would have made things even more difficult. But not Mark Farnsworth, plays it positively.
Yeah. So now, in his mind at least, he will have turned his attention to that red on the right hand side. Every shot from here on out until he does what he wants to do with that one is going to be all about that red. Has he got the angle now? The top of those 2 reds near the black from this camera angle. Can he come off the bottom cushion, left hand side, and swing into that? He's taking this. This is thin. That's a terrific shot.
It's like it's over the pocket, Dan.
That's a terrific shot. That was a That was a very thin clip.
That was a 2 out of 10, maybe 3 out of 10. But for Mark Farnsworth, that is a 9, 10 out of 10 shot.
Yeah.
Great single ball pot of Marcus, brilliant.
A very, very good shot. I'm surprised he went for that one, but obviously, perhaps he felt that the cue ball was going to deflect into the other red, and he would have lost a bit of control with it. This is another one that's on a sixpence. He's just gone round the whole table and landed, yeah, on a area the size of your thumb where he wanted it. It's superb to watch.
Wow, and he's making very light work of these frames.
There's just no stopping Mark Farnsworth at the moment. And unless he can start getting a ball off the break, Dean Shields is going to be in some serious trouble. He now trails the former world champion by 4 frames to 1. It's tough to see a way back here for Dean.
Yeah, and I think you've already hit the nail on the head, Dan, about the break. That's the only way that Dean can get back in this match, is that his break works, and Mark's just keeps continuing to fail.
Well, there's 4 dry breaks on the trot now between these two. The only person to make a ball on the break was Dean, and that was in frame 1, and he cleared from it. Since then, it's been one-way traffic in the other direction.
Well, if Mark does start getting a ball off the break, it's only going to go one way. He's 3 frames away from getting in the final. He looks in, he's got that menacing look about him. He just wants a ball off the break. He needs a ball off the break. Not the white. Wow. That's so unlucky to be kicked in there. It was going nowhere near that pocket. That's extraordinary, but look at the way they've split as well. I mean, Mark's hit them like the best he possibly could. Yeah. Yeah, and I think when you're having dry breaks of your own, then this is what you want, these chances. He needs an angle on this. What has he got? I mean, surely he'd have wanted a bit more angle on that than he's got there.
He would. I think he'll just draw it back a foot and take on the long black, and it's still a decent shot for him. But yeah, I agree. He's not made this as simple as it could have been.
Yeah, well, he'll be pleased if he gets this black.
No drama at all. And Dean Shields gets 1 back on the board. And yeah, ball on the break is a must for Dean next, I think. I think if he can get back to 4-3, then perhaps the doubts start to creep into Mark. Perhaps a little bit of tension in the arm when he's breaking off, especially considering the break he's just had.
As I say, there weren't no tension shown in that break. It was
no.
more aggressive, and it really was.
It was a cruel in-off, that.
Oh, Dean there seems in good spirits still, even though he was 4-1 behind. Now it's 4-2. Is that an extra spring in his step?
Just, I don't know what you call it. It's a platonic relationship between Dean Shields and Vicky Lomax, but it's very much a bromance.
Yeah. Yeah.
They are thick as thieves, the two of them. Whenever Dean, or indeed Vicky, is on the stream table, often seen sharing a couple of words or a joke halfway through the match.
Yeah, they support through each other all the way through.
Oh, it's dry again. And it's massive again. And what are you meant to do when that's happening? And Vicky there just buried her head in her arms. Dean can't believe it.
And look at these, this table has opened up.
I mean, I'm almost tempted to write reverse dish down again on my notes. It's just that.
Just seems to be the regular occurrence off Dean Shields' break, doesn't it?
Crazy stuff between these two. Whichever one of these two does go through to the final, they're going to have to find this break, you know, get that working for the Phil Parky match.
Yeah, they will.
Mark obviously feels like he's had a kick there. Not happy with that contact, but he's come out fine.
I was going to say, I think he's absolutely where he wanted the cue ball to be.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's just done it probably for a little bit more time or what. It's not normally what Mark does.
I don't think he needs time here. I think he got a kick. I just don't think it affected it that much.
Yeah.
But I think he thought, oh, cue ball wants a clean, so.
Yeah, and sometimes when you hear you get a kick, you don't really look at the way that the cue ball's reacted. You just think, oh, that shouldn't have happened.
Just one slight bit of jeopardy here for Mark, and that is, I wouldn't want to be taking that plant to the bottom right. So he probably wants to come down the other side of the table to take at least one of those two into the bottom left. But he's got to make sure he gets the right angle on that.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he could play the yellow off the red now, but that's got its risk about it to move it out of the way. I don't like that shot. I think he'll pot these both clean and, like you said, Dan, take these yellows into the opposite corner. There's no reason to be moving any balls or making things any harder than what they could already be.
No, he just doesn't want to finish with too much angle. Depends which one he wants to take first, whether he feels like the bottom one will go past the red or not.
When you pot as good as Mark Farnsworth, you just try and leave yourself a shot, and that is exactly what he's done. I think he can just through this back, and he's perfectly on his last yellow.
Yep, there you go. It was a very good shot, though, the previous one, because if he had a fraction more angle there, he'd have struggled to do that. He would have clipped the yellow, could have gone anywhere. But in the end, it's Dean Shields left to watch as Mark Farnsworth finishes this frame off from another one of his dry breaks.
Well, he's gone a little bit further than he wanted, and this black into that bottom left-hand corner, I don't think he's got all the pocket.
Nah, he's got enough. He's got enough, Mark.
Awkward cueing again.
Heart of the pocket. Mark Farnsworth leads by 5 frames to 2 now, and he moves just 2 frames away. We spoke about his terrific record throughout the day. I presume some people have broken better than Dean Shields has against him, otherwise it's been easy street for him the whole day. Dean really has run out of luck in this semi-final at the moment.
Yeah, they don't seem to be running his way. So if Mark, breaks as good as last time, keeps the white ball on the table, I think these are the closing stages of this match coming up.
That is 4 out of the last 5 frames have been reverse issues.
That tells you how tight and nasty the table's playing.
Yeah.
It's playing like the green-eyed monster. Not that I've met the green-eyed monster, but...
Oh, it's happened again. It's happened again. This is extraordinary. They are hitting the break so clean, and they are just not getting a thing from it.
I've never seen out like it. We're going to have to get the table technicians in. We're going to have to get the politicians in. We're going to have to call the SAS. We're going to have to call everybody in. Somebody needs to be talking to this table. It is playing super mean.
Now, a decision to be made here for Dean Shields. You want reds, but you don't really want to take that red nearest the balk line first, because then you're running away from the one that's on the top rail, and he's going to have to take it on, but it's going to take a good positional shot to get back down there for that one. And he wants to get down there sooner rather than later. He doesn't want that to be his last ball before the black. So there's some mileage in the cue ball in this finish now.
Yeah, there is, and I'm just wondering, he's not going to have any choice. Does he just leave it now till the end and then drift it on and off the cushion down for the longest black? I mean, I think he's leaving this over the centre to drift down there. Maybe that's his plan.
Could well be.
There's no wrong with that plan. I mean, he might have another option as well in a minute. He could have a couple of options, all depending on which angles he uses. Oh, sorry, leaves.
That's a touch too straight, I feel. I think he would have liked to have been low on this red rather than high, and not got a lot of angle here. Oh, that's a great shot. That's a great shot. Had to put some serious action into that one to get the cue ball into position, and he's done a very fine job of doing so. But it is going to be that red last, down table. That is a poor shot. He's over screwed that good 2 or 3 inches.
He didn't need to do that.
Now he's bridging here, and oh.
And Andy's got to try and pinch some of this middle pocket to get an angle.
I actually think he's almost going to have to dig right down on this. It's going to be sort of a semi-massage shot.
Well, he's going to be under shot clock pressure as well. Yeah, he has massaged. Wow.
What a superb shot.
Oh, it's not getting any easier though, Dan.
It's going to be a really tough black. I wonder if he can top this through and get through the gap between the yellows, sort of in somewhere in the triangle of yellows.
Wow.
If he can, then at least he leaves it relatively straight.
Just leave yourself a shot. Don't make it more complicated than what it is. Just try and get the white ball off the cushion. But the first things first, make sure the pot.
Ah, he tried. Well, he tried too hard there, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He's been a bit fortunate. Hasn't left Mark a pot particularly. He could take the one down the rail, I suppose, as a bit of a shot to nothing.
Yeah, and I think that's what he'll opt for. He might even just play that one off the cushion and just make sure he gets a good white and not go for the pot. Either way, he needs to be really making Dean Shields sweat. This is an important frame.
say, Mark, just making sure of a good white. Bonus for getting the yellow out into the centre of the table. What can Dean Shields conjure up here? Does he have a one cushion? Yeah, he's looking at it. He's looking at the jaw shot. I don't think he's got much choice.
He hasn't got much choice.
There's so many yellows around.
There's too many small windows, and everything's in the way.
Oh, this is close. Oh, he's fluked
still
it.
close.
He's fluked it, has he? He has. Oh my word!
Wow.
That is extraordinary. That is one of the best flukes of all time.
That is unbelievable.
That is extraordinary.
And
Wow.
now this straight black.
Don't miss this now, Dean. Oh, a huge hand of apology. Mark Farnsworth looks apoplectic.
I mean, Mark's just got to take your hat off to him and just say, look, I've done all I can. He's just looked over there, giggled at him, and I'm not sure what Mark's reaction was like. I can't say he's going to be too happy.
I don't think the giggles are coming from the Farnsworth corner.
Because now what can happen? I mean, Mark was looking like going one frame away. It's now Dean to break. All of a sudden, it could only be one behind. This is a huge turning point.
Dean's just going to pop off for a second. So, I mean, let's talk about that fluke. Right, actually, let's talk about that fluke, but in a measured way. What an effort, first off.
Yeah.
He was... Okay, he's fluked the red in the end, but he was playing absolutely that rail shot, and he missed it by a fraction.
Yeah, he was. And look, where the cue ball was, Mark had not left him a one cushion escape, two cushion escape. Yes, he played it off a two cushion because he played it off two jaws. Yeah. But is that similar to a two cushion escape?
No,
I don't think so.
It's a different shot.
Right, and Mark had not left him any of that shot at all. So he had no choice but to play the two jaw shot and travel it down.
Yeah.
Yes, he's got lucky, and there we see it there, look.
It's just how does that red find its way?
I mean, that red was just drifting out. Was it going to drop? It just played it at the perfect pace. It's extraordinary.
It is.
But, I mean, even the black weren't that easy, but is it easy once that red's dropped? It's no easier, especially when you play Mark Farnsworth and you're up against it.
It's an unbelievable fluke, and there's Phil Parkin, our first finalist. He will be looking on, hoping that whichever of these two he's playing, they don't get a bit of run like that against him.
No, and he's sitting very close to that trophy. Does he think his name's on it? I mean, he's going to take some really great pull, and I think we've still got some great pull ahead of us. I mean, this match is far from over. Far from over.
Well, Dean Shields, the only person in this game so far with a successful break, all the way back in the first frame. What he wouldn't give for one now.
Well, this is the time when you need one.
Success. He's done it. He's made a ball.
Wow.
How's his luck?
I've seen easier. I've seen easier layouts.
I would say...
I've seen harder.
I would say if he takes the yellow just below the black spot, the one that's close to the red, if that goes into the left centre, actually this is a pretty good chance on yellows.
Yeah, and once he takes that out of the equation, you've got to say, it's a chance.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely a chance.
When you're playing at this level and you're playing for these big competitions or these big titles, these are the chances you have to take. And it did go. It went cleanly. Wow, have we just seen a huge twist in this match? Not we did see it coming. We really didn't.
Well, no one could see that coming. Dean Shields didn't see that coming. Mark Farnsworth certainly didn't. Oh, Dean.
Oh, talking about twists. We didn't see that one coming.
No, we did not.
And the problem he's got here is that he's left Mark the chance straight away to clear that top pocket. I think he's got the angle on this red to get over there. It's hard to say from that camera angle.
Dean's going to sit down and look. be the professional and sit there with his hands on his knees, but he will be livid with that shot because he's wasted a turning point there. Unless Mark doesn't quite get these right.
Well,
Now then.
I think he's still got a pot on. That one right of the black does go into the bottom left-hand corner. But what a big shot that's going to be at a very crucial stage of this match. I think, is that all he's got on? Can he get through? Oh, I can get through to the other one, can he? The one left of the black spot.
Oh, that's a massive result if he can, yeah.
Yeah, it looked tight on the overhead shot, but he can clearly get through on that camera shot. Oh, what a shot there.
Yep, cued at a dream. So that developing shot, the skill shot from Mark Farnsworth. That's pretty much frame ball, you would think. He's had a good look at the red furthest down the table to see whether it passes that yellow to the bottom right. I think it probably does, but I don't think it's a full pocket, so he wants to be right behind that when he takes that on. That could be next shot after this one.
Yeah, but if it is tight though, Dan, I don't think he's going to be taking it in that pocket.
No, fair point.
He's trying to keep this very simple because that fluke hurt him. It really did. But if he clears these, it'll be way at the back of his mind then.
Possibly a little bit straighter on this one than he'd like. If he had an angle, if he was a bit low, he could drift down and find the gap between those two yellows. I think he's got a screw on and off the cushion now if he wants to do that.
Yeah, does that, and when he does that take him close to that yellow? Is there going to be a blocker?
No, that's fine.
No,
that's
he's played
perfect.
it well. Yeah. Again, he's just done simple things.
Yep.
Not tried to get too close to the reds and just believed in his ability. This is what Mark Farnsworth does.
Quite an easy thing to do when you have the ability that he has, to be fair. It's been a superb performance from Mark in this match. He has hardly put a foot wrong. If he has put a foot wrong at all, to be honest, I mean, I suppose the safety shot that Dean got the fluke from, you could argue, but can't really allow for a shot like that.
No, you can't, and no one ever saw it. And I think if you told somebody about it, I don't think they'd believe you, Dan.
No, possibly not. Just a bit of care and attention needed on this because Mark's left that cue ball very close to the cushion. So just grip down the cue slightly and jack the cue up slightly and make sure of the pot.
It's all about the cueing.
And unsurprisingly, in it drops. Dean Shields finally got a successful break, but there's nothing he could do after he missed that second yellow. Tricky shot down the rail, but one you fully expected him to make, and now Mark Farnsworth is one away. Mark, though, still hasn't made a break.
Yeah, he's not made a ball off the break. It's extraordinary.
Yeah, one foul break. 4 dry breaks so far in this match for Mark Farnsworth, and he's 6-3 up. How often can you say that?
So this is his 5th break now. Then this is well, one thing that is yet to do it. Is that going to change now? I mean, if you want it to change, you probably want it to change in this frame. So if he does make it to the final, he'll want to carry that on then.
Yeah, this is, in some ways, this is a last test. This is a last opportunity to find a break that works on this table before the final. Potentially, at least.
Well, he's keeping with his regular position of the white ball. Oh, he's hit him like a dream.
And he's made one. He's finally made one. And that black's just held up. And I think that yellow will pass. although it's tight.
And I think it is all down to that yellow in the bottom half of the table. As close to that black is whether which colour set he's going to take.
He's very straight on this yellow to the middle. Can he actually get anywhere from this? He can't come backwards, so he's got to top through. If he does top through, can he get on another ball? It's tough to see how in some ways. It depends how straight it is, and if he's got a little bit of angle, he can punch past those reds. But
I think he's canning into them balls. I don't think he's got any choice.
this needs to go. That's not... Ooh.
Well, look at that camera angle. He's got a shot at this, but that looks mighty tight on the overhead. Well, not the overhead, the other camera. This camera angle here.
This camera doesn't look like he's got a shot, but on the overhead, it looks like he can see enough of the right-hand side of that yellow just to snick it in the middle.
Oh, he's playing like he can see it.
A little bit of side.
Oh, he had to pinch the pocket, and it only went in the far jaw.
It did, and now, if this yellow doesn't pass the black, Mark doesn't really have much of a shot on.
Yeah, because the yellow is closest to now. That cut back into the bottom left-hand corner is incredibly difficult.
You'd be flying towards the black as well. You wouldn't want to do that.
Oh, it did go. And now I think we are seeing the last few shots here. We've seen the last shot of Dean Shields, possibly.
Yeah, this is surely the last few steps towards the winning line for Mark Farnsworth. 2 more straight shots. We'll see him through to yet another IPA final. This time the British Open here in Coventry. It's over. Commiserations to Dean Shields, who just could not get his break working and missed a couple of crucial shots at very crucial moments. And there is the man awaiting Mark Farnsworth. Phil Parkin versus Mark Farnsworth will be our final. That will be the final match to what has been an excellent weekend of pool here from the Hilton Doubletree in Coventry. The Fair.com British Open will be coming up for you very soon. The final. Dean Shields can make his way back home to Stalybridge. Mark Farnsworth, it's going to be a late night for him. Possibly another night in the hotel, because we're 9:45 now. And we've still got a final to play. So it'll be the man from Washington in the northeast versus the man from the Potteries, Stoke's very own Phil Parkin. But for now, Kev Barton will be having a quick chat before that final with Mark Farnsworth.
Thanks, Dan, and I'm here with Mark. Mark, we've not seen much of you this weekend, but what a time to have our first chat into the final of the Open.
Yeah, absolutely delighted. Bit of a nightmare on Friday. I haven't played well all weekend, to be fair. I've just struggled with confidence and haven't been taking the shots. I've just been all over the place, to be honest. And then I found a little bit of form today, and that's probably the best match I've played. Dean's been playing really well. He was a bit unfortunate with his breaks in that match, but I thought I played at what it is, the best match I've played all weekend by a country mile.
I mean, you seem to be pretty comfortable in the early matches today, 7-0, 7-2s. Did you feel you were starting to get into some sort of kind of form?
I was getting finishes, but I didn't feel comfortable on them. I just felt as if I was like a ball out here, there, and everywhere, you know. And some of my pots weren't going in clean, and I just didn't. I didn't have my usual confidence in around the balls, you know, and just everything seemed to struggle, you know. Obviously, I managed to get through the earlier rounds and then start to find a little bit of form as towards the end of the tournament. Obviously, there's another big match to come, but yeah, I just haven't been hitting the ball great all day, you know. But then turned the corner a little bit, hopefully.
Obviously, you're in the final against Phil Parkin. It has been absolute carnage out there in the Open today, with seeds
professional players just being getting dumped left, right and centre. You're the last remaining professional. That's an achievement in itself, I think, after today. But your opponent Phil, do you know him well? Do you know his game? Have you seen anything of him this weekend?
Yeah, well, I watched his match for Craig Marsh earlier on, but I've known Phil for a lot of years. I think he's got a pretty good snooker background. I think he was on one of the tours like years ago, so he's always been hovering about. He's a great cue. I watched his game with Craig. Craig had chances and probably should have went further in front, but then he stuck at it, Phil, and he probably deserved to win the match at the end of the day. I didn't see the semi-final with Lee, but Lee's been playing fantastic all weekend, so it was a great result in getting through the semi-final as well.
And we talk about the strength in depth and how hard it is to win one of these competitions. What would it mean to you to you've won everything in the game, but as time goes on, do the victories mean so much more?
Yeah, I think last season I just seemed to had a really good year, and I was winning. I felt as if I was turning up and managed to win tournaments. I was getting a lot of luck here and there. You cannot win tournaments first of sevens against so many good players without carrying a bit of luck at important times. I just felt as if probably last season the luck seemed to go, whereas this year I've just been bring my head against a brick wall at times. I just had a little bit of bad run here, and I haven't played great, to be honest. And I've struggled every tour this year, and even today. This weekend, I've never felt comfortable as if I was going to go deep in the tournament. The pro event, I struggled in that, and got deservedly beat early stages, But today it's just seemed to come together a little bit.
Well, it certainly has. One more match to go. You've got 10 minutes now just to powder your nose, freshen yourself up, do whatever you do, and we'll see you in the final very shortly.
Cheers, Kev.
Well done, Mark. He survives the carnage of what's been going on today and takes his place in the final, Mark. And that was a pretty impressive performance.
Yeah, it was. And he said to you, he don't know where it come from. And when I was talking to him earlier this morning, he said he's been putting in a little bit of time, but he just wasn't feeling it earlier this morning. But again, we've got another player that started off very slow today, and he's accelerating to a very good level. Is that a sign of him picking up the trophy? It could possibly be. I mean, Mark Farnsworth, looking back at the 6 matches he's played, he's conceded only 13 frames. And we're asking a player, he needs to take half of them 13 frames off him to pick up the title. It's going to be a big ask for Phil Parkin, but we've seen what Phil can do under pressure. He's got plenty of support here, so don't be surprised if you hear lots of noise and that when Phil wins a frame. And you just never know in this game. It's an extraordinary game.
It was interesting to hear Mark's comments there, saying that he's struggling for confidence, after his season last season, where he was, as he said, he was turning up and just taking home the trophy, then all of a sudden he's now struggling. Struggle is maybe too big a word, but looking to find that form and that confidence again. It just shows how quickly it can go from even the best.
Yeah, and if you look at the 5 tours that Mark played last, there were 6 in total, but if you look at the 5 that we played last year, and he won 3 events, and if you'd have told any player in the world that you're going to win 3 events or 5 tours, they would have beat your hand off. And to be honest, that is really great form. But because he won all of them very early on and then had a very slow ending, I think that's why he thinks he's probably lost a little bit of confidence. But you can't take anything away from the other players that have picked up them trophies, and it just proves how close it really is now.
Yeah, it certainly is. So the final coming up at 10 o'clock, the last match after a phenomenal weekend. So before we just preview the final, let's just reflect back on the 3 days. We started off with the pro event Friday and Saturday, and what a climax to that on Saturday night with John McAllister. I mean, we've said it before, but the atmosphere in here was absolutely on fire.
Yeah, it was. The local boy, John McAllister, had lots of backing in there. It was, I don't know, got quite emotional, really, when you saw everyone cheering on. There was, God, there must have been close to well over 150 people here watching that, and it was an awesome atmosphere. And it's a shame we haven't got that atmosphere tonight, but it won't make any difference because these 2 players, they're buzzing. They both want this trophy.
Yeah, certainly fantastic performance from John. He's marked his return to form in style, and what about Mark Boyle as well? I mean, some of the form that he was showing on that main stage on Saturday in particular was some of the best pull we've ever seen from anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mark Boyle has been in a pretty good form for us throughout the IPA season so far, and I think he'd be happy with the form that he's shown. He'd be a little bit disappointed not to get over the line against John, but John deserved his win. But no doubt we're probably going to see Mark Boyle back in the win at some point at the end of this season.
So that was Saturday, done and dusted, and we all went for a lie down, and they came back this morning, and they have the amateur final, and you know, we all know Matt Steeper, you know, he's one of the good guys, and you know, he was a bit, you talk about emotions, he was really emotional after winning against Ian Whitehorn in the final.
Yeah, and he's been with the IPA 4 years now, and it just meant so much to him. Yes, he's been knocking on the door, and he's got into the top 16 of the rankings, etc. But that's picking up a very big trophy against a very huge opponent in Ian Whitehorn. You know, he's a brilliant player. You know, it was unfortunate what happened to him with his tip, etc. And we'll probably never ever see that again in the final. But let's take nothing away from Matt Steeper. He's played well every day this week, starting at 9 o'clock on Friday morning. Yes, we're really harsh here, making the players make sure they're here for 9 o'clock on Friday morning. But what an achievement to play that well over 3 times on the Friday, the Saturday and the Sunday. It's a lot of matches, it's a lot of frames, and he kept that standard throughout.
Yeah, he certainly did, and you've got to have some sympathy for Ian for that to happen to his tip in the middle of the final. You know, obviously, you know, borrowing a cue is never quite the same as your own.
No, it's not. But hey, look how well he took it. He took it in great spirits. When he was talking to you in his interview, he's just laughed it off and just said, "Look, it's happened. We move on." He wasn't too. Yes, he was bothered. He was double deep down, but how professionally he came across on screen there, and he'll be back. He will be back, and hopefully we'll see him back again soon. And who knows, it could be his turn to pick up the trophy next time. Yeah,
it certainly could be. And then we had the ladies' final, and I don't know if it is a shock, but what it was the end of the dominance that Harriet Haynes has been showing since the World Championships, and Amy Beecham just shows that you know, why she was world champion.
Yeah, it does show that, and it's not a shock for us here at the IPA, because we know how strong the ladies' game really is. It might be a bit of a shock to the pool community that was watching in, expecting Harriet to turn over Amy quite easy, but that was far from it. Amy played exactly as Amy plays. She's come in, rolled her sleeves up, said, "Look, Harriet's not winning 3 in a row. She's got to beat me first." And what a performance that was from Amy. It was superb throughout. And she said she hasn't been putting in a lot of practice, hasn't really been putting any time in at all, and she didn't have many expectations. But what an outcome! And it's to produce that display in the final under the TV camera lights, under the shot clock pressure, superb.
Yeah, and it sends a message to the other aspiring lady players that, you know, Harriet can be beaten. She's not invincible.
No, she's not. She does make errors. I mean, let's be honest. She didn't make many errors in that match. Amy just took it by storm, really, and took every chance. Yeah, she really did. But even if Harriet did really give her a good game, was she going to beat Amy on that day? Probably not. Not many people would have.
Yeah, some fantastic work there from Amy. And then it comes down to this last match. Phil Parkin, the amateur qualifier, who's come through the bloodbath of what has been going on today. It's like a Quentin Tarantino film out there. And he's up against, you know, Mark Farnsworth, who's just about won everything in the game. Give us your thoughts on this final and how you see it panning out.
Well, let's first talk about the way that our Open is. I mean, we open it up to amateurs and professional players, and it gives these amateurs a good chance to get stuck into the professionals. And by well, we have seen that happen. They've really, really put the boot into them, to be honest. And they've had some hidings along the way, to be honest. John McAllister, Corey Rees, they've all been beaten up. And I'm sure that's going to continue for the next 2 tours. One thing's for certain, the pros have been woken up by the amateurs. Do not be surprised if the amateurs are in the final again next door.
Yeah, well, it's up to the pros to up the game, isn't it? To respond back. So we're a couple of minutes away from the final. Phil Parkin, you know, sometimes we see, you know, great victories getting to the final, and then it doesn't quite happen for them in the final. I don't suspect that's going to happen with Phil.
He seems in great spirits, and he knows he's got nothing to lose. He's got a massive support here. He just needs to let the queue go, relax, enjoy the moment, because these are the moments that you live to be playing. You know, playing against the Mark Farnsworth, Liam Dunster, but we're playing Mark Farnsworth here. This is the biggest of the biggest player that you want to be playing, and playing him in a very, very big final.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, Mark, the number 2 seed, the only pro that's made it to the final. But the rank, as I've said, the rankings don't lie. And whilst it's been carnage on one side, you know, it was Dean and Mark in the other semi-final, just showing their class.
Yeah, they did, and I really thought there was going to be a big twist after that big fluke from Dean Shields. But Mark does what Mark does. When he gets in front of a player, he just holds on to that lead, and even that big fruit didn't disrupt him, and he took out a great clearance at the end again, and that's what Mark does.
So if Phil's the underdog on paper, what has he got to do to win this match and take home the title to not very far away?
Well, the obvious thing, he's got to win 7 frames, and remember, Mark's only dropped 13 in 6 matches, so that's a big ask already. He's just got to take frame by frame. Is he going to get chances off Mark? Yes, he is, because Mark's break hasn't been working for him. He only had 1 successful break in that previous match, and that came at the very end in that final clearance. So is that a sign of Mark's break starting to work? It could be. But if there is any opportunity that Phil's got to find, it is off Mark Farnsworth's break. So it's going to be very interesting to see if that's going to happen.
Which player do you think, on what we've seen in the 2 semi-finals, which player do you think has got the advantage of the break?
Dean Shields, he played really well with the break. I mean, I like the way that Lee Anderson broke off.
Sorry, no, between the 2 finalists.
Said the semi-finalists, sorry.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, of course. I like the way that Phil breaks. He really does. He's a bit more of a natural cueist on the break more than what Mark is. Mark looks very uncomfortable on the break, but we all know that Mark's single shot ability is probably the best in the world, or right up there as the best in the world, and that really sets him apart sometimes. So it's all about making Phil he's going to need a little bit of run and look off the break, and things need to go for him, but you never know. It's like the FA Cup final, this, isn't it? This is like Manchester United versus Wimbledon, and you just never know.
Well, thanks a lot, Mark. I think the players are almost ready. We're a couple of minutes away from the start of this match. I think we need to get over to the commentators now, who can begin the build-up to the final. Take it away, Dan.
Well, Dan's been caught up into some IPA work, so I've come through from the studio, and what a match we've got in store. It's our final match now of the weekend. A little bit later than scheduled, but wow, what some action that you've all been treated to at home. We really hope that you've enjoyed it. It's not quite over yet. Phil Parkin against Mark Farnsworth is coming up next. Who is going to win this final title of this weekend? Who's going to become the British Open champion? It's going to be an interesting one. It's basically David versus Goliath. The amateur Phil Parkin playing the professional Mark Farnsworth. I don't think we're far away now. The players are ready, as you can see on screen now. We're going to be lagging for a break very soon. And remember, this is still a race to 7. That's the lag completed. Mark Farnsworth has completed that exactly how he wanted to. It looks like, I mean, let's just think that Mark Farnsworth, he's just come off this table. He's got used to it a little bit. Phil's been away from this table for a little while now, probably about an hour and a half, I think, because he was waiting for the quarter-final to finish, and he had to wait for this semi-final to finish. So, yeah, about an hour and a half. So, is he a little bit cold? But he seems in great spirits. And talking about somebody in great spirits, I've been joined by Dan Fairway again.
I wish I was in the spirits.
You are, really. Just don't be Mr. Grinch.
Oh, no, I just wish I had some vodka. But I've got to drive home later, so... Yep, vodka, gin, whiskey, rum, anything really would be nice. I'll tell you what would be nice for Mark Farnsworth, that's a ball off the break. It took him 5 attempts in his match against Dean Shields, but 1 down. And he's straight in the balls against Phil Parkin. But there is a caveat. It's an awkward first shot. This yellow to left centre, I think that's his only real choice. Very missable.
Yeah, but like you said, Dan, he was getting a very rare opportunity off his break. He'll take this one with both hands. He'll be happy he's made a ball. Yes, he'll love an easier opening pot, but we all know what Mark can do. Single ball potter, definitely one of the best in the world. And look at this table now, Dan. What was looking very awkward is all of a sudden looking very easy.
Good control as well, because a little bit harder, and that other yellow that he had to cannon into could well have gone safe. As it turns out, it's just nudged into the red and stayed in a possible position. That was a pretty exceptional shot given the circumstances. First frame in a final. We just heard his interview with Kev where he said hasn't been feeling great this weekend. I mean, it's not a bad weekend, is it, so far? He's made a final in the Open.
Yeah, I think he said in the same breath, though, is that he's starting to hit a bit of form, and that is what Phil Parkin did not want to hear, because we're seeing that right this minute. And when he's in this sort of form, he is brilliant to watch. He really is. He seems to be focused. Can he just hold himself together now and take out this finish? This is from virtually nothing. And this is exactly the start you want in the final. 2 yellows and the black away from taking the 1-0 lead.
Just a hint of a extremely unfortunate in-off there as that cue ball tracked towards the centre pocket. No drama in the end. And Mark can just stroke this yellow in. Round of 2. He's underdone that in a big way. In a big way. I'm almost surprised he didn't drop that in, but he obviously chose the sort of better shot to cue, the more positive shot. And he's now landed in a very tricky situation. He's going to cut this into the centre. Needs to be careful of the in-off. Single ball potting, Mark. You said it. And Mark Farnsworth delivers it. Brilliant shot on the black. And Phil Parkin's heart rate must be like a trampoline at the moment.
Yeah, well, there's nothing you can do about that. That is a class opening finish. And there, look at that split screen there. We're seeing 2 players at the same time. This is exactly what we like to see, the reactions. We're not getting much of a reaction there from Phil. He's just trying to stay focused. I said in the studio to Kev, Phil just needs to relax as much as he can. Yes, it is a big final for him, but just relax and enjoy it. You know, this is what you're a pool player for, to be playing these top players in these major finals.
The thing is, there's no point Phil getting hot and bothered under the, under the collar after a break dish from Mark Farnsworth. That I doubt a day or a game goes by without a break dish from Mark Farnsworth, to be brutally honest.
What a break that is.
Super break. That last yellow rolling.
That changes things a little bit, but he's got an option now to possibly try and get it out or try and make something happen.
It's probably worth going into that from the one over the corner, but there's no guarantee that you land on another ball from this shot.
No, there isn't, and that's what is very, very tricky.
It's also just a little bit thinner than he'd like, so he's going to have to dig into it a little bit, play it with some side. That might kill the cue ball. If he hits the red full ball, he might not have anything.
Oh, he is going into it. What has he got? Has he got a shot on? yellow just travelled too far for it to cut into the centre?
Yes.
I think it has.
Definitely doesn't go in the middle. The furthest left of the yellows, is he on that? It's tight through there, but I think he might have a shot at that one. Down to the bottom left. He does. He's played it, he's overcut it. And he's let Mark Farnsworth in. He's a bit unlucky to have come out. You know, that last ball rolling from the break is essentially his downfall there.
Yeah, it was. But you've got to have a look at the way that he cannoned into it. It could have always gone wrong. It was a low percentage cannon.
I actually think that probably the biggest error is missing that last pot, because he did get the cannon and actually did have a shot on. So you can't really be missing that against Mark.
No, you can't. And one thing you don't want to keep doing is letting Mark Farnsworth come to a table, because the way that he's been clearing them up, it's been like they've all been over the pockets. Oh, that's not gone to plan though.
No, wanted a thicker contact on that red. He'd have been delighted if the yellow had dropped, but the fact that it's still there, Mark's in a spot here. I think he's got a choice of reds. Either one is awkward queuing.
Well, he's used his extension. That clock ticking down. You can get a bit of cue power in there. Wow, what a shot!
It's handy that he could get to the bottom of that cue ball. I didn't think he could.
Yeah, but what's interesting is I reckon Mark's seen something here, and I can't say that I have. I mean, do you see anything how he can get that red out? Is he just going to leave it for a double?
I think it could be a skill shot.
Wow.
It's close, but that yellow's right in the pocket.
Yeah,
if you get right behind that, I think that's a skilly. But it looks like he's played for a back double, so.
I'm just thinking where the black is. The black just hasn't got a pocket.
No, not at the moment.
So playing a skill shot probably would have lowered his options even more. But this is a huge moment now. If he gets this, he'll have a chance.
Shot. What a shot. At that pace. Brilliant back double. Still work to be done here, but
it goes into the left centre though.
It's one part of the puzzle complete.
I mean, that black, looking at if that does go into that top centre is on the the left centre, then it's all down to this positional shot. He needs the perfect angle on his final red.
Well, that's pretty good.
He's held that perfectly.
That's not bad, but even so, that is a very narrow window that he's got to get this cue ball in from here.
This is a very focused Mark Farnsworth we're on about here, though. A very focused one.
He needs this cue ball anywhere really in a line between the black and the cushion, somewhere in line with the black. That's too far, is it? I think it's just held up. I think he's okay.
Can he swing it in with a little bit of side?
He might have to.
That overhead shot suggests possibly.
He's down on it quick. He can pot this. It's there. Mark Farnsworth leads 2-0, and that miss from Phil Parkin has been punished. Well, we thought it might go 1-1 after we saw that split. But Phil missed a tough shot. And if you miss a tough shot in a final against Mark Farnsworth, you are unlikely to be coming back to the table.
Well, yeah, let's talk about that Mark Farnsworth clearance, though. That was like a 30-70 against of getting it. It really was.
I think you're being generous there.
Yeah, probably I am.
Actually, yeah. I think that was a 80-20, 90-10 even. I mean, there's 2 or 3 terrific shots in that finish.
Yeah.
And that back double was the pick of the lot.
Yeah, absolutely nailed it. So we're back to looking at Mark Farnsworth break.
Oh, that yellow's careening in. So's the other one.
We've got a bit of a cluster. But is it going to be a problem? Opening pot again, though. Is it okay? Can Can he get through to
Well, he's
Emmy
certainly
in the middle?
He's got the red in bulk. I think he's got the red below the cue ball long into the bottom left as well, if he wanted to. I don't think he's got a yellow, so I think yellows are out.
So has he got that red into the left centre?
But yeah, that's the other one. I think he's got potentially a choice of 3 here. If he's got the one in the left centre, it'll be that one. Yeah.
Well, this is probably his most difficult red.
Yeah, the other one that's closest to that same centre pocket as well. You obviously can't pot that in the centre, so you're going to have to go along with that. Not a particularly difficult shot if you get right behind it, but you need to be getting right behind it. But Mark Farnsworth's pattern play is just exceptional.
Yeah, I've always commented on Mark Farnsworth. He is up there in the top 2 in the world, possibly, if not the best.
When you say in the top 2, who would be the other one?
I mean, there's arguments for everybody. I mean, there really is. I mean, the way that Liam Dunster plays the game, he plays the game so simply, and his positional play makes the pattern play so simple.
Talking of Liam, we know he's very busy. He's opened his own club, but this has got to be seen. This weekend has got to be seen as a big failure in his books.
Yeah, if we're measuring him on the last 2 years, maybe 3 years, then yes, this is not. It's been his best weekend.
I mean, this is
probably
probably
the
his worst.
The worst, yeah.
In the last couple of seasons. I have absolutely no doubt that he will be back, and I think this weekend might actually be one that spurs him on in some ways. He's such a competitor that this weekend might be the one where he goes, actually, it's time to knuckle down again. You know, the business has started now and I want to win again.
Yeah, and especially when if Mark does go on to win this, he's seeing the number 2 seed, the number 4 seed winning the tournaments that he hasn't got to the final in.
Yeah.
That could spur him on if that is the outcome here this weekend. But Mark Farnsworth is making very light work of these clearances. It is 3-0, and this is a masterclass display. It really is.
Yeah.
What can Phil Parkin do here?
Well, not a lot at the moment. I mean, he's missed 1 ball, he's 3-0 down, Mark's 2 break dishes. Yeah, you can't play against this. You know, you can't play against someone who is dishing every time. It's physically impossible, especially if they won the lag, which Mark did. It doesn't matter if Mark does that every single frame, Phil can't win. But he won't be thinking that yet. You know, he'll be thinking, it's my break now, it's my turn to turn this match around, to turn it to my advantage. I just need a good split here. He was a bit unlucky last time. I don't think he'll get that unlucky again if he hits the break as well as he did first time round.
No, I think you're right, totally right.
And he has hit them very well indeed. And he's done a Dean Shields, I'm afraid. He's broke. They're dry. They're sitters. This is 95%, in my opinion, 4-0, if not more. Mark's got absolutely nothing to do here at all but pick his route and get round the balls.
Yeah, it's extraordinary how this table has been playing this last couple of matches. Not that it's affecting Mark Farnsworth.
I really feel for Phil right now, actually, because he was terrific in that semi-final, and he hasn't really had the opportunity to show that on this stage just yet. That's the same table, etc., but a final is a very different situation to a semi. And yeah, Mark's just ruthless.
Yeah, it's when he's got this ruthless streak in him, he's so hard to play against. He really is. But again, it's not too easy of a clearance, but now it is.
Oh no, I'm sorry, Mark.
This is over.
Disagree.
I mean,
it's because even that red in the centre of the table that you think might be a bit awkward, that goes in the centre off the yellow. There's no real problems here at all.
Yeah, when Mark's in this mood, it doesn't seem any clearance is always possible. When he goes into the top left,
yeah,
I think it does. I mean, that
if
camera angle there doesn't really tell its tale.
If it doesn't, he can still play that.
Well, it does go up
off the yellow shot. So,
I mean, even by that camera angle there, I think it doesn't go, but it clearly went. Clearly went.
quite difficult to commentate on this. There's just no drama in this. This is just Mark Farnsworth potting balls.
It's the Mark Farnsworth exhibition show at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's beautiful. It is beautiful to watch. When he's in this mood, pack your stuff up, get in the car, get yourself gone.
Let's not make everyone switch off just yet.
No, definitely not.
Because to be fair,
it's great to watch.
This in itself, exactly, is very, very much worth watching. Phil Parkin so far has been blown away by Mark Farnsworth and needs to hope for a seismic change in the momentum of this match if he's going to get back into it.
Well, Phil's had 2 shots.
Yeah, well, 3.
The lag.
Yeah.
Lag was one of them, was it?
No, what's he had? He's had 2 breaks, 2 shots that weren't breaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 missed pot, and it's 4-0. Mark Farnsworth will be looking to keep Phil Parkin down in the dirt.
If this break continues to work for Mark, it is going to be so hard for Phil to even get close to him in this match.
4-0 feels like a very long way back. 5-0 feels like no chance, surely. Farnsworth breaking off in frame 5.
Yeah, if it does go 5-0, it does mean, wow, it does mean that Phil's got to beat him 7-1.
Yeah, and I think Phil's got to beat him 7-1 because I'm just looking at this layout. This table's broke horribly
For everybody.
For pretty much the whole day, including Mark Farnsworth.
Yeah.
And now, all of a sudden, he's in the final. And he's found the formula.
Yeah, is Phil going to be stuck to that seat for another frame? You can't see any of her outcome at the moment. You really cannot.
Big shot here is the plant, which will be coming up next, I imagine. That yellow on the left-hand side's a little isolated. You want to be right behind that. Just trying to give Phil Parkin support some hope, but I don't think I'm succeeding, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just that yellow, isn't there? If anything can go wrong.
I think it's not bad, as long as you can get straight on it, it's quite a nice last ball, because you can just screw it, draw it back a foot. You don't need to do too much with it positionally. This is, again, inch perfect.
If you're going to move the ball and put it back somewhere, it would have been there.
Yeah.
He's near enough placing the balls on a 10-pence piece.
just the first slightly out of position shot we've seen from Mark in a little while. He'd like to have been a bit straighter on this.
Yeah, he would. Just got a little bit too much into the cue ball.
Yeah, I think a little bit of bottom left here and just a touch.
Making this game sound very easy, Dan.
Yeah, this is a tough pot from this angle. And it's wiped its feet.
But played at the perfect pace.
Yeah. Caught the near knuckle, but not enough to put it off. I think the camera angle made that look a fair bit worse than it probably was. And now Mark Farnsworth with another simple black.
I think Phil's fed up of seeing these simple blacks. He really is. And there you see it. Wow. It's another frame for Mark Farnsworth. And what does Phil Parkin have to do? First of all, he's got to get a ball off his break. He has to.
Nothing he can do. There's nothing he can do at the moment. You're right, the next break, yeah, make a ball, keep the cue ball on the table, give yourself a sniff. Even just give yourself a sniff at the moment of avoiding the whitewash, I think is, at this point, at 5-0 down, I think priority number one is just getting on the scoreboard. You know, I don't think you can honestly harbour realistic hopes. You know, you obviously still want to win, and you probably in the back of your mind think maybe there's half a chance, but it is half a chance at this stage. And the way Mark's playing, it's not even that. He's been exceptional in this match.
Frame 6. Break. Trailing 5 frames to 0. Time running.
The referees reading the scoreline now is sometimes a little harsh, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. It's not what you want to hear when you're on the back end. Yeah, that's not what you want to hear when you're on the back end of the scoreline. And wow, what is going off on this table?
Yeah.
I'm not sure we can hit them any better.
One thing you do want to hear is that sound of a ball rolling through the table underneath, and yet again, Phil Parkin is not going to hear that. 2 out of 3 dry breaks for him in this match. Mark perhaps spotted a mark on that red or something, just something in his eye line that he decided required attention from our referee.
Yeah, I think that tells its story. He's going to be taking these reds on. Yeah, so now he's moved that red. This red does go into that same corner pocket, but he hasn't got the angle he really wanted.
Oh, I sort of think he was trying to screw into the yellow. But didn't quite get hold of it.
Yeah, you might have been right there, Dan.
Because yes, that red does pass. I think he's got to take that on now, to be honest. There's no value coming back for it. So this is a big shot. Lost the cue ball a bit. Didn't really have any control over it with the cannon that had to happen on the yellow.
Nope, he didn't. And now he's faced with not a great shot, to be honest. He has got an option of a red into the top right, but that white ball's going to go into a bit of no man's land.
Doubles on as well, but he's got to play that with a fair bit of pace and screw out of it because he needs to avoid the double kiss.
And we all know with these cushions that it can straighten up a little bit the more pace you play it with.
Yeah, no easy shot here, but that said, he's one good shot away from good position again. So let's see where this red ends up. And it's the heart of the pocket. What a huge surprise. It's just extraordinary.
He's just rolling them in like they are over the pocket, basically, Dan. He really is. We are seeing the man in a real big lot of form.
He's not out of the woods yet here. He's got to take this red in balk now. He's going to be going into these yellows.
Yeah.
Is there a way that he can guarantee position on the next ball? I'm not sure.
Well, he's played it with pace. He's relying on a little bit of luck now. He's had the little bit of luck with the position, and the black's come out. You've got to say, with the position he was in, it's not a bad outcome, Dan.
It isn't. It isn't. You're absolutely right. He's still at the table and he's still got a shot on. So in that sense, it's a good outcome. But that red on the top rail from this camera angle, that's now his last red. Surely there's no other way around that. Getting from that onto the black is no mean feat.
Well, he'll be taking the black into the right centre, I suppose. But I mean, this positional shot.
He's got a little. He'd love a bit more angle here, I think.
Is the cue ball going to be tracking near the middle pocket? I don't think it is. I think it's just going to miss the red.
Well, that's what he needs to do.
He's trying to stun it up.
Touch of right hand side. This is a good shot. That needs to stay out, which it has.
He's perfect.
Yep.
Absolutely perfect. I mean, yes, he's had a nice little flick. But even if he misses the flick and it bounces on off the cushion, he's in prime position anyway.
Yeah. In fact, he'd probably have preferred that because it's a little bit straight.
A little bit straight, a little bit more hampered cueing, etc.
Just, I think the black is going to be quite difficult. No, he's got absolutely plumb on it. I take it all back. This is ridiculous. Mark Farnsworth is an animal.
Well, I don't think you've got many missed balls on your sheet there, have you, Dan?
One.
From
One,
Phil.
Phil Parkin, one. Yep.
And he's 6-0 down. Well, not yet, but he's looking very close to being 6-0. It is 6-0 down. Do you deserve to be punished for missing one ball by 6 frames to 0?
No, you don't. And you don't deserve to be... I mean, Phil is just... what is he meant to do?
Has he played his last shot?
Well, based on form, yes. I mean, Mark's dished every one of his breaks. This is extraordinary. This is as complete a performance as I have ever seen. And we've seen some on the tour. I remember Jimmy Carney, when he got his maiden IPA title. That was an extraordinary performance.
Yeah, it was.
That might have been the best I've seen up to now. The most dominant performance by a single player I've seen, especially in a final. That trophy there glinting away, glinting at Mark Farnsworth as he breaks off in what could be the final frame of this match. Oh, wow. Comeback's on.
Wow, did you see Phil jump out of his seat? He can't believe he's got an opportunity.
No, I don't think anyone can, to be honest, the way that this has been going, but it's a little bit too early to start talking about twisting the tail yet. This is just a momentary blip, I suspect.
Yeah, and I think he's got to be taking these yellows. I do think that. That's a clever little shot. Well, he won't be happy where he's pushed that yellow, though.
No, it's hard to criticise a man who's been sat in his seat for 6 shots.
Yeah.
6 frames, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But I mean, I like his spirit. He's got up and he's still playing at the way that he plays the game, and no doubt he's going to be all out attack here. He'll want to get a frame on the board. He won't want to be dished up like well, he's going to call it a duck.
Yeah, dark and whitewash. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't deserve it. The way that he played in the semi-final, the way that he's played all day, the opponents that he's knocked out, Phil Parkin deserves better than a 7-0, and I hope he gets a frame here, just for that reason purely.
Do you know what? If he does get this frame here, I think there'll be a big cheer. I really do. I'm predicting it now. and that he'll probably go, you know, he'll give a little bit of emotion maybe, hold the fist up. Yay.
Now, what's your option here? Do you take the double? Do you move the yellow? Do you drop on it?
Well, if he takes a double, he probably takes it now. If not, he cannons into it, and then he has cannon into it. How's it come out? He's going to have a shot.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's on both.
The other one. Yeah.
He's on both. Perfect. Good shot. A great cannon. And really, you've got to say, yes, you can see with it. Oh, Phil.
Oh, I think he's snookered.
Oh, Phil Parkin.
He might be able to see an edge. The swerve is definitely on. The one cushion isn't. I think realistically it's the swerve. Here we go. Shot. Oh, it's not there.
Not there.
And what's worse is that yellow is in a very helpful position for Mark Farnsworth.
Yeah.
Because he's on that one. Is he on the one down the rail? I'm not sure, but either way, he can use that yellow to take his most difficult red into the centre pocket.
Yeah, I mean, if he's on this one down the rail straight away, I mean, that camera angle there doesn't say he is. The overhead will show what they're showing us. It did look like he could get it. But Mark will know.
It doesn't matter, does it? He'll take it a couple of shots' time.
Yeah. Yeah, he will not be in any rush to take it yet. And I think this says that he's not on it yet. But like you said, Dan, he'll be on it very, very soon. And that yellow, where that is, it is opened up this frame for Mark. Can you see him failing from here?
No, and he could even take on the double now if, you know.
Does he need to?
Probably not. There's 5 or 6 ways he could go about this. If he is, you know, he'd like to finish in between. Oh, well. Okay, he's going to have to play this to plant now. But actually, that's not bad.
Well, you say it's not bad, but where's that red going to go? Are we going to see him play a snooker?
Well, I think he could play this at quite a bit of pace and get the red back off.
I don't think he should play the snooker because it's only a one cushion escape. He's got to be moving that yellow.
Yeah, I think he can play this with quite a bit of pace. I think he's got quite a big margin for error. Oh, not that big, though. Phil Parkin is going to have a chance to get a frame on the board.
Wow,
and
Mark Farnsworth
is human.
Human, exactly that. Exactly that. You took the words right out of my mouth, or the word. Oh, that has wobbled in. And you've got to say that the way that's wobbled in, he probably has been rattled a little bit. There you see it, there you hear it. He's got a frame.
A smile on the face.
And it's Phil to break next. 6-1. Mark will be disappointed. Look at him. He hates dropping a frame. I think he's dropped 14 frames now in his 7th match. He's fuming.
That's insane. Yeah, no one has taken more than 3 off him today.
No. Yeah, so anyone getting to 7 would have been a mammoth task.
You know,
it really would have.
We've been hearing for the last few hours how today's Open has been carnage. Seeds have fallen by the wayside. Pros have lost to amateurs here, there and everywhere. And Mark Farnsworth has just serenely sailed his way through
Ignored
this storm.
all of that's been going off.
Just sailed his way through this thunderstorm and without a care in the world. Can Phil Parkin keep him at bay for just one more frame?
He'll be cheering that on as well. He's got a ball off the break. They broke nice.
They have.
But how is he thinking at the moment? Is he clearly thinking?
I think now that he's got one on the board, I think objective 1 at 6-0 down is get one on the board. After that, it's one ball at a time.
See how it goes.
Yeah. He's free rolling. He's absolutely free rolling now. And it's situations like that and shifts in pressure like that that are what make the big comebacks happen. And they happen in this sport quite regularly. I don't think I've ever seen a 6-0 down come back and win 7-6 in an IPA final.
No, no, definitely not.
Wasn't there an amateur a few years ago that was very similar to that?
Possibly. Doesn't stick in the mind if it was. I mean, yeah, we have had comebacks, but as you said, Dan, in an IPA final,
especially against a Mark Farnsworth, you know, against one of certainly in the last couple of seasons the big two players.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's looking like Phil could be doubling his frames.
That red down the rail, it looks a fraction tight.
Yeah, it does from that camera angle we're looking at. But Phil's, he must have looked at this 3 or 4 times, surely.
100%.
Oh, Phil.
Miscued it.
Just like pulled his cue away, or don't know what he's done there. He'll be disappointed with that. But that's down to the pressure that Mark's put him on, possibly.
Yeah, I mean,
he's not had many opportunities, has he?
I just think he came slightly off angle on that one.
Left a little bit more to do with the cue ball than he needed to be doing with it, I think.
I think in some ways, if he watches this back, he may well not, and I wouldn't blame him. I was a little bit surprised when he went red.
Yeah. But that's why I was saying, was he thinking clearly, etc. But everyone plays their own game, and it's done him some good. He's had a brilliant run. I mean, I'm not saying it's over yet, but we could be seeing the closing shots here.
I'm saying it's over. I'm afraid. Phil Parkin has had a wonderful run in this competition. It's a brilliant achievement to reach a final. And Mark Farnsworth has been utterly lethal today. He's got the winning line in his sights. A man from Washington in the northeast of England. Is surely going to ascend to the top step of the podium once more. One good delivery of the cue. There it is. And Mark Farnsworth takes the final by 7 frames to 1. Phil Parkin, if you're being ultra critical, missed a couple of chances, but he can go away with his head held high. Mark Farnsworth played 6 perfect frames of pool before finally succumbing to a mistake. But he made it right at the very next opportunity. He is your IPA British Open champion of 2022. It's been a wonderful weekend here in Coventry. A great weekend of pool. And I will hand you over to Kevin Barton, who can sign off with the trophy presentation.
Time this weekend. Welcome down to the arena for the presentation of the 2022 Fair.com British Open champion. First of all, let's introduce our gallant runner-up, Phil Parkin. Phil, I mean, you didn't do a lot wrong. I know the miscue, but the breaks never gave you a chance to get a foothold in the match.
Kind of jinxed it, didn't I? In my interview earlier, didn't I? Saying my brakes were working. But no, what can I say? I'll give it to Mark for the way he played. Just kept me off the table, and that was it, really. I just didn't get a sniff, really.
What do you think it was with the breaks? It just wasn't going for you?
Exactly the same as I was playing, doing exactly the same as before, but it just wasn't working. Just don't know what it was, but it's one of those.
Well, I know you'll obviously be disappointed, but you should be immensely proud of your performance this weekend. You've come through an incredible field to take your place in tonight's final. Congratulations.
You're right. Thank you.
But he's back in the winner's circle. Our champion, Mark Farnsworth. Mark, we've seen some great performances on this table over these 3 days, but that tops a lot. Tell us about your thoughts about that.
Yeah, I got settled in the match really well. Felt dead comfortable. It's probably most cut. I played well in the semi-final as well. Phil was a bit unlucky with his breaks and stuff. You know, I think this table breaks slightly. It's a beautiful table, but I think it does break slightly different to some of the other tables. You know, but yeah, just the clearances. There was some tough ones there, but I felt really comfortable. I felt confident when I was going. Even the early one when I had to play the back double. I always fancied it, you know, so just delight that sort of performance in the final.
We talked earlier, you said that your confidence was a little bit low coming into today, and your expectations were quite low. When did that start to turn around for you? Because that was, you know, there was no signs of any doubts there in that match.
Like the first match, I struggled a bit yesterday, and the first match I small, even though I won pretty comfortably my first couple of matches, actually, I still wasn't at the ball great, you know. I was just fortunate I was getting a lot of chances, to be fair, and the lads I was playing was being a little bit unlucky and whatever else, but I felt as if I wasn't queuing it great, but I kept getting away with stuff, you know, kind of a bit of luck here and there, but then it's probably improved as it went on. I was played Ryan in the quarters, it was a tough match to play against Ryan, but I couldn't get any rhythm in that game, you know. Then the semi-final just seemed to be 100% better.
Yeah, well, it was an absolutely sublime performance, a fantastic end to a great 3 days here in Coventry. Mark Farnsworth, it gives me great pleasure to award you the trophy and announce you as the 2022 British Open champion. Congratulations. Well, Mark Pickworth, what a fitting end to a fantastic 3 days here in Coventry.
Yeah, fantastic performance there from Mark. And, you know, Phil's played his part in this tournament as well, so you don't want to be too disappointed. Yes, he got beaten 7-1 in the final, but he's played some brilliant stuff. We've seen him on the outer tables, and a credit to him. Hopefully we'll see him back again soon, but well played to Mark. A credit to him in a brilliant final.
Yeah, and you can't underestimate what Phil has done here. He's come through all the qualifying rounds, you know. I don't know how many rounds he's played, but to get through to the final, that is some achievement.
Yeah, I mean, Mark's played 7 matches and conceded 14 frames, where Phil's probably into double figures, probably played, 12, 13 matches. And that's not easy. It really isn't easy, and credit to him. And that's a lot of time and effort that he's put into it, and hopefully we'll see him back.
And what a return to form for Mark there, and especially with the next event, almost in his hometown. He's going to be a real force to reckon with at that event.
Yeah, he really is, and I think some of the other players that haven't done well this weekend, they'll be opening their eyes a little bit. I mean, if you look at Liam Dunson, not been his best weekend. He'll be looking at obviously the number 2 seed, the number 4 seed, winning the tournaments this weekend. He needs to be a bit careful. These two are coming up.
Yeah, he's still way ahead in the rankings, but yeah, certainly sent a message out there that he's back.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we're closing the gap, and these top 4 players seem to be taking some beating. They're always at the business end, and wow, it's going to be an interesting climax to a fantastic season.
Well, thanks a lot, Mark. Well, that's just about it from us here in Coventry. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage we've brought you over these 3 days. It's been absolutely immense. The players have really put on a treat for us all. We hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks for joining us, and good night.